The Honorable Chairman Ward presiding.
Morning, how's everybody?
Good morning.
All right, let's call the first case. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Everybody ready?
Case number 1 is Ernest Valerie, Mario Dangle, Milk and Honey, trade name The Chesapeake. This is located at 1701-05 North Charles Street. This is a Class B beer, wine, liquor license, and a request to add a second floor of business.
You guys are here for me.
For the record, Melvin J. Kaninsky representing the applicant in this case. This is an application for an expansion. It's the old Chesapeake restaurant, if you familiarize yourself with the area. They've been operating, and they found the need to have expansion to the second floor. I don't know whether it's a part of your file or not, but I will give as exhibits a letter from Charles North Association that's in favor. Mr. Chairman,
We don't have it.
you have that?
No, we don't.
Go ahead.
Letter from
Exhibit 1.
letter from Councilman Carl Stokes that's in favor.
You don't have that as well.
Exhibit 2.
There's an agreement that was signed with the community, a memorandum of understanding.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Exhibit 3. Anything else?
And number 4, a letter from President of the City Councilman Bernard Jack Young, also in favor. I think the President of the City Council was running out of ink when he sent this.
Exhibit 4.
Thank you, sir.
We submitted the plans of the expansion for overflow and for private parties to the second floor. The community is in favor of it, along with the representatives. Would ask the board to approve it. I'll just ask my client a few questions if you don't mind.
Swear to it.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
This is right.
in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Ernst Valerie, 5603 Roxbury Place, Baltimore, Maryland. Zip is 21209.
All right, and you're asking for this expansion, and you've been in business on the first floor for how long now?
For a year.
All right, and then you've met with the community, and that memorandum of understanding, you agree to be bound by the terms and conditions thereof, correct?
Yes.
You know that that's voluntarily, nobody can make you do that, but you met, you're both satisfied that's their fair terms, is that correct?
That's correct.
And also you've met with the Charles North organization, that's the letter we submitted, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions of the commissioners?
No.
All right.
Well, what is the plan for the second floor? Is there a plan?
Is there? Yes, there is a plan. It's a banquet space, private parties, for the restaurant downstairs. There's been a need for additional space for that in the
This,
community.
under the old Chesapeake, this also was used.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That is it.
I'm ask the board to approve.
My vote is I move to approval.
Yes.
In spite of the support of Carl Stokes, which that's a joke, I approve. I support. Sorry, Carl.
Call the next case.
Thank you.
Michael White and Bruce Richardson, Sobo Taco Inc., trade name Banditos. This is at 1118 South Charles Street, Suites 110, 111. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a request for a special amusement under the provisions of Article 2B 8-203. The attorney was present for this. I believe that the people are still trying to come in. I would ask if maybe we could move to the next item if they're not here right this
All right, set
second.
it aside to give people a chance to get here.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
The next one is Vladimir Semery and Emery Bektas. That is 900 Pizza LLC, trade name pending. This is at 900 South Kenwood Avenue. This is a Class BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. This is an application for the transfer of ownership and request for outdoor table service and live entertainment.
For the record, again, Melvin J. Kaninsky representing the applicants in the case. This was, you may remember, from last week or 2 weeks ago when we asked for an extension on the thing for the people that were in the Semper Fi group. we had an application pending. We've had time to meet with the community. We have a letter from the Canton Improvement Association from Daniel Tracy, which we would submit. I think it's all in your packet, but I'll make it as an exhibit.
Exhibit 1.
And then, in addition to that, we also have a outdoor seating guidelines for outdoor table service. And
Exhibit 2.
we submit to the board that the only type of entertainment they're talking about is to do trivia, which it may or may not be live entertainment, but they don't want anything more than that. And they would agree with the Canton Community Association to limit themselves to that situation. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
316 North Charles Street.
Swear the witnesses.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear that.
Well, I'll go and do it again.
How do you spell it? Spell it for us, Mr. Gudinski.
EMREBEKTAS.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Let me get him first, because you're the one, get your name.
Yes, I.
State your name and address for the record.
316 North Charles Street. Zip 21201.
All right. Now, you've met with the community people, is that correct?
Yes.
The terms and conditions that they were agreed to with the Canton Community Association, that's agreeable?
Yes.
You understand that you'll get your turn. That's driving me crazy here. And along with that, you'll agree to take the alcohol awareness course, correct? And then you're going to join the community group and be active in the community? And you understand what the community is looking for is a good place to have food and beverage, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And your outdoor table service, you're agreeing to be bound by the terms and conditions and what was provided for in the zoning? Okay. I have no further questions.
Any questions of the commission?
What is trivia entertainment?
Well, some people, when they come to my office, they think it's trivial, but
I understand that part. Entertainment.
it's more they ask the questions where, you get 2 or 3 groups of people and
Oh,
they'll say,
the group, the game
yeah,
trivia.
they'll say, who was Spartacus? And you'll say Kirk Douglas, and they'll say, no, that's the
That's
new
not
one.
It's Charlton Heston.
Was it, who was it?
I don't know. Don't know.
You would have won.
Vladimir Samurai, 37 up Mountain Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21229.
And along with the other applicant, you will also agree to be bound by the terms and conditions of the agreement with the community, is that correct? And you know what the community wants, and you're agreeing to abide by those terms?
Yes,
And actually, they came up and met at the place, right?
that's correct.
And they were fairly well, they were surprised and content?
Any
I've-
questions, commission?
So this transfer needs to be completed within 180 days, correct?
It is and it isn't, because,
I think we should be clear.
no, well, the transfer has to be completed within 180 days,
Right.
or they could have to come and ask for an extension.
Correct.
As though they have a build-out and they run into a problem. Yes, you are correct. That's
Okay,
what the.
all right, so they understand that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
We came in before, as we needed a 100-day extension.
Let's not talk about when you came in before, because if I had to do that over with Semper Fi, I would make a very different decision. It wouldn't make a difference, but I would personally vote differently. But just going forward, just so they're clear on what's expected, what's required by the law.
Go for it.
Okay, great.
Anything else? I vote approval.
Approve.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, best of luck.
call the next case.
I'm going to move to Dennis Hall, the Serenity Lounge. That is 1173-75 Sergeant Street. This is a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a transfer of ownership.
There was a request for postponement? Okay.
We have a representative here from-
Did they withdraw that? Okay, okay, got it.
Mr. Chairman, Melvin J. Kaninsky again for the applicant. I was just advised yesterday that there was a letter in the file concerning the license and how the license was to be transferred and so forth. And we had requested a postponement because there were some discussions concerning Article 2B 10504. It probably is a 10506 situation, along with the transfer to a contract purchaser. We'd like to have the time to be able to provide adequate chronology, and in the meantime, maybe the applicant could meet with the community and just have a chat with them.
Well, if that's necessary, we'll find out. Your name, sir?
My name is Heinz Murray.
And
Town.
And what's your position on his request for a postponement? Or are you ready to go ahead today?
We'd like to go ahead and proceed with it, please.
Do you feel there's any reason, or, I don't know, any advantage of talking to Mr. Kadinsky and the applicants about whatever it is that they want to talk to you about?
I don't think that that's going to change the position of the community and the residents that live in the surrounding area.
All right, then the request for postponement is denied. We'll go ahead.
All right, now, step up and state your name and address for the record.
Dennis Hall, 3003 Ottawa Avenue, Baltimore City, 21230.
Now, you're making an application for transfer of this license.
Swear to witness.
I'm sorry.
Raise your right hands. You too, Mr. Murray. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, will you state your name and address for the record, please?
Dennis Hall, 3003 Ottawa Avenue, Baltimore City, 21230.
Now, you're making an application for transfer of this license at Sergeant Street, is that correct? Now, can you tell the board a little bit what you want to do, and the community is also listening, what you'd like to do at that location?
Well, I'd like to keep it pretty much the same, older crowd, 40 and over, because there's no place for us to go without the younger generation trying to take over.
And along with that, you'll be there, living there personally, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're
Wait a
the
minute, stop me. What do you mean, the young, run that past me again.
25 and under crowd. The youth of today, with the pants hanging off, and that's not the crowd I'm after. I'm after 40 and over, place where we go sit down and listen to jazz, blues, oldies but goodies, things of that nature.
That's what you want to continue this place as?
Yes.
Okay, excuse me, go ahead.
And along with that, what are your proposed hours of operation? When do you think you'll be open and when would you close?
Probably somewhere between 11 a.m. to 2 a.m.
All right, that'd be 7 days a week?
Yes,
All right, and then how many employees do you think you would have?
probably about 7.
All right, and then you would be on the premises most of the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And you'll take the alcohol awareness course?
Yes.
And you'll familiarize yourself with the rules and regulations of Liquor Board?
Yes.
And you'll agree to join in the community and the community groups, is that correct? You know there's a group there, Citizens of Pigtown, that's the name of the group, one of the groups, I should say. Right? All right, and you agree to go ahead and do that? You have not met with them at this point, have you? I have no further questions.
Mr. Kadinsky, you and I, and the commissioners, I want to have a series of questions for you to make sure where we are. Under section 504, as I understand it, somebody's died here, is that correct?
10506, I think it is.
10506, somebody has died.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear that part of the state, but Arthur Drager was the personal representative of the person who died, who then took over the estate, and he had the license transferred to him as personal representative of the estate, with the license being effective through end of April of this year. He then sold the property at auction, and Richard Cohen, a contract purchaser, bought the property and the license at auction, and then subsequently sold the license under contract to this gentleman here.
Well, there was an extension obtained, but only for 1 year. Is that correct?
Under 10506, I think it's 18 months.
Allowed,
Yeah.
but they didn't get it, did they?
I don't know. See, I didn't hear him. That's why I was asking him to postpone. Mr. Drager would be the one who could answer that question. I don't know.
Well, I think that's what the record shows. So you're not inside the 180 days. You're allowed 180 days under the code,
Correct.
but nobody's ever requested it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if he did it or didn't, because I don't have the file. but-
With the previous commission, is that true?
Yeah, in this case, we have we do have the information on the contract purchaser. And Mr. Drager's application for the license in 2013, 2014. That was handled as a regular renewal, which was processed. In that process, he did provide the information on the estate, the fact that it is contract purchaser, and the death of the licensee. So he did provide that information at the time of the renewal for the 2012-13 renewal. So that was provided, but when they did the renewal, it was not extended for the 18 months as in the statute. So that might have been a staff oversight, or it might have been as far as an issue with the contract purchaser asking for, not necessarily asking for the right thing. So that's the issue, because that's what the file does show in the contract purchase, that it does state the date of death, all the subsequent things for the fact that there was a death of the licensee.
And in fact, the license was then transferred afterwards in November, December to the contract purchaser, who in this case had the license transferred to him, then sold it to this individual here. So there is a chronology there.
For my clarity, staff oversight.
Yes,
How
sir.
do we prove whether or not the staff had an oversight of whether the person responsible failed to do what they needed to do?
It's hard to determine that from the file, sir. The file does have where the information was submitted by Mr. Drager regarding the death of the licensee and requesting a renewal. That renewal was processed late because of the death of the licensee happened in one period of time. Then it took the last date, I believe from looking at the file was June, I believe the letter from Mr. Drager that I have in front of me is dated July 18th, 2013. This had a copy of the application itself, letters from the administrator appointing Mr. Drager, the death certificate of Mr. Sandrith K. Karninsky, the payment of the personal tax bill, all the subsequent things that we would need for a renewal were all filed in July. When I also looked at that file, I also noted the fact that the last time that the place had been in operation was in April of 2013, as per a inspection by a liquor board part-time inspector, Ms. Sylvia Williams. So those are the facts that I have right now, and I have a copy of the last inspection report, which was 4/12 of 13. So this is how the timeline lines up as far as our files go between the contract purchaser and the transfer. And then we have the new transfer file that was filed in, which is what you're looking at now, which was filed on July 23rd, 2014 regarding the transfer.
And also one prior to that file to Mr. Richard Cohen, I think it was October or November of 2013.
Okay, I don't have that in this file because this file only has the most recent transfer. But this is what I have in my immediate records and possession at this moment, so. But I believe that's in some ways the crux of the issue.
I'm going to come back to you. I want to find out where we stand here with the community. All right, you've been sworn, but state your name for the record again, so you can come over to the mic or someplace so we can hear you.
Heinz Murray.
All right, Mr. Murray, we have your letter, but I'd like to hear from you personally.
Well, our position is that we feel that since the establishment has been closed and it's past the time that the license should indeed be considered expired, and we would like for it to remain residential as it currently stands. And that's our position because I'm not an attorney, but I have it in the letter that I had submitted to the board.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
But it's our position and the communities and then the residents that live in the immediate area that they would prefer that it remain closed. And
why is that?
there are a lot of past issues with regard to the corner. It's in a residential block, and we feel that since it has been closed and the residents that live near it, that the block is a lot better off since it's been closed. There is a bar just under 100 feet away from this current location, and we feel that there are already plenty of establishments that serve alcohol within Pigtown's boundaries. And so we would like for it to please remain residential. We would like for the license to be considered expired, as it already has. Ms. Kondensky, she passed in July of 2012. And so with regard to...
She passed when?
She passed in July of 2012. And then they continued operation for a little while under her, but it's been closed. I live very near it. I live right around the block from it. I pass it on a near daily basis because it's my way to work and to and from home. And it's been closed for well over a year. And even on the application, it says cease to exist, cease as a business in April. It's even on the application. And as far as the certificate of permission should, when the owner, if you cease to do business, even if you have a certificate of permission to continue, upon ceasing the business no longer existing, then that should expire as well. It should not be allowed to operate as a bar or a tavern.
So you want us to deny it?
We very much would like for you to deny it.
All right. Questions?
Oh, as long as you've been there, how long have you lived in that area?
I've lived there since January of 2007.
There's always been a bar on that corner, is that correct?
That is correct.
I know it's open, when you got there in storage, you know it's been a bar there for a long period of time. I think the records would reflect that probably this bar's been there since Prohibition, which I don't remember. Was it 1934, 35?
Go ahead, you're,
I think that's repeal of a Prohibition. Along with this, I think there's a nexus of chronology that's missing in this case, is that the license, the records would reflect that the license was effective and paid through April 30th of 2014. Mr. Drager was appointed personal representative. He then sold at auction sometime around October, November 2013. In that same period of time, which that file you do not have here, that's the reason why I was asking to give time to follow that chronology. The license was sold to Mr. Richard Cohen. That license was then transferred, an active license was transferred to Mr. excuse me, Richard Cohen as a contract purchaser. He had paid the transfer fees and the license should show that it was in his name. Subsequently thereafter, he then found a purchaser. So I think the timelines are important, and that's why we need some time to give you a memo on it to say,
we will get back to you.
for memo purposes, saying this is 10506, I think applies, then 10504 would not apply, then there was a transfer. The transfer was accepted by the board in November, December. I can't remember what day it was, to Mr. Richard Cohen. So we leapfrogged over the estate into Mr. Richard Cohen and then sold to, as application pending to this individual.
I just want to say that the transfer to Mr. Richard Cohen was never completed.
Well, let me say this. As a contract purchaser, they do not actively operate as a secured creditor or a contract purchaser or a trustee in bankruptcy. They do not operate the place. They hold a license to be able to sell it. The provisions were indicated as earlier by counsel, various counsel, that 10504 doesn't apply in 3 instances, one of which would be bankruptcy, 2 which would be a secured creditor who never opens to close, and 3 would be a contract purchaser who likewise never opens to close the establishment. That's what happened in this particular case.
But it doesn't stop the running of the statute.
Well, we're
But I understand the liquor board actually had this case before it, didn't it? And approved for 1 year.
Well, the liquor board chair approved a renewal of the license, of the license in 2013, 2014 for the contract, for the estate.
And what was the final date on that one for the estate?
So
1
the
year?
estate, so that the license, expired on April 30th, 2014. And that's
April what?
April 30th, 2014, this year.
That's all licenses expire on that
Right,
date.
and so all we did was a 1-year renewal.
So they never got it for the 18 months.
Correct. That's what we need to go through and look at, because we did not
And you say that you don't
handle
know,
it that way.
you don't know it was an error in the file, or was that a decision of the board?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a decision of the board. This is an administrative matter. When this was done, it wasn't requested under that article, but at the same time, they provided all of the evidence for 506. So I believe, because I don't know what happened. I mean, this is also, again, I guess I can say this predates me as well, but I would say that this is probably an issue regarding, the application process.
And that's the reason why I would request that before the board makes a decision, you give me, submit a little memorandum. I'll provide a copy to them saying, and I'll review the file along with the file. It's not here, it's missing, to say, here's the chronology as we went down the line here.
I think you may be changing my mind. I think I'm inclined to give you the time to submit a written memorandum on this, get it clarified exactly where we stand, and maybe go to the issue of whether or not we'll, depending on what you convince us of, as to whether or not the issue of whether this bar should be permitted to exist or not.
I understand. Well, I'm going to argue to the validity of the license. The question is whether you allow the transfer is a whole different issue. And I talked with the executive secretary yesterday, and we would just peripherally start looking at the records. And I said, I just need some time to put it together. Whatever I submit to the board, to all the board members, would you want me to send it to the executive secretary and she can disseminate it to you? Because sometimes the members don't like to get emails directly to them. Is that the way you prefer to do it?
Always give it to the.
I got it. Before they used to, the other way.
Always do it the
No, I
correct
got
way.
it. So if you got, we'll do that. I'll work on it next week, and then I'll submit it. Then you could say, yes, he has a point or no, and then they could argue whether or not it can be transferred if it's be determined it's valid.
Well, Chairman Ward, I think the only issue that I would like to maybe probably make clear is that the next available date for hearing would then be August 21st. And I know that Mr. Ward has come down here and taken off time for work to testify on this, regarding this issue. So I don't know if you could take
Who's
some.
come down?
Mr. Murray has taken, sorry, excuse me. Mr. Murray has come down here, sorry,
I
Chairman.
didn't think I'd come.
No, you didn't come down. You came down for the meeting, that he did come down to testify on this issue. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear, that the reason why.
You understand where I'm coming from on this?
I do.
And I think you're in the same boat to some extent.
Well, I still think, because the license, if I may read just from my notes, it was transferred to Arthur Drager. An attempt to transfer to Richard Cohen was made, but it was never complete. And so I think the burden is on the folks who want to maintain that and not the board. And it's the community's position, and for the people that live near and around it, that we still feel, and even according to the SDAT, it is zoned residential, and they've passed their time frame. They've had more than enough time to go through the process of having a liquor license and opening this business. And so we strongly feel that we do not need yet another establishment, because we have so many currently now. And so it's our position that we feel that it should be zoned residential and maintain and stay
I
that.
understand your position, but you see, we have a two-step process here. So one is to whether they even have the right to even be there. And that's what he's going to give me a legal memorandum on. And then if we, depending on what we find there, we go to the second step, maybe, which is your complaint that you're opposed to a bar being there under any circumstances.
Yes, sir.
And of course, I want to make sure that we do the right thing, and that's why I'm going to proceed a little cautiously in this case. Are you okay on, what was the date?
August 21st, if that's possible, because I think we should have everything wrapped up by August 21st because of the
Are you
recess.
both okay on that date? So August 21st, then we'll postpone this case. And now I want you to send a copy to Mr. Murray as to what you do for reasons that are obvious.
Yeah. And any supporting data I'll attach to it, so everybody will have.
And I don't know if this is relevant, but when they advertised this particular location in up for sale, in that there was a disclosure saying that if they would
Wait a
have to
Yes, an emergency.
Got it turned on?
No, it's only containers.
Okay.
But this will start the
My court reporter just disappeared. Go ahead, sir. But the system is turned on, so we're,
that it would the burden fell on the new owner to go through this process all over again as having to get a license and that. I mean, I don't know if that's relevant or not, but
what's relevant is whether or not he was even in existence. And he doesn't, the fact that he didn't do anything is really, I don't think, got anything to do with it. And whether it's 18 months or a year is what we're talking about. I think that's the issue. All right, folks, postponed until the 21st of August, and we'll place it back on the docket at that time. Mr. Gudinski will furnish us with memorandum. Thank you.
We're gonna go back to Sobotok. But,
Okay, the other one?
yeah, I can't start the next case, so I guess we'll take a 2-minute recess until can we take a 2-minute recess, Chair, until he gets back?
Until we're talking about what?
Because we can't start the next case with the recording.
We can't? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he'll be back shortly. He'll be
Okay,
back shortly.
push it off.
Oh,
He's still recording, though. I don't
that's okay. He can always back up and erase, so I'm not.
Leave it alone.
What happened? He had a
Oh, there he is, but.
Okay.
We'll talk. Ready?
Is he going to address the
Good.
zoning issue as well? Okay. Yeah, I do too.
Well, you never know.
That one, I'm glad we kind of got rid of it. Yeah, we got this right now.
Complicated.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir. We're going to go back into order. Okay.
Call the next case.
Yes, sir. We're going to go back on the agenda. We're going to back up to Michael White and Bruce Richardson, Sobo Taco LLC. This is trade name Banditos. This is located at 1118 South Charles Street, Suite 110 and 111. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license, a request to add special amusement under provisions 2B 8-203. I believe the licensee and their attorney are present.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Friedman on behalf of the licensees. To my immediate right is Michael White, the licensee. To his right is Andrew Dunlap, one of the managers and operators of the establishment. We apologize, we're a little bit discombobulated because the notice said 1 o'clock instead of 11, but we're here now. If I can get my...
Is that right?
I noticed that we have letters. Is everybody else on board at the correct time?
Yes, sir, as I understood, but I will.
Come on up. Anybody interested in this case, please come up.
Charles Thomas, 1043 Hanover Street.
I have here a letter from the members of the House of Delegates, and I assume that they are only appearing by mail and not in person. Is that correct?
Yes, the delegates are not. I am here to represent as a member of the community. I live within 3.
No, that's fine. We're going to get to you. I just want to make sure everybody has a fair chance to be present who wants to be present. Is there anyone else that's supposed to be here that's not here? As far as you know. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Beavis.
Thank you. Should I do a quick opening, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us where you are. I can open it for you, but you can certainly, you're the Esquire, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your Honor. This is a request to allow for an amusement or special amusement. It's called two different things in the code. Provision add-on privilege to the existing Class D beer, wine, and liquor license for Banditos located at 1118 South Charles Street, which is in the Cross Street Market area. It's across the street and south a couple of buildings. We were before the prior board last September requesting live entertainment under Article 2B, Section 10-202, E2 and 3. In addition, we had applied, this is in a B2 zoning district, and under the new rules, zoning rules, we applied for conditional use for live entertainment with zoning. So last fall, both the liquor board and zoning board approved use for this premises as live entertainment. So looking into the code, you have a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license, and you also have an approval for live entertainment. When you match the two together, it equals the special amusement or Class D amusement license, and these gentlemen should be obligated to pay their additional $750 for that privilege, and that's
So
why
you're
we
here today,
believe
why?
to request to have the add-on or privilege of special amusement onto the existing Class D beer, wine, and liquor license.
And that would allow you to stay open 7 days a week?
Yeah, the net effect of that is under the code. If I can just get my section here real quick.
In other words, you're in effect changing from a 6-day to a 7-day.
The net effect of this would be to change it from a 6-day to a 7-day.
And
if
2
approved.
o'clock.
And 2 o'clock, Your Honor. Historically, I believe, just looking at the session laws annotated in the code, that this goes back to 1947. You have Class B licenses, which are restaurant licenses, and you had Class D licenses, which are tavern licenses. I believe, I'm estimating in around 1947, this amusement or special amusement was added into the code, because prior to that, a Class D tavern license is a 6-day 1 o'clock license, and a Class B restaurant license that has a 40% food, or now 51% food in some areas, would be a 7-day 2 o'clock license.
All right, now let's go to why we have him here and the issue. He's, the community is saying that there's a lot of these licenses already. I can't recall, 6 or 7 in the immediate vicinity, 6, I believe they said,
27.
and whatever it is, and that they don't need any more. And in effect, they're saying that their board, that's what one of the written things, the board doesn't have the personnel or the ability to even properly exercise jurisdiction over so many 7-day licenses in such a small geographical area, among other things. And they, one of the community groups takes no position. And then we have the 3 members of the House of Delegates coming in, which I am seeing for the first time. I don't even know what they're saying. The delicate balance, again, I believe they're raising the same issues, as that there's just too many of these 2 o'clock licenses in the area. Isn't that what's happening here?
I respectfully
Let me hear from
disagree
him.
to some. Well, if I can just explain that we have met several times with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association that has direct jurisdiction over this issue. And I've gone to 2 meetings myself. My clients probably had 4 more meetings in addition to that. They have submitted a letter to the board taking no position, as did signed on by the Federal Hill Community Association. And if I can take Your Honor back a couple of weeks in the Illusions case, I had filed the first of these, and the Illusions saw what I was doing and filed a subsequent one, and the board had granted the Illusions with the representation to the board that the community associations were taking no position, but were asking the board, what is this legally? So the board has granted the second one, and this is the first one. Certainly this gentleman has every opportunity to speak, but we've been through extensive discussions, and they have advised us that they are taking no position.
Let me ask you a question before you get
Yes, sir.
to the next person. What's the difference between a BD7 license and a D license with entertainment, both with entertainment? What's the difference between those 2 licenses? If the D license has a special amusement, what's the difference in those 2 licenses?
The Class D license, the regular Class D is an 800.
What's special?
Okay, it's
Other than the
$825 a year, and then when you add the special amusement, it's an additional $750, so that's $1625, $1525. The annual fee for the Class BD7 is $1320. So it's more expensive, but if you look in the provisions of the code in 8203, and subsection B is C is the special amusement license, and D is the Class BD7 license. But I guess the bottom line on your question is, other than the expense, they're both 7-day, 2 o'clock licenses. They don't have food requirements, although this license has a restriction that it must do 40% food. That was agreed to some time ago and will remain. So they are basically 7-day, 2 o'clock licenses. You're not required to have live entertainment with a BD7. You would be required to have live entertainment under this license. There are BD7 licenses that Callie's Court, for example, is a BD7 license and runs as a restaurant. There's certain BD7s that have liquor store outlets.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to let you continue your case, but I want to hear first from this gentleman here. Give us your name, please, sir.
My name is Charles Thomas. I live at 1033 South Hanover Street. It's about 100 yards from.
Swear the witness.
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I hear from you, sir.
We object to it, the expansion,
Who is
the extension. And that's the members of the elected delegation from the 46th district. And I am here kind of standing in for them. You have a paper, a letter that was dated today that has 10 points to it. about what we need as for guidance. This new, it's, well, since 1947, but nobody has applied for it apparently until now. And as a consequence, the criteria for what is special amusement has not been tried before. We don't know. They're simply asking for a blank check, and they will determine what the special amusement is. We're looking for leadership from this board to determine what is a special amusement. On the previous application for the Magic Bar, we know what the special amusement was. It was defined as a magic tricks. And the board decided, yes, that was special amusement. Here in Bandito's case, we don't know what their special amusement is. They're asking for a blank check. And we're looking for leadership from the board to determine what is special amusement.
The way you want us to do.
What set some criteria up, like on the letter that's dated today, there's about 10 points that if we had some guidance from the board, then we could talk to these people about the acceptability of their special amusement. Up to now, it never come up.
Have you talked to them?
And I am not officiated, I'm not the official to do that. I'm simply standing in today for people who have to work for a living and can't be here today. And the other thing is that the Banditos has been accused of violating the provisions of their liquor license. And that, I understand, is to be decided whether they violated next week. And we don't, if you must make a decision on it, we ask that you wait until after you address the violation of the conditions of their liquor license.
What's he talking about?
There is an allegation that a police officer went to the establishment and someone had a drink in front of him at adult at 1:03, the 1 o'clock closing
Too late.
time. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Apparently,
It's on your next, Chairman Ward, that is on your next week's agenda. It is not, it is a violation item regarding that. Yes, there is an item, and it's already posted on our website.
But if we grant you what you're asking for today, you can go to 2 o'clock.
yes, sir.
And what do you say in opposition or in confirmation of what he says?
Number one, I don't know that this gentleman is speaking on behalf of the legislature.
Of course not.
Okay, you represented that you're
we're-
here. I'm sorry.
We're honored to have Delegate McHale with us.
Great,
He just
fantastic.
walked in.
Fantastic. Okay. That was the first thing. The second thing is, again, we met several times with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association. I attended a meeting that was, I believe, 2 days before our previously scheduled hearing, and it was requested by them that we postpone this hearing, and we did so. We made a presentation. There were approximately 32 members of the community that were there. We found out that the gentleman, Mr. Costello, from the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association came, presented the letter that was in the file of the Illusions case, and asked the community association not to vote on our case. And they tabled it. I'm not sure why. The letter seems to say that they wanted guidance from the board.
Well, but you heard what he said. He doesn't know what you're going to do with the...
Okay. Well, with regard to that, Your Honor, we have a memorandum of understanding. When we got both the zoning and the live entertainment from the board, it specifies that there will be 3 entertainers, 3 nights a week, Monday, Friday, and Saturday, from 5 to 10 and 5 to 1. Is that correct, gentlemen? And that the music shall be
And that would
acoustic
include
guitar music. It's-
Control over special amusement? If we-
Yes, sir. And I'll show you where in the code. If you look, there's both a statute and a rule. With regard to the rule, the Liquor Board Rule 5.05, amusement licenses, A, holders of amusement licenses shall supply their patrons with a minimum of 2 live entertainers 3 nights per week. We have 3 entertainers, 3 nights per week. Holders of amusement licenses shall inform the board of the types and schedules of entertainment being offered. We have an MOU on file that is a restriction on the license. No change in either the type of entertainment or schedule is permitted without prior written notice to the board. And we have complied so far with and haven't made any changes. With regard to Article 2B, Section 8-203,
So what is the reason why you're here today? Then really just to get to 2 o'clock in 7 days, or?
yes, Your Honor.
That's what you're after?
That's what we're after. And we believe that we have Element A, a Class D license. We have Element B, live entertainment, which fits the application of
And you're willing to
special
be
amusement.
limited to what you've already agreed to? on that?
Absolutely. We don't ask for any
Let
change
me see
on
what
that.
Delegate McHale has. And swear the witness, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You
My
will-
name is Brian K. McHale, State Delegate representing the 46th District.
Glad to hear from you.
Yeah. This whole issue is very new to me. Was not aware of this provision of law until last week when I heard of the approval of Illusions about this special amusement provision. And far be it for me to suggest to the board how they should approach this. I would only make this observation that, and my knowledge that I'm still trying to find out where this already applies, other than this most recently granted, added on provision. But I only see this going forward as an avenue to convert 6-day licenses to 7-day licenses without any real purpose, other than to add that 1 day.
And the time to 2 o'clock.
And the 2 o'clock. But I think more importantly, Mr. Chairman, is that there are already designated 6-day Class D licenses. There are already designated 7-day licenses. And the one thing that has been consistent, and I think that's really what is reflected in the body of the letter that was signed by the 3 delegates and the senator, is that what has been consistent from the community is that they already feel saturated by the availability of liquor establishments, and the days and hours of availability is saturated by that, and that sort of as a broad position, there's more than adequate days and hours of operation for liquor licenses, but also, and this is my word, this obscure provision of law that I'm not, and I've spent the better part of the last 10 years on a committee that dealt with alcohol laws. I didn't even know this existed, and I think largely because it's never been used. So it's, and if you were looking for a suggestion, I would suggest that until we get some real clarity on what the provision, the intent of law, I've already asked legislative services to look into this for me, to find out what was the intent when this law was established back in 47, who currently uses it, if anyone, and whether or not it's even a good matter of state policy to even have this in Baltimore City.
Questions, commissioners?
My question it would be, and I guess it's more from my end, I guess we'll have to really make the decision, but just for the audience to hear, how do we enforce 3 nights a week and these entertainers? We have limited staff, and now with this add-on of a special amusement entertainment, we need to have the manpower to make sure that establishment in the class that you would be in, if we would approve it, are in alignment with what the law requires them to do. And that additional pressure that you would put on this agency, how do we accommodate you and make these inspections? I mean, you want a 7-day license. You want to close at 2 o'clock. Isn't there a better avenue for that than the one that you're taking now? For us to utilize a process that we haven't really experienced yet? I'm caught. I'm not sure where I would go on this at this point.
Commissioner, I guess the thing that from the staff standpoint, there is no other mechanism that would allow that additional operation besides the one that's being applied for. But I do believe that in the on the statute that it does give you.
Couldn't they apply for a BD7 license?
BD7, but they'd have to purchase another. They'd have to purchase another license. That's the only other opportunity they would have. Yeah.
Any other questions, Commissioner?
I guess my concern is that if I'm reading the file correctly, there's already 27 liquor licenses in the area. So when you talk about saturation, that's not just a word, it's a reality. And I think, 7 days until 2 a.m. is quite a burden.
Think maybe these past liquor boards put too many licenses in there?
Oh, yeah, I can see why somebody might think that, Mr. Henry here in the audience. Yeah, I do. I mean, if you want to be frank, yeah. I think that's a concern. And I just think we should be cautious as we go forward and thoughtful and considerate of not just licensees, but the community. And it really is, I think what really has concerned me about the special amusement license is the lack of regulations on our part. I don't feel like this board has done its homework, and I don't want to have to apologize for what we decide today. I don't want to have to apologize for it in the future because we haven't done our homework.
Do you have any questions
my
of
concern.
Delegate McHale?
Delegate McGale, how far is the new casino from the cross-street corridor? Do you know?
I would guess within a mile.
Okay, at walking distance?
It's easy walking distance for me.
Right, okay. And the new casino was provided a new video entertainment liquor license?
Yes.
7 days a week, 24 hours a day?
Special, yes.
Right, okay,
Special provision
special, right.
that was recently voted on.
So to answer Mr. Jones's question about how this would change, it would, one way would be for the legislature to bring the 1 o'clock 6-day licenses out of the Stone Age, would be one way, right?
And that's an interesting question,
Right,
that as in all of these provisions, there's a bill that's presented to a committee in the legislature, it's debated, voted on, hopefully in the best interest of the people that they represent. Bill passes or fails.
Right.
But the ability to convert 6-day licenses to 7-day licenses is something that has not passed the legislature, other than to find another, and this,
other
Again,
than this
my-
provision.
again, my word, obscure
Right.
provision that I think very few people are aware that existed until a week ago. And if I may, for the record, Your Honor, and this is my own interpretation of what the Community Association was saying in their position, no position, was also about, they're not familiar with this provision. They would like some clarity and definition of what does it all mean to the community, if, including the one that has already been granted, moving forward, if there's going to be a parade of 6-day licensees who are now going to use this provision to expand to 7 days, what does that mean for the community?
Now, go ahead.
I just want to clarify
I'm
something.
going to let you continue your case.
Yes,
I
sir.
interrupted you.
No.
So you have any more questions?
I don't of
Okay, now
Delegate
we'll go
McHale.
back to you.
I just to fill in the hole historically, on or around 1966, 1967, the legislature provided for the Class BD7 licenses. And what they did when they created the BD7 license was to take all of the existing Class B restaurant licenses and all of the existing Class D special amusement licenses and allow those persons to apply for a Class BD7 license. The Liquor Board has always taken the position that in order to convert to a BD7, other than there are some exemptions for golf club or something like that, that those licenses would have had to have been in existence on that date. So it's always been the board's position, and I've always agreed with that position, and I would stipulate if these gentlemen, with regard to any restriction on their license, that the Class D licenses, in order to be converted to a BD7, would have to have been converted back in 1967, and we're not asking to do that. So the reason there aren't any Class D special amusement licenses up to this point was because they were all absorbed into the Class BD7s. They made them 7-day, 2 o'clock without requiring them to have the live entertainment anymore. just like they took the general corner bar that had a Class B license with a food requirement and said, we know you guys aren't complying with it, can't comply with it, we're just going to turn those into Class BD7s. So this law was never taken off the books. It still exists. In the early 2000s, you also had a provision added wherein the legislature required that on any request for live entertainment, that there be a hearing before the board. It was implicit, if you look in 8203B, there's a provision that says the board may not authorize the issuance of a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license for any establishment where patrons are entertained as above set forth, unless the board shall find the establishment is a restaurant as defined in this article. So it was implicit that there should have been a hearing to approve or not approve the live entertainment in a Class B situation, but it was implicit in the Class D situation. But then they made it totally clear in 10-202E2, 3, and 4 by adding the live entertainment provision into there. So what we're saying is we've complied with the live entertainment. It's the exact mirror image. This board has exercised its discretion. It has agreed that there was a very detailed memorandum of understanding detailing the operations of the live entertainers. I don't believe it would be any additional burden on the board to enforce this regulation any more than any other regulation that the board has with regard to hours or minors or gambling or anything else.
Now, do you have any testimony that you wish?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, let's go on to it.
Thank you. Mr. Michael White,
You've been sworn?
you've been sworn? Okay, and you are the licensee of this establishment?
Yes.
And you are an owner of this establishment?
Yes.
All right, and are you present at the operation?
No, it's run by Drew Dunlap and my son Sean White.
Okay, you are there on an occasional basis?
Yes.
Now, I've seen you down there
Yes.
before,
Mhm.
and you make sure that they run a solid operation?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'm going to get to the details with Mr. Dunlap.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
None.
All right, call your
Mr.
next
Andrew
witness.
Dunlap?
Come up to the microphone, sir. You've been sworn, sir, and your name?
Andrew Dunlap.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Dunlap, where do you reside?
1118 South Charles Street, apartment 1.
And is that in the same building as the Banditos?
Yes.
Okay, and how long have you lived in the South Baltimore area?
Going on 7 years now.
Okay, and you are the one of the full-time operators of Banditos?
Yes, I am.
And did you come before this board back last fall with regard to a request for live entertainment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in anticipation of that, did you enter into a memorandum of understanding with the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association?
Yes.
And was that amended when you added the live entertainment?
Yes, it was.
And that was another addendum to that immediately before the live entertainment hearing that would not apply if you were to transfer your ownership of Banditos?
Yes.
And I show you a copy of this agreement. Is this an
Yes.
accurate copy of the agreement?
That's it.
Ask it be submitted as Exhibit 1?
Yes, Exhibit 1, mark it.
Okay. And you also went to zoning?
Yes, we did.
And you were authorized live entertainment?
Yes.
And that memorandum of understanding was incorporated into the zoning authorization as well?
Yes.
Ask that the zoning resolution be admitted as Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
Okay, and then we had a liquor board hearing on or about September 5th, is that correct?
Yes.
And the liquor board in a written decision authorized the live entertainment?
Yes, it was.
And they incorporated by reference the memorandum of understanding and amendments?
Yes, with the MOU.
Okay. I'd ask that Exhibit 3 be a copy of the transcript and Exhibit 4 be the board summary of the
Exhibit 3,
approval.
Exhibit 4 admitted.
Okay, and is this a copy of your current license?
That is correct.
And you have a restriction on here, cafe must operate as a restaurant with 40% food sales?
Yes.
Okay, and then you also had included on here, restaurant with live entertainment per BMZA 2013-295, approved 8/6/13, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, that be exhibit, is that 6, Your Honor?
Exhibit 6 admitted. I thought it was 5, but
Would conduct future
Did you
negotiations.
obtain
in good faith
signatures
should
on a
be an
petition
amendment to the
with
conditional
regard to
use.
your request for the special amusement?
Yes, we did.
And this petition was done subsequent to the live entertainment and in anticipation of this hearing?
Yes, correct.
And how many signatures did you obtain?
It was over 200 some signatures.
About 225?
225,
Okay.
correct.
And were these signatures obtained by you and your staff?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and the folks that signed this are neighbors of yours?
Yes, that's correct.
Some of them are not in the neighborhood, but a majority of them are in the neighborhood?
All Baltimore City residents,
And
correct.
you clearly specified in your petition what this was about and the request for special amusement?
Yes, typed up top
Ask
explains
that
it.
the petition be submitted, Your Honor.
Number 7?
Okay. And did you obtain a letter from the Federal Hill Hospitality Association?
That is correct.
And they are in support of your request for special amusement?
That is correct.
And for clarification of the record, this is the business association, not the community association.
Yes,
Is
and that
correct?
entails all the other restaurants and bars.
Okay. Now, do you fully understand the provisions of your memorandum of understanding?
I do.
And have you been providing entertainers?
Yes, we do.
And what days and hours have you been providing them?
We do Monday, Friday, and Saturday. Monday, we do a happy hour, usually 5 to 7. We do an open mic where we have entertainers come that want to try out their talents themselves. And if they do well, they come back and they perform again on the weekends. On the weekends, we'll usually do 7 to 9, Friday and Saturday as well. And that's all per our memorandum of understanding.
And what type of music, what type of entertainment?
It's acoustic entertainment, usually a singer with a guitar player.
And not an electric or a loud
No,
type of music?
within the MOU, it tells us the decibel levels and everything that we must operate under.
And when did the first live entertainers actually start here?
Immediately after we acquired live entertainment.
So around September of 2013?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had any complaints with
No, we
regard to
have
live
not.
entertainment?
No, not at all.
Any complaints with regard to noise from live entertainment?
Not at all.
Okay, and you haven't made any changes to the type of entertainment or to the MOU?
No, our agreement was to stay within the written MOU that we have and that we wouldn't make any more amendments to that.
Okay. And did you attend community association meetings and explain exactly what this request was?
Yes, numerous.
Okay, and at the last meeting, what went on and what were you told?
We presented our case to the neighborhood. The case seemed to go very well. We made an understanding that the current MOU that we operate under would not change, and we were not doing anything to extend the license outside of the hours and the extra hour operation and the extra day. They told us that they would contact us as to what the result of the vote was, and they voted to not take side to any position, not oppose it, and not be for the vote.
Okay, and you were asked to leave before they took a vote?
That's correct.
Okay, and was Mr. Costello from the Federal Hill Community Association there?
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, did he have any influence on the activities of the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association?
Yes, there was the letter that was presented to you guys, which I believe you do have on file as well. That same letter, we were believed to understand, was presented to the neighborhood after we had left the meeting. And that, we believe, is what led to the neighborhood not taking a side for or against us. Prior to that, with meeting with the board members of SBNA, we were believed to be in good graces, and they were for the decision that was going to be made.
Were you aware of this letter when you met with the community association?
No, we were not.
And when did you become aware of the letter?
After the meeting had happened, and I contacted the vice president of the SBNA, and she told us about the letter.
And that was the same letter that was submitted in the Illusions case?
Yes.
And when you met with them in good faith, they did not tell you anything about the letter?
No, they did not.
And is Illusions, what community association district is Illusions in?
Federal Hill or Federal Hill Neighborhood Association.
And that's not the South Baltimore Neighborhood Association that you're in?
No, that's not.
And Mr. Costello from the Federal Hill Neighborhood Association came to your meeting?
Yes, he did.
And he asked them not to vote on your request?
Yes, I believe that was per the letter that was given.
And then he did not take a position on the Illusions case?
No, he did not.
And who filed their application first? Banditos or Illusions?
We did.
Okay, and so Mr. Costello's establishment in his jurisdiction has already obtained this?
Yes, Illusions.
And at his urging, you were requested to agree to a postponement of your hearing 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
And you agreed to that?
Yes,
And
we
you acted in
postponed.
good faith with the community association at all times, is that correct?
Yes, they knew.
Thank you. With regard to the other questions about the operation of your establishment, who are your clientele?
Young professionals, I'd say between the ages of 25 to 45.
And are they mostly neighborhood people or from other areas?
Mostly neighborhood people.
Okay, and under your current Class D license, are you allowed to open on Sunday?
Only per the 4 that we're allowed from the liquor board.
Okay, and you're referring to Article 2B, Section 11-503.
Correct.
B2, you're allowed for $75 per Sunday to buy 4 Sundays out of the year?
That's correct.
And on New Year's Day, you're also allowed to be open all day long?
Yes,
And if
correct.
New Year's Day happens on a Sunday, you're also allowed to be open on Sunday?
That is correct.
So either 4 or 5 Sundays a week, you're already open on Sundays, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Had any problems, any issues with regard to the operation on Sundays that's anything different than what you do on any other day that you're regularly open?
No.
Okay. Would you foresee any additional issues either on Sundays or time in running an orderly establishment as most other establishments in your immediate vicinity?
No, we do not. If anything, we'd like to add a nice brunch option to the neighborhood. And
Is that Sunday?
That is on Sunday, yes.
Okay. Is this request going to increase any traffic issues?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. And do you foresee having any additional impact on the neighborhood as a result of, well, let me back up. Did you have any additional impact on the neighborhood in a negative fashion when you added the live entertainment?
No, not at all.
Okay. And do you see adding any additional impact on if you were granted this provision?
Only a positive one for the sole fact that we provide good food fare at our restaurant. And in Federal Hill, that seems to become hard to come by. So we believe in a positive way, yes.
Okay. Finally, what occurs at 1 o'clock in your establishment with regard to your patrons?
The lights come on and we're closed
And where do the patrons go
to the other bars and restaurants that are around.
that are allowed to open till 2?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions if anyone has any.
Commissioners, questions? In hearing,
I do. I'm looking at the memorandum, the addendum to the amended agreement. It looks like it was dated, or at least signed by Amy Much on August 13, 2013, and Michael White, Bruce Richardson, September 4, 2013. Page 3, Part 6, it says, at the end of 1 year from the resolution of the BMZA granting a conditional use for live entertainment and the Liquor License Board approves live entertainment as an addition to the liquor license, licensees and the SBNA shall conduct future negotiations in good faith to determine if an amendment to the conditional use authorization will be supported by SBNA, provided no violations have occurred. And there's been a lot of, has that happened?
No, the intent behind that, if it's ambiguous, was if they were to ask to increase or change the type of live entertainment, different days, different hours. There's provisions in there that if we were to do that, we would give them 60 days advance notice before any public hearing, that we would totally keep them in the loop. And we have done that. We're not requesting a change. We're requesting to be bound by those entertainers on those days and hours of operation.
Okay, so then I'm utterly confused because I thought you're asking to go from 6 days to 7 days and from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Not the entertainment.
The
But
hours
from
of entertainment that are in there, we agreed to that would remain the same. There'd be no additions to entertainers or changing in hours of entertainment.
Okay, so it sounds like to me like you're slicing the apple really thin, like you are asking to go from 6 days to 7 days, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
And you are asking to go from 1 AM to 2 AM, yes or no?
Yes,
And that is it?
not entertainment.
Okay, operating only. So,
We
I
will
mean,
stop
to
the
me, that's a
entertainment at 1
change.
o'clock.
okay.
But now people will have, it wouldn't be as frantic getting out of there. The
So-
hours in there regarding the hours of entertainment, Ms. Chairwoman.
Mr. Chair?
I said Ms.
Okay.
Chairwoman, I'm sorry.
I don't want to be ambiguous about. Yeah, it's okay. So, just let me ask you this. Have you had any discussions with SBNA
Innumerable.
On this issue, on this application?
Yes.
And what is their position?
Having been there, our final meeting went extremely well. The whole association, not the liquor council. It went extremely well, and the gentleman from the other community association nixed it and had them not vote. But they
I see.
We actually entered into the language of a new MOU with regard to this is approved, and if it is approved, that will be penned. But they've been stopped, but they were advised to stop, and unbeknownst to them and us, Illusions came in and was granted. And we were totally in good faith in agreeing to the postponement request.
Okay. And you've got a lot of signatures of support. Now, a lot of them are not in the neighborhood. I suspect that those are people that come to the restaurant and frequent the restaurant and like the tacos and whatever else y'all do there. And I just have to say, I feel like I'm aged out of this. You said your customers are, the oldest is 45, and I think I exceed that. I know that I do. So you'd have, yeah. That's a little strange to hear at this age. But anyway, so on the one hand, y'all have all these signatures saying, yeah, go forward, but then on the other side, you've got the whole delegation that represents the area saying no. So it's very confusing to me.
May I
If you could
try
address-
to?
that would be helpful,
I don't think
yes.
they're saying no. I think what they're saying is, board, we've invested in you to use your discretion. We've never read through this provision that's been on the books for a really long time, but nobody's ever attempted to utilize it in a really long time, since most of them got BD7s. And we have a new thing. We have this zone is a B2. They could not have had live entertainment until I can't remember when that went into effect, 2004, 2007. We couldn't have asked for live entertainment until then. So the mayor's initiative to provide more entertainment outlets has afforded us this opportunity to have live entertainment. And then once we obtained that, we're now saying, if you read the law in unambiguously, Class D license, entertainment that comports with special amusement equals Class D special amusement, 6 to 2 o'clock, but pay the extra money. That's the argument. We've already agreed, and the board has agreed, that the live entertainment's 3 entertainers, 3 days a week, and it comports with the board's rule that has been around for a long, long time.
Okay, so if that's what you're agreeing to, why do you need this? If you're not gonna do anything different, what does this do for the licensees?
I'm saying premise A, Class D license, and premise B, live entertainment, equals conclusion, Class D special amusement.
Okay, so I can get this plus this equals that, but in practicality, in use, they're not doing anything different.
Correct.
In actuality.
In actuality, we agree to be bound by that agreement. We won't change anything, but by having agreed to that, the law affords us to have an additional, I think the right word, having read through all the different code sections, it's not a new class of license, because we have the growler section, which is in 8203E. I was calling that an add-on, but in another section, they use the word privilege. 11503B, talking about the 4 Sundays, says Class D beer, wine, and liquor license without amusement permit. I'm sorry, permit. It says Class D beer, wine, and liquor license without amusement permit, Sunday supplemental license. So when they're referring to buying your 4 Sundays, they distinguish the regular Class D from the Class D special amusement, meaning, and they say without amusement permit. So I think it's a permit. And what we're saying is we've already complied with the factual requirements and the legal requirements, and we come right within the letter of the law.
Permission to speak? We've also proposed to the neighborhood association that,
What's the point of this?
Of his
Yeah, he's
question?
asking for permission to speak.
Yes, sir.
Well, denied.
Yes, sir.
Unless you have something,
May I have
yeah.
1 second recess, Your Honor?
well, that we proposed to provide more entertainment than just those 3 days, and they said that was not necessary.
Okay.
You ready for decision? Any more questions?
No, no.
All right. I vote no. I adopt Delegate McHale's reasoning that the legislature may have to get back into this and straighten this out. Also adopt the rest of the testimony that's been given.
I concur.
I agree. I concur.
All right, case over.
May I ask a question, Your Honor?
Yes, certainly.
Is this going to have any impact on the prior decision?
No.
Then we were, okay. We were sandbagged.
All right, call the next case.
Can we make a request?
Delegate McHale, sorry to see you leave the legislature. It's great seeing you here today.
Great to be here. It was a privilege to testify. Thank you.
Chair, before I announce the next one, I just ask anyone that has a cell phone, please turn it to silent or off while you're in the chambers. We've had several cell phones go off during the events, so please make sure that your cell phones are on silent, please. Nimish Shah and Jinga Patel, Remy Enterprises, trade name pending. This is at 4419 York Road. This is a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license, application for transfer of ownership and a location of an A beer, wine, and liquor presently located at 5518 Hillen Road to 4919 B York Road. Chair, we have a list of some of the people that are in favor and opposition to this. I'd just like to submit, I had staff to go around and get that listing of people that are here for this hearing. Right, I know.
They should probably stay in their seats.
I'll decide that. All right, you ready? Ready for hearing? All right. We'll swear the witnesses, I think, individually, because I think it's too complicated to swear everybody at one time. All right.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the applicants.
Go ahead, sir.
And I mean, are you going to represent the group? I mean, I don't.
Speak first, yes. For the opposition.
Councilman?
Councilman Bill Henry, 4th District.
Be glad to hear from you. Swear the witness.
Raise your right hand.
Mr. Henry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, for the,
Oh, I was gonna let the,
I was letting him enter his appearance as the representative of the opposition.
So he had to go, or I didn't know?
oh, no, I'm happy to stay considered
Legislative
that.
courtesy, sir.
I appreciate that. I guess given the opportunity, I would ask, and I hope this isn't stepping on the toes of the process, but our understanding is that this location that the applicant is attempting to transfer the license into is within 300 feet of both a school and a church. And so,
That's what I understand.
so we were kind of wondering, do we have to say anything more than that?
Maybe legal.
Right,
That's your point.
yes.
Let me ask Mr.
Okay.
Dempsey, and then we'll go back to you.
Okay.
I don't have any proof or no proof in a record that's correct. I think it's an affirmative.
Now, on this one, we do have the file does indicate that the location is within the 300 feet of the school, but not of the church. And I have the exact distances for you, and this was always included in the record. Thank you, right here. It's, that it's 93 yards or 279 feet from Guilford Elementary and 114 yards from the church. So, which is, they have in here church, but I believe it's 114 dash 342. So it is within 342 feet of the church and 279 feet of the school.
The reason I asked for that distinction is there are actually
A
several
couple churches,
churches
yeah.
in the next block to the north, and our understanding was that the southern side of Agape Christian Center is also within 300 feet. There may be a church to the north of Agape Christian Center that matches that distance. That was the only reason we had both of those listed.
We would disagree, and then the board, of course, makes some decision, is that originally the address that was applied for was 4419. They've since agreed to take only a portion of 4419, which would be 4419B as is submitted in the liquor application, and based on our information, that it would not be within 300 feet of a church or school. And the question is where you take your measurements from.
I've got the Inspector Hyde on December 16th, 2013, used a laser rangefinder to determine these locations. They used Guilford Elementary and the Agape Christian Center, and those were the two that were used. I'm sorry to tad big.
My only question is where do they take the measurement from, too?
I'm sorry, he doesn't specify that in there, Mr.
understand.
Kudinski.
That's the problem. That problem arose also in Baltimore County in the case of the Cafe Troyer, in which time His Honor Judge Joseph Murphy had made a decision as to you have to be precise where you take your measurements from. I'd like to submit a copy of his opinion that he had sent to me.
Well, I think this board has a right to adopt its own investigations and to make a determination from that. In fact, I think we must accept our own boards unless there's evidence to the contrary that there's.
As long as we know where they made it from, too. That's all I'm asking the question. So if we have to take a next step.
Is there a show to and from?
He says, he gives the distance and the address of the Christian Center, which is located at 4601 York Road, the distance. He also says that Guilford Elementary buildings located at 4520 York Road are actually off the road. We lasered the portable buildings, which were closest to York Road. Only the roof of the school could be seen. The school is behind a large stone wall and an auto repair business. Thus, the range was 93 yards or 279 feet, further in his email that was dated on December 16, 2013.
My question is the law says from the nearest point to the nearest point. That, does he determine what the nearest point is? Because in the original application, it was about another 100 feet distance, then we moved it down 100 feet. So if it's the old distance, then you're right. If it's not, then I don't think it's correct.
I would submit that the amended distance has no reality. This 4419B address has no legal existence. The members of the business have mentioned an intention to subdivide the lot, and if they were to, in the future, at some point, subdivide the lot and formally separate the building into two different structures and assign a new address of 4419B to the southernmost one, that would be a conversation to be had in the future. But right now, there is no 4419B, and as far as our last conversation with the planning department, there is not even an application in for subdivision.
I would disagree because it has to do with the business that's being operated in the establishment. There's a convenience store on one part of the building, and there's this liquor store proposed on the second part of it, as though you're here in City Hall. This part of the building is closer to the church across the street. The other part of the building, which they may have the councilmatic offices, is further away. They're all in the same building, but they have separate functions. I think that's the determining factor in this case.
Do we have the person here who did the measurement?
Well, can I ask a question? Has the building been subdivided already, or is that the plan to do so?
It has not, but I don't think our position is not necessary.
Is the person here?
No, he's not here, sir. He is not here for that. And just to clarify on the email is 4417 that was measured from, which I believe is the old address, which is 4417 York Road. Current address, right, which is what you're arguing, guys, so.
4419.
17 is in the email it says 4417, so.
Well, I think,
Ours is 4419.
let me say this. First of all, I'm going to make a legal determination. that the school is within 300 feet. But however, I'm going to go ahead with the hearing because everybody here, and in no circumstances do I want to have to bring everyone back again in the event that for some reason or other we're 10 feet off or something. So go ahead with your case.
Are you going to state your name and address for the record, please?
Nimesh Shah, 4324 Rolling Brook Way, Ellicott City, Maryland, 21043.
Now, let me say, sir, I give you councilman
say it
privilege to testify and leave if you wish.
No, I mean,
wanna
at this
stay?
point, I'm gonna stay. The one issue I would want to be clear on is,
Well, if you're going to stay, then I'll get to you when the time comes.
All right, and you're the current licensee, and the license is going to be moved, is that correct?
Yes.
And why are you asking this board to let you move from one location to another?
Because,
You can talk in the microphone.
because the current location was bought by BGE and we had to vacate the building, so we had to move our license within the district.
Now, talk a little slower, sir. What did you say?
The current location was bought by BGE, so we have to vacate the building and we have to move our license within the district.
So you're just looking for a new location?
Correct.
So you were at 48 100 block of Hillen for how many years?
Since 2003,
So you've been there about 14 years.
14 years, yes.
All right, and on this particular location, what's in this location where you want to move into?
It's a convenience store currently.
Mm-hmm. And then, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And we are trying to subdivide the building. And we have talked to subdivision department in Baltimore City. I believe his name was Eric, and he told me that we have to send the letter in, which we did, which I have a copy of that. So we were just waiting for the hearing to be concluded, so we can go proceed with the subdivision.
Originally, you applied for the license to be removed of the whole part of 4919, is that correct?
Correct.
And then once there was a question of whether or not it was within a 300 feet of a church or school, you decided to move it further away and make it 4919A and B, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm going to submit a copy. I think it's in the files there.
In the file? All right, Exhibit 1 for the applicants. And what you're talking about is a liquor store.
In 4419B.
Well, there's a convenience store in Delhi. You're not talking about that.
That's going to remain under different ownership. 4419B is going to be a liquor store.
All right, Exhibit 1.
Should be in the.
It is, yeah, I got it.
Okay, good. Exhibit 1, go ahead.
And along with that, the particular part of the store that you're going to go into, approximately how many square feet is that?
It's going to be approximately about 900 some change.
All right, and then in the store that you're coming from, how big was that store?
It was about 3,200 square feet.
So you're downsizing, is that
Yes.
correct? You know, other than downsizing and moving, you're going to have the same type of product and so forth that you had in the other store?
Yes,
Is that correct?
except some of the small sizes. I'm not going to I'm going to limit those.
All right, and when you were at the other store area, you were active in the community, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And along with that, you received various letters of commendation? Okay.
then we can pass them around.
All right. So I'm going to I'll show you a group, where's my petitions? Going?
But do you need them back?
Man, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought these were our copies.
No. And along with that, you went out and got people to come and sign your petition in favor, is that correct?
Yes.
And all these people here are in favor of
In favor,
I'm not going to call them all to testify, you have a list of them. I think I'll proffer that they're here as much as I think the other people here that are in
You can either
opposition.
read the names or do whatever you present.
Well, you
your
have the
case.
list of them already submitted. Yeah.
So would you like to proffer that?
You just submit the list and it's, rather have their names, you have a list against.
All right, now this is in favor of the
Correct.
transfer that you're handing me.
And then they have a list of.
And you're asking us to be admitted as Exhibit 2.
Correct.
Okay.
And along with that, I would submit a petition in favor signed by 540 people in favor.
right, and these are in favor.
Favor, people that come in to sign in favor.
Here's one.
Okay.
And they
And here's
came
two.
in to the Hill and Road location.
No,
They came into the,
convenience
to the convenient, okay.
store. Hill and Road's been closed now since February or March.
Okay.
Right,
That's
two,
actually
this is two.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
And then along with that, you had given me various letters of people of commendation from when you were over on Hill and Road to show your participation in the community. Is that correct?
Yeah, some of those from the current community and some of those from the previous community.
Okay. Submit if you can mark them, then I'll give them to the community to take a look at, if that's Your Honor.
Okay.
Make them one exhibit, A, B, C, D, or whatever.
Councilman, if you want these, instead of coming to me, if you want me to hand them back to you so that
Here's
anybody else wants to look at them.
Anybody else want to look at them? Yeah, I think we're okay, thank you.
I assume that there's no lawyer. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Well, I should be talking, your name, sir?
My name is Timothy Chris. I represent the Guilford Association.
All right, so you let me know what you want me to push over your direction.
Is that Chris?
CHRISS.
15 different letters, exhibits.
All right, collectively, we have 15 different letters, which include the Greater Homewood, March 21st and February 24th.
Your Honor, we would like to see the Greater Homewood letter.
And that'll be first marked as Exhibit 3 as part of collectively in the desk of Thelma Baltimore as collectively, and the Govinstown Businessmen's Association, and a proud sponsor award, and an E2 Convenience Liquor Award, a Certificate of Appreciation Award, all collectively. And I can't really understand what this one is. Another award, whatever it is.
Judge, what's the relevance of these letters, of these to the issue as to whether or not the application for this specific location is legal or illegal? And that's my question.
We're even speaking to the merit of should there be a liquor license here if there legally can be.
My policy has always been that these board hearings, that people should be allowed to give their opinions and present their case. And we're not in the Circuit Court of Baltimore City, where we have strict rules of evidence. And I'm not going to determine what is or is not a part of a person's case, just as I will do the same thing with respect to you. And so if these are part of their application, I suppose, indicating good character of the person who's asking for the transfer.
I respect that.
Now, do you wish to see any of these?
No, sir.
I'm good.
All right.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to add as to how and would you propose to operate that area?
I mean, I've been operating the previous location for almost 14 years, and the community was happy, number one. Number two was we usually stay within a community and we make sure that our community who comes through the store, make sure they are safe when they come in and they need to feel comfortable when they come to the store. That's the most priority. And we always have security when we have a liquor store. And as you, I don't know if you have noticed or not, but on the corridor of York Road, what I have seen the liquor store there have a lot of people hanging in front of the store. At my existing store right now, there I'm operating as a convenience store. You do not see any hanging around in front of the store as a load ring. And I did take some pictures if you want to.
Anyway, what do these pictures depict?
It was taken yesterday. Let me put it
Yeah,
this
what do they show? I mean,
like load ring and a lot of trash sitting in front of the locations. And if the community has rode by to my existing store right now, they don't see any load ring in front of my store because I'm very strict about that. I try to
keep clean. And that's how I do business since 1988.
So if the board were granted, you would have no adverse effect on crime or trash or traffic because you have security and you have your own trash pickup, right?
pickup, yes.
You also wouldn't let loiterers, you wouldn't be there, you'd have signs posted.
Not
on it.
whatsoever.
Okay.
All right,
And these pictures depict other establishments, not your establishment.
Not mine, no.
And this is the kind of things that you would not let happen and has not happened at the convenience store.
Correct.
council, any questions?
Would submit the
Commissioners,
pictures.
any questions? And then it's collectively admitted.
Yeah. And that would be the sum and substance, subject to rebuttal of our case.
All right.
And we would submit that other people that are here are in favor, will.
Well, let me ask them a general question. Are you all here in support of the application?
Yes, we are.
And is there anyone that is not here on this side of the room in support of this application? And it's silence, all right. All right, be glad to hear from you, sir.
As I said, my name is Timothy Chris. I represent the Guilford Association, which is comprised of approximately 800 single-family residences located directly west from the subject premises. We believe that the license should be denied on the basis that 4419 York Road is located less than 300 feet from the Guilford Elementary School, thereby violating the statutory prohibition against the location of a liquor license within 300 feet from either a school or a church. And what I would like to do is bring to the attention of the board that the prohibition on the license within 300 feet from the school is in Baltimore City, no new license or removal of an existing license shall be granted to sell alcoholic beverages in any building located within 300 feet of the nearest point of the building of a church or school. The prohibition is against the building, not the premises within the building. And what is happening here is Mr. Kodensky's client is attempting to informally subdivide this building into two buildings in order to circumvent the 300-foot prohibition. And I submit that is not the purpose or intent of the law in order to create individual businesses within one building, thereby circumventing the intent of the 300-foot limitation, which is there in order to protect the public welfare and safety of children, obviously attending the school. Secondly, we simply believe that there's no public need or necessity for an additional liquor store on York Road.
Let me say to you that I've already ruled legally that if it's within 300 feet of this building, then it's in violation of the law, and this commission has no authority to grant the transfer. So it's a question then of, I'm having the hearing as to why everybody's here in the event that we're wrong, that our measurements are incorrect, and that it is less than 300 feet. So I'm going ahead with the hearing. So your legal point is made. It's a question of facts, I believe, that's left.
With respect, I appreciate that.
And now, of course, in the event that we're wrong and that it is not within 300 feet, then of course we go on to the issue as to whether we, as a commission, grant it or don't grant it. So we have, you might say, two issues before us.
On the record, I want to say this out loud. I concur with Judge Ward. So, just for the record.
As do I. There's a reason for that ruling. And even if we had the authority to disregard it, I would not.
Judge, if I may add on to Mr. Chris's public accommodation argument, the applicant submitted pictures of 2 blocks of York Road that they consider to be their potential competition. In those 2 blocks, there are 3 liquor stores. There are another 3 existing liquor stores closer to the location than those depicted in those photographs. So aside from any other point that individuals might choose still to make on the record, we would say that there is no public need for yet one more at this location. I would also want to add on the record that The applicant's
Everything's on the record. I don't even have to say that.
I was inspired. The other thing that I would add is that the applicant's former location was also in my district, and I have met with the applicant in the past and will continue to meet with the applicant to find some other location that this license could be legally transferred to that would better serve the community than this location. But we are united on this side of the room that it is not, well, for me, it is not an issue of a lack of good character on the applicant. They have run a fine convenience store, but there's no need for a packaged goods license there.
Go ahead, sir. You continue with your case.
I was just concluding that, following up Councilman Henry, that we believe that York Road contains more than enough liquor establishments at the present time, and that this particular one is right at the entrance of Northway into our Guilford community. And we have spent long hours, a lot of effort in attempting to stabilize, improve, and enhance the whole York Road Greenmount corridor. It's been a very difficult task. We are committed to it, and we just don't believe that an additional liquor store is appropriate in meeting our success in enhancing the York Road Greenmount corridor. So I again would ask respectfully that the board deny this request.
Do you have a list of the people here?
Yes. We also
Is that a
have,
full list?
yes, we also have
May I,
representatives from the York Road Partnership and the Wilson Park Northern Neighborhood Association, who I think would like to
Go ahead, call your
respectfully
people.
address the board.
Yeah, hi, my name is Karen DeCamp. I'm the chair of the Liquor and Land Use Committee for the York Road Partnership, and we've,
Did you submit anything in writing?
we did, we submitted a letter, which should be
Okay, let me see. if
hopefully
I
in your
have it.
packet, and I have some extra copies if you'd like it. Great.
I don't have it.
It's right here, the York Road, that's it right here.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris Forrest,
Now,
who's our
you're with the
president,
York
is
Road
here.
Partnership.
Right, which is the umbrella group of communities and institutions along the York Road corridor. What's that?
I'll be glad to hear from you.
Great. So, if it's okay, we can bring Chris Forrest up too, who's the president of York Road Partnership as well. And we're the umbrella group of communities. So we strive to bring together communities across York Road to work together on quality of life issues and improving the corridor. So we,
Mr. Forrest, be glad to hear from you.
so do you want? Yeah, you want to just say a little bit more, and I can add in as well.
Yes, thank you for the time. So yeah, as far as this specific situation, we have met with the individuals as far as the license. Again, we had good conversation, but we're totally against the location based on various reasons. They're mentioning, definitely the church and the school, but there's multiple churches and there's another school close by as well. Again, not within the 300 feet realm, but it's a lot of traffic for children. So again, this location is just not ideal. We're in support of trying to help them find another location with Bill Henry, but we're adamant against this location as far as that. In regards to, and I just want to have to comment on this, regards to not having a lot of loitering in front of a convenience store, we don't have a lot of loitering in front of the convenience stores. That's not the issue. It's the liquor stores that you have loitering. So if you take pictures of convenience stores, you're not going to see a lot of loitering. But liquor stores, you're going to see possible loitering. So we're going to make that clear as well. So we submitted, along with many other organizations, Wilson Park and other organizations here, the immediate communities have made it clear, as well as communities outside the immediate communities made it clear. And that's why we represent today a large area of York Road as far as not in agreement with this situation.
All right.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
would can I just add in, just to reiterate what Councilman Henry said, there are 6 liquor licenses within 8 blocks. There's no need for it, and those are all packaged goods stores. There's no need for another one. We, as Chris said, we sat down with Mr. Shaw, we met with him. We have nothing personal. This is not needed here. We are oversaturated, and if we're going to continue improving the quality of life for communities, this is not going to help.
Okay, sir, who else did you want to call?
I'm a representative from Wilson Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Nia Govan. I'm the Vice President of Wilson Park Northern.
I have a letter from you. And you
Excellent.
are Ms. Goben?
Yes.
Yes, we're glad to hear from you.
If you have the letter, that's pretty much all I have to say.
And you are not in favor of this
Not in favor of it.
transfer?
Correct.
Is there anything you want to add that you haven't told us before or said before?
We do have a petition here that we would like to submit.
All right, hand it. That'll be Exhibit 1 for your organization, Wilson Park Northern. Anything else, ma'am?
We're not in favor of this transfer, and for the reasons already stated. And that's pretty much it. And other reasons listed on the letter as well.
So would it make any difference if it was not within 300 feet of a school? Would your position still be the same?
It would. It would still be too close to a school. We have two schools in our community. One's Guilford and the other is Walter B. Carter. So we have a huge number of children using York Road corridor to go back and forth to school.
Any questions, commissioners?
None.
Exhibit, whatever the next exhibit is.
Okay, I got it, sir.
Okay. All right. Be glad to hear. Anybody else you wish to speak?
I think that's it, Judge Ward. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Karen McIntyre. I'm the president of Rich North Springs.
What's the name?
Karen McIntyre.
No, the name of the
Rich
organization?
North Springs. Rich North Springs.
Rich North Spring.
Neighborhood Association,
Mhm.
yes. And we're adjacent to Wilson Park. And we have a number of children in our community who do attend Guilford. And our concern is too, that it's too close to a school. And there's the playground.
So
the play
regardless
areas-
of distance, you would be opposed?
Yes.
From the school, I meant. Even if it was not within 300 feet, your position would remain the same as being opposed?
Yes, for reasons previously stated, like Karen, we have a number of alcohol establishments up and down that corridor, and we have a number of crime-related problems as a result of those establishments. So we are adamantly opposed to seeing another liquor establishment also, this is concentration of families and schools in that area, and we just don't want to see another establishment.
All right. Anything else, sir? Ma'am?
That I think. Yes. This is Howard Friedel from Guilford.
Howard Friedel, Friedel. The security, safety, and crime situation is very bad in this area. This particular location at night will roll down a metal shutter door to cover the entrance. So when you drive by and you see some of the other stores also with the metal doors, it looks like a war zone. And we're very, very concerned.
You're talking about this building?
This particular building, yes. When I went to look at the zoning notice, and I went over on a Sunday, to see when the date was, I called Tim and I said, there's no notice. And when I went back the next day and the grill was rolled up, it was not a grill, it was a solid door that had come down. I saw that it had been posted, but you couldn't see it when they were closed. And so I'm opposed from a safety and crime point of view.
All right. Anything else?
My letter to the board did not make it clear that notwithstanding the 300-foot setback, even if that somehow could be satisfied, we would still be, the Guilford Association would still be opposed to the transfer and would again request that the board deny the applicant's request.
So your position would be the same regardless of distance?
Yes, sir.
Of the school?
Yes, sir.
In opposition, in other words?
Yes.
All right. Any other, if you stop me, if you want to ask any of these persons questions.
I just got a closing argument.
Okay, I'll be glad to hear it.
In closing, I think that.
Well, I haven't got to you yet. We will. The Gordon Feinblatt letter, which you just referred to, is next exhibit. All right, sir, any, Mr. Chris, anything else you have? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Kurt Schwartz, and I live in the Rich North Springs community, which is adjacent. We would welcome a grocery store, a bank, podiatrists, retail shops, doctors, veterinarians, all the sorts of things that help build a community. But honestly, it's like you can't throw a dead cat without hitting a liquor store in Baltimore. And we really just don't need another one. You never heard that before?
I'm new to the board. I haven't heard that one before.
All right, now, Mr. Chris, you've
Learn
given me a list of names. Are these people all here?
Yes.
All right, does anybody on this list have testimony contrary to what we've heard? So everyone's opposed, from these people are opposed to this transfer? Is that correct? All right, exhibit, whatever the next exhibit number is. Anything else in your position? All right, and now hear from your closing argument or whatever else you have to say.
I'll take apart the 300 feet because I think you already ruled on that part, and that's a legal question we have to address.
That's right.
But with regard to this, there seems to be, there's a difference of opinion. You have, the people that, this side versus that side, and that's not unusual, that people would not, some people like things and some people don't like them. There's no doubt that the character of the applicant and what they've done in the other places, has not been other than noteworthy. They've taken steps in this place. They have a convenience store. No bad things to say about the convenience store in this case.
Well, I think the evidence is clear that they're not attacking your client personally and from what he has done before as an operator. They don't want him in this location, this new location, regardless of whether it's within 300 feet of a school or not. I think
And
that's
the
what the
only issue I have, Judge, is when you say they, because that disrespects these people here, because they're part of the they that want it. And I understand there's a difference of opinion, but you can't say this they is better than that they.
Good point.
And
Go ahead.
and there are people that are the customers and so forth. So I think it's not a plebiscite that we have here, and it's the license is in the same district, where it is. We're not moving anything from another district. So I think it's kind of question is, how do you weigh anything, because you get a lot of letters from people, that are a group that may not be their customers. These are their customers, and they think that it would be, worthwhile for that license to be there for the reasons stated. And I'll just submit on that.
I'm ready. Do you have any questions?
The only question I had, we know where the building is, we know where the school is, we know where the church is. When school lets out at the end of the day, when the bell rings, where do the children go? Who can answer that question, please?
So the school, this is a very unique location. That's a very good question. The Guilford School is located on the west side of York Road. I think it's 4520 or 4510. The population of the school, there are a few children that come from the area on the west side of York, just north of the school, a few children. The majority of the children have to cross York Road. Many of them come right by 4419, this establishment. So regardless, so what I'm trying to say here is regardless of, whether or not we can argue over, the two buildings are within 300 feet, the children will still be walking by that location every day, regardless. So there are 400 children that have to, most of them cross York Road, a good majority of them have to walk by. I see them every day walking by there. They also have to pass Rex Liquors, which is a couple blocks north of there. It's and Wosey's Lounge, which is the third location with packaged goods. There are, so the children have to run a gauntlet of liquor stores to get to and from their school every day. That's the spirit of why this 300-foot, it's not just building to building as, this arcane argument that we're hearing. It is the real experience of children and their parents that have to run this gauntlet every day.
Okay, and then my other question, and this would go to your client, it's a convenience store. Do you sell candy, bubble gum, soda pop?
Not in the liquor
No, of course not in the liquor store. The convenience store, as it is now, do you sell gum, candy, chips, soda?
I'm sorry.
You do. Those are the kinds of things that kids like.
I realized it, I'm sorry.
Well, so do I. But no, that's my question. You do sell those things, yes? Okay.
But let me reply to what they're saying is,
All
there seems to be some argument that because there's a liquor license, it does something to kids. I grew up in the bar business. I lived in the bar. My school was across the street. 800 people walked in front and back of the bar. It doesn't make it. So, I mean, it doesn't make you a bad kid, or it doesn't.
I resisted making that joke.
No.
And I think we need to stay away from
Yeah, and I don't like that argument. Yeah, okay.
They're not making that argument. I'm not asking questions that suggest it, and I don't think you're making that argument. So if we want to get into psychosocial issues, we're going to go down a path that will never allow us to leave this room. We'll be talking all day. So that's not where we are. We're just dealing with the realities of what attracts kids, what attracts adults, what attracts problems, what doesn't. That's the issue. And there it
You're
stops.
absolutely right. I think, and if you sell to kids alcohol, regardless of whether they travel 10 miles or they're next door, you're wrong. That's all I got to
Yes.
say. Okay.
Look
I'm
at that,
ready
we
for
agree.
decision.
All right.
All right, my decision is, the way I vote, is that, first of all, it's barred by law if it's within 300 feet of that building. And, but also with respect to the fact that if it is not within 300 feet, it's more than 300 feet away, I still vote no, because of the location seems to be inappropriate for another licensed liquor. And I adopt the testimony of the protestants as a support for my decision.
I vote same on both, in both cases, whether within the 300 feet or outside of 300 feet. I just don't think it's needed. And I know we have two sides to every story, but my decision is it's not needed.
And I agree. First of all, I think it's great that there's so much attention being paid, and for this side, there's obviously a lot of support for the school. And I just have to say, given the captive audience, bravo. I hope that you will do more to support the school, because it's needed. I just have to say that. But for all the reasons articulated, either because it's within the 300-foot or because of the overwhelming opposition and all of the community reasons, I vote no.
And I want to say to the people here who are in support of the transfer that it's nothing to do with the character of the person who operates the proposed license. I think it was an issue of location. All right, thank you,
Simply.
folks.
Thank you.
And thank you all for coming out, everybody.
All right, call the next case.
We're calling a case from the 11 o'clock docket. Sergio Colon, trade name Restaurant Don Pancho's.
Let's give them a chance to
Yeah.
clear out. Take care.
I volunteered at the school for the last 6 years.
Are you part of the Guilford, the,
Of volunteers.
yeah, excellent,
Yeah,
good,
with the kindergarten and with middle school now.
fabulous,
So there's a lot of us.
excellent, excellent. That's okay, they'll be all right. Are they still here? Yeah, we gotta get them to clear out. There's,
It's not going to be on there tonight. No, we're not doing anything that's not on the docket.
Okay, so we're not gonna, he has a service showing up.
Yeah, it's not on the docket. Yeah, can we take a look at the search too? Once we take a look at something, it's not going to be on there today. No. This is already a long enough docket, so I'll reschedule. I'm sorry.
Okay. Talk to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Call the case again to make.
Sure. Okay, attention, please. Sergio Colon, trade name Don Pancho's. This is 4707 Eastern Avenue. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license, an application of transfer from a location D beer, wine, presently located at 717 South Broadway to 4707 Eastern Avenue.
Good morning or afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Peter Previs on behalf of the applicant. To my immediate right is Mr. Luis Navarro, the owner, and to his right is Mr. Sergio Colon, the Baltimore City resident licensee.
right. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I hope that the liquor board file is clear that these gentlemen filed an application prior to retaining a lawyer, and I had filed an amended to show the entity name. It is Restaurant Don Pablo, comma, Inc. Yes.
Don Pablo's not.
No, Don Pancho, Don Pablo, Pancho.
It's a,
Restaurante Don Pancho. Pancho Inc. Okay.
Okay. Call Mr. Luis Navarro. I'm sorry, I guess you guys need to be sworn first.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please come to the microphone and speak up when you testify.
State your name.
Jose Luis Navarro.
Hmm? You're okay. Jose Luis Navarro. You go by Luis, Mr. Navarro? Okay. And do you own an establishment at 4707 Eastern Avenue? You got to speak up for the microphone. You're being recorded, okay?
Yes.
All right. And do you currently operate a restaurant there?
Yes.
And it is called Restaurante Don Pancho. That's the trade name?
Right.
And what type of food do you sell?
Mexican food.
And what is your background with regard to Mexican food? Have you been a cook?
Yes.
And what is your experience?
Like 10 years. Cook Mexican food.
Okay. And are you also a baker?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that experience where?
In New York, and have like 5 years for the bakery.
Okay. And you learned from who?
Somebody else. They learn me.
Okay. Your brother?
Yeah.
You work for your brother?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you open this restaurant?
November.
Of 2013?
Yes.
Okay. And you brought the board a copy of your menu?
Yes.
And you homemade, you prepare all these dishes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a copy of your menu?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
Let's show the board, Exhibit 1. I'm sorry. Okay, and you also had some photographs, recent photographs taken of your establishment?
Yes.
Okay, and how many people, how many tables are there?
Like 10 tables, 12.
Okay, and then there's a counter,
Yes.
and you're open for lunch and dinner?
Right. Yes.
Okay, and there's 6 photographs here?
Mhm.
May I present these photographs? Joint Exhibit 2. Okay, and what days are you open
Yeah, these photographs are
of the restaurant, Your Honor?
of the new location.
Yes, it's been open since November. These photographs were taken yesterday, is that correct?
Yes.
If I can clarify, Your Honor?
It's been open since November under another,
Without a liquor license?
without a liquor license.
Without a liquor
I
license?
see. So
This
now
is a
he's applying
request-
for a liquor license from a transfer that he has in another location.
Yes, he's entered into a contract to purchase a beer and wine license from South Broadway. I don't know if you remember Paradise Restaurant, Miss Sarukas, next to Hio's Bar.
Vaguely.
That's where this license is coming from. It's now a pizza place. And the licensee, the seller is here, and he's open and operating the liquor license. but
Now, I
he's
know
entered
you're
into
familiar with the file, and you know we have a group of letters.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr., 3 from Mr. James Pringle
Yes, Your Honor.
letters. And
We were here previously, and I requested a postponement to try to give us another opportunity to work things out with the community.
Okay, and Mr. Councilman Kraft,
That's prior to the postponement.
okay, and,
did he, I didn't see that he worked it out.
and others. I won't go through them, but you know about them.
Yes, Your Honor. The basic tenor is that this is a Class D beer and wine license. And Mr. Navarro is going to be operating a restaurant, and it was the impression of the community associations that, that he should obtain a Class B restaurant license. we would agree to any restrictions with regard to food requirements that would be applicable to a Class B in the 46 districts, which would be 51% food. And maybe that would satisfy the,
But you've talked to them and you haven't reached an agreement.
no, it's their
You
impression
have
that,
St. Nicholas Church opposed to you, too.
yeah.
Well, I know that you know.
I know that I know. And unfortunately, I couldn't attend the meeting because I was in South Baltimore on the other thing that day, and I couldn't be there with my clients.
All right.
Apologize.
But I just wanted to
Oh, absolutely.
alert you that this board is looking at these letters, too.
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to offer them all as collectively as an exhibit for the opposition.
Without it, sir.
So they'll be collectively Exhibit 1. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Navarro, 7 days a week,
Yes,
and what are your hours of operation?
10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So that's lunch and dinner?
Right.
Okay. Kitchen closes when?
Yes. No.
When?
The kitchen closes. I don't know, like
We're talking about the new location.
Yes.
The kitchen closes when?
10.
10 o'clock.
Depends.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're operating as a restaurant, you'll stay open as long as there's customers, and when they leave, you're closing, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you plan on doing the same thing with a liquor, beer and wine license? What, as far as alcohol, what do you plan on selling?
Yes, I want to sell it because the customers comes and eat, and they're asking for beer, and that's it. That's
For beer?
yes, for beer.
You know there's no liquor on this license?
No.
Are you planning on selling wine or sangria?
Right. Wine or sangria, yes.
Okay. And you're just trying to fulfill a need of your customers that they want to buy a beer or a sangria with their Mexican food?
Yes.
Are you going to operate as a tavern?
Yeah.
Are you going to operate as a restaurant, or are you going to operate as a bar?
No, they're a restaurant.
Restaurant.
A restaurant.
You didn't understand me using the word
No,
tavern?
right.
Okay. No bar, just
No,
restaurant?
No bar. Just
Always
restaurant.
food?
Always food, yes.
Just have a beer or a sangria with your food? Is that what you're asking for?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
But his license permits him to do either.
Yeah, we would agree to a restriction, Your Honor. Voluntarily consent to whatever restrictions the board would find appropriate. How many people work in the restaurant at one time?
2 people, 3 people, depends.
What do they do?
Yes, one is the kitchen, and the other one is the upside.
And you agreed to a restriction, but you ran this past the communities who opposed you, and it was not acceptable. They wanted more. They didn't want you to have this level of license.
Mr. Pringle's final letter, Your Honor, appears to say that we would support a Class B restaurant license. We don't want him to have a D license, because if he sells it, then all the restrictions go away, which I honestly don't believe to be the law. But I can't agree with the community because of the difference of the interpretation of the law, but it's something that the board could do by placing restrictions. And that would be to grant the application with a restriction that it must at all times sell 51% food.
All right, sir, go ahead.
All right, and you were there on site? You're there at the place, you manage the place?
Yes.
You operate the place?
Yes.
You're not somewhere else, right?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Cologne, he's a Baltimore City resident for
Yes.
purposes of license?
Yeah.
Okay, and you understand your obligations as a liquor licensee?
Yeah.
Have you had the alcohol awareness class yet?
Yes.
You have, but you haven't? I'm sorry, for the record, that was Sergio Colon speaking up. And you understand that you should not sell to minors? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know how to card people?
Yes.
You worked in a liquor license establishment before, right?
Yeah.
You understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. Pardon my leading, but it's the
No,
English
fine, go
language
ahead.
problem, Your
Till
Honor.
we get to it.
Thank you. Okay. So your restaurant fits about 40 people maximum?
Right.
There's no second floor?
No.
The community asks you about a second floor? You
No.
don't even rent the second floor?
No.
That's the landlord's, right?
Yes.
There's no plans on pulling the tables out and having a disco?
No.
You have a little jukebox like you would have in a diner in there,
Exactly,
right?
right.
Nothing more?
Nothing more.
Thank you. No further questions, John.
All right, question, commissioners?
No questions for me.
All right. No, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Any closing argument? Because I'll be honest with you, I have to tell you, I'm concerned about these opposition letters. And they come from the Greek community in strength, including St. Nicholas Church, the Orthodox Church of the Greek community. Pretty powerful opposition. They say there's too many licenses in the area. It's already got too many. That's what, basically, without reading every letter.
Right. Certainly an
There was a
honest,
little hole in the door if he was supposed to go to a little lower license level. The way you talked, that maybe Mr. Pringle might have been in, who was,
If you look at Mr. Pringle's final letter, Your Honor, it gets you to the, it starts out as no communication and we're opposed. And it gets back on track to, we would support him if this were a B restaurant license, but as we read it, it's a Class D license, and we called someone at the liquor board, and they advised that any restrictions are placed on this will go away if he sells the place, and we don't know what somebody in the future is going to do. And I totally disagree with that. I believe once a restriction's placed on the license, it would ride with the transfer. He has no plans of transferring it, but if it did, it would stay in place. So it's a difference of legal opinion that could be resolved by the board. We would consent to a 51% food requirement that would, without legally changing the class of the license, would effectively turn it into a Class B beer and wine license, Your Honor.
well, I'm not saying anything. I'm just merely pointing out to you, because he says, considering our neighborhood's history with numerous nuisance bars, most of which are on Eastern Avenue, within 2 blocks of Don Pancho's, bringing in another Class D tavern license is a step backwards in solving these serious problems. There are already 15 establishments with liquor licenses in a neighborhood of 3,000 residents, a rate of 5 licenses per 1,000 residents. This is well above Baltimore City's rate of approximately 2.2 licenses per 1,000 residents. Greektown does not need another liquor license. That's the heart of all the opposition that I see here in these letters.
You have Eastern Avenue and the 4700 block is a commercial area. He's requesting no liquor, beer and wine, public need for his clientele who eat lunch and dinner and want a cerveza with their Mexican food. And the board places a restriction that it can't turn into a tavern, and I don't think it has any impact other than his customers being able to drink a beer, Your Honor.
Well, and I understand where you're coming from, but the license is not a right, it's a privilege.
Absolutely.
And you understand that, Mr. Green. And I vote no, based on the opposition.
No.
So I wish that the opposition were here.
Exactly.
It would have been very helpful to hear from them directly. I vote yes, given their commitment to limit the use and to essentially do what the committee says it would accept. So on that basis, I vote yes.
I want to make sure that it's understood that the letters of opposition are admitted into evidence as Exhibit 1 collectively. So the vote is 2-1, it's denied.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll stand in recess now. We're way over our 1 o'clock dock is supposed to start, but we need to eat. So we're going to go back into session at 2 o'clock.
Go to the bathroom.
Is there any way you could work it in now?
What's that?
It's a 1 o'clock case.
She wants to admit guilt to the charge, and that would be on.
Let me ask the other commissioners. how you-
I can do that. I can
All right.
wait. What's the address?
I'll read it in, I'll read it in to the record if you're okay. Yes.
Which
You don't
they
need
did
to.
is postpone?
We're going to take this one only
Yes.
because there's an admission of guilt, and then we're going to go to 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So-
This is number 7, which is the Gupud Kadir, the number 1 discount liquors. Okay, so this is, I'm sorry, please, thank you. Gupud Kadir Sandhu, number 1 discount liquors, Inc., trade name Saratoga Discount Liquors, 211 West Saratoga Street. This is a violation of 401A. This was in regards to an incident that happened on March 13th, 2014, where the agents of the Comptroller's Office found a bottle of alcohol in the establishment and inventory purchased from another establishment.
This is 407, right?
This is 407, yes.
All right, go ahead, sir. You're glad to hear.
Please, we would
And your
admit,
name?
for the record, Gary Maslin on behalf of the licensee. If Your Honor, please,
Hang on a minute. wait a
Sorry,
minute.
you have the wrong one, sir. It is it is 211. 211, sir. There you go.
What's the number?
211.
211 West Saratoga.
West Saratoga, it's the next one.
14. Page
Number 14. Next one, next case, sir.
Okay, everybody got it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and your name again?
Gary Maslin Rothwell on behalf of
And you were here before.
licensee.
Mhm.
Actually, I wasn't here before. I was on vacation at the time. It was continued
Okay.
this day. But if Your
Now,
Honor,
the issue here today is Rule 4.1, 4.10A, purchase only from a licensed dealer. And they apparently are charged with having moved bottles from a Baltimore County location to Baltimore City, consisting of 84 bottles of beer, 48 bottles of ale, 12 bottles of vodka, or $343 worth of merchandise. And also, there's a record that on March 21st, 2013, Rule 401A was in the fine, was a second offense. And what was that for?
Sales to minors, sir.
Sale to minor,
long time ago.
a long time ago.
It was
It was March 21st, 2013, according to.
March 23rd, yes.
All right, so that's what we have, is that correct? Be glad to hear. All right, I'd be glad to hear from you as to what you.
If Your Honor, please, what you have here is, my client operates a small liquor store on Saratoga Street. And what happens was her husband has another liquor store in Baltimore County. She was low on some product and foolishly, her husband transferred to her $343 worth of alcohol and beer.
This
So
never
she-
happened before?
No, it's the
Transfer of
first
stock
time.
from another location?
I'm sure it's happened before, not involving this couple.
That's what I meant.
No, it's the first time. And she was forthright and honest with the comptroller when he came in. Is that correct, sir? And she was extremely polite, cooperative, and remorseful for what had occurred.
Let me hear from the comptroller's office. Swear to witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
There's admission of responsibility in this case, but however, I still want to hear from you with respect to what evidence you have.
State
And your
custody
name?
free. Agent Mike Calvert, Maryland.
Calvert?
Calvert.
Calvert? Okay. And you're from the comptroller's office?
Yes, sir. Field Enforcement Division.
And what did you find on this date?
Well, there was another inspection being done in the Baltimore County liquor store, which is her husband's
Outlet.
agent that was there located several boxes of various types of liquor and had the address for Saratoga Street on those boxes. So I was sent out to the Saratoga Street to check that. I checked that location and found what's listed on the report here.
So what were they doing? I don't understand. Why is it going from Baltimore County to Baltimore City here? What, did they closing the bar or something, or what?
Who indicated that when she got low on a certain type of liquor, a brand or whatever, she would have him bring it over to her.
What, I mean, they both run it, the husband's one bar, she's run the other?
Yeah, they're liquor stores.
Is that still going on?
No, we haven't had any, at these two locations, we still haven't had any complaints, and our follow-ups have found that there hasn't been any boxes or labels with the other address.
How far back is your history on examinations of this location?
We haven't had any, other than what you have as far as the minor, we haven't had any other complaints.
Okay, and has she cooperated with you?
She was very cooperative and remorseful.
Okay, so what's your position with respect to punishment?
Well, whatever fine's appropriate, and to forfeit the alcohol to the State Comptroller's Office.
All right, now it'd be great to hear.
She's agreeable in forfeiting the alcohol that was seized. She understands when she runs out, she has to buy from a wholesaler, and she cannot have her husband.
Can't be shoving it around between the two family bars.
She's got the message. It's been
All right, any
very
questions of the
traumatizing
commissioners?
to her.
None.
No questions.
All right, I'm ready for position if you,
Well, I'd ask.
What are you
government
asking us to do?
A small fine, I think, would be in order. She's had to retain counsel in this. She's forfeited the merchandise. She's been traumatized. She was extremely polite, cooperative, and forthright with the inspector when he came in there. There wasn't any attempt to conceal or hide anything. All the taxes on the merchandise were paid. Unfortunately, they were paid by the other store. The merchandise shouldn't have been transferred from one location to the other. She understands that.
All right, anything else? All right, I'm ready for position. The position is she's responsible for the, under the charges, and the fine is $1,500. How much time do you need to pay it?
How much time do you need?
30 days.
30 days. all right.
30 days. Other commissioners?
Agreed. And plus the administrative costs.
Plus administrative costs always.
So it's 1625.
That'd be
1625
tacked
total.
on and paid within 30 days.
30 days.
The whole 16.
Yeah, sure,
Okay, thank you,
always.
Aaron.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Aaron.
Okay.
Thank you.
And forfeit the alcohol confiscated. Okay.
Very good. Thanks. I appreciate you taking.
Okay, and we'll stay in recess now until, it's 1:30 until 2:15.
We'll be back at 2:15. Thank you. I'll just. I'll get everybody together.
Yeah, I'm good. Just leave everything as it is.
Okay. Sir, I'll make sure everything is straightened out, and I'll make
Okay.
sure that we call everything off.
Here's what we got right
Look
here.
at how
Is
we
forfeited to the state? What happens to it?
will
Does
go.
the state just like
We will stay
recycle it or?
if we have to stay. We've been here till 5, 6. It's okay.
We're going to finish your case.
Yes, we're gonna say we're finishing your case
Believe it.
tonight. I appreciate it. You're not. We're not gonna put it off. We're doing all of our work. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. This is the July 31st Liquor Board meeting. We're going to start our 1 p.m. docket, and I'd like to just ask to add in an item that's going to be postponed. Chair, if you'd like, if I can read that into the record. Chair, I'd like to postpone item 1 of violations, Chang Yim and Min Suk Haberman, Linden Bars LLC, Linden Bar and Liquors Inc. This was a violation hearing. We're asking for this matter to be postponed, for staff to bring this back at another date. The inspector that was supposed to be here for this is in the hospital, so I'm asking for that to be postponed. That is 904 and 904-8 West North Avenue. The applicant, the licensee has been informed of this postponement.
All right, the inspector's had a serious stroke, case postponed.
Thank you. Then the next item is Priscilla Thompson and Thomas Thompson, Kay's Corner. This is the trade name of Kay's Corner at 2300 Sydney Avenue. This is a Class D beer, wine, and liquor license. This is a violation of 3.12. Licensee shall operate their establishments in such a manner as to avoid disturbing the peace, safety, health, quiet, and general welfare of the community. This is regarding a September 25th, 2013 Liquor Board inspector observed a loud crowd loitering in front of the establishment. I believe that this issue was heard by the board in December of 2013. The inspector, who is on her way in, she'll be in here in a second, who actually said it, but I believe the licensee is here. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you Mrs. Thompson? Okay. I'll let you.
Get everybody.
You can, I think that you might want to listen to Ms. Thompson as first. The inspector should be in here in a second. I believe.
I want everybody here.
Okay. Well, then, the inspector is on her, I guess she should be on her way in a second. I just saw the other inspector go outside.
you another case?
Yes, I guess I'll call the next case, which was, Brian Aquavella, SF Life, trade name Blue Agave Restaurant. This is at 1032 Light Street. This is a Class B beer and wine license, violation of Rule 3.11. Licensees shall provide containers for the disposition of garbage and refuse materials that conform with the requirements of the Bureau of Sanitation of the City of Baltimore, and shall keep these containers at all times, and shall remove refuge and materials to avoid regular accumulation. This is an incident that happened on February 21st, 2014. My inspector is here for this case. This is the Blue Agave. Ms. Martin?
Where's the licensee? What's going on?
That I'm really not sure of. However, after reviewing the file, there was a letter in there from Frank Scholas.
I must have misread the letter that he sent. The letter that was in there from Mr. Shaw says that he's asking for a postponement of this item. I guess at this point, may I ask for a postponement for this item?
Postpone.
I believe the inspector is here now for the previous item, Priscilla Thompson and Thomas Thompson at Case Corner. Karen Brooks, are you here?
All right, is everybody here in the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, this is a matter of a violation of Rule 3.12, a large crowd in front of the establishment, violation of Rule 4.18, patrons smoking inside the establishment. Inspector Karen Brooks. Be glad to hear from you, Ms. Brooks.
Good afternoon, Inspector Karen Brooks, Baltimore
All right,
City.
swear the witness.
Oh, yeah.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, Ms. Brooks, with respect to 2300 Sydney Avenue, did you have occasion to go over there and observe on September 25th, I believe, 2013, observe certain things?
Yes, sir, I
And
did.
tell us what you saw.
On September the 25th, 2013, beginning at approximately 10:42 p.m., I did respond to 2300 Sydney Avenue. Before I could get into the place, I was greeted by a massive rowdy crowd outside of the establishment. There was some type of shower going on inside. There was a DJ playing music, patrons dancing. Food was being served at the bar, and there was smoking inside of the bar. The licensee was there on the premises where she came from, the upper level, and I informed her of my findings, and there was a big melee that broke out outside, and we sort of got distracted by that. And after that, I had to leave the establishment because it just wasn't a safe environment.
All right, Ms. Thompson, you're the licensee? Yes. You want to ask her any questions?
We were also closing, so you saw the people that were leaving.
Are you asking me, or?
Yes.
No, the establishment, no, they weren't leaving. They were going in and out of the establishment.
And when you got there, since I was standing there holding the door open, you also announced that you were a liquor agent.
Liquor board inspector.
Right,
Yes.
you let everybody out there know who you were.
I had my badge out when I
Which
came.
actually drew the crowd there.
She's asking that in the form of a question.
I don't think that's the case. The crowd was there before I even parked.
The only people that were there were the people that were leaving.
Again, in form of a question. Do you understand how her questions sound like facts, but you turn them around into a question, and you tell what you saw and heard and did. Go ahead.
Was no DJ.
There was a DJ.
There was a man in there who was playing CDs. No microphone, there was no live entertainment. 9 girls in there having a bachelorette, not afford a place to go. And they asked me, could they do this?
Is that,
The person that lost money.
wait a minute, give her a chance to answer, ma'am. Give her a chance to answer your questions. Go ahead, you get a whole series of questions, go ahead.
When I arrived on September 25th, there in fact was a DJ playing. He had a microphone, he had a computer set up, he had equipment to play music, to mix music. There was a table where he had his equipment set up. There were more than 9 people in the bar, far more than 9 outside of the bar. You were upstairs. You came from the upper level or the house in the front downstairs. Once one of the ladies that were acting as a bartender went to get you. Then you got sick and you couldn't breathe, and they were asking you, did you need the paramedics, when I was telling you what I was charging you all with.
I was not upstairs.
Ma'am, you'll have a chance to testify. Don't argue with a witness. Just ask her if you have any questions.
The question is, did I open the door for you to go in?
No.
When you got there, was I not holding the door open for this so-called DJ to take his equipment out?
No.
We close at 11.
Ma'am, you will have a chance to testify. Ask questions now only. And that's the last time I'm going to tell you.
The question is, if I was.
No, don't,
I was.
ma'am, look at me, Ms. Thompson. You're going to have a chance to tell your side of the story. And you're going to have a chance to tell me, and the commissioners, whatever you want to do. But this is a witness inspector who is testifying as to what her version is. Don't argue with her or show all kinds of emotions. Just listen to what she has to say and ask her questions if you have any.
Did you see food being served?
Not being served. I saw food set up on the bar, and people were serving themselves, so it wasn't being served like a waiter, but
Did
they were.
you ask where this food came from?
No.
Any other questions?
I'm having trouble getting it into a question.
No, I don't make comments, ma'am. Just ask the questions. Anything else?
No, because I can't get it into a question.
Well, tell me, and then maybe I'll turn it around for you. What do you want to find out?
We close at 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, it'd be impossible for everything to be set up the way she's saying it.
Well, but that's her testimony.
We have never had an employee.
But you're going to tell us that in a minute.
Okay.
You're going to tell us that in a minute. Now, any other questions?
Did you see an employee?
Well, I saw 2 heavy set black females behind your bar, so I assumed they were your employees.
You assume.
That's what she said.
I was standing behind.
Now, you testify, please. Ask her questions. Now, Ms. Thompson, if you can't do this, why don't you go out and try to get a lawyer or something to try to figure out how to do it? But you're going to have to do it right.
Okay.
Questions? Any other questions?
No question.
Okay.
No question.
Anything else? Any other witnesses for your side?
No, sir.
All right. Now it's your turn. Now swear the witness. Has she been sworn?
Yes.
Okay, and state, your name is Priscilla Thompson,
Yes, sir.
and you are the licensee? All right, and I'll be glad to hear from you. You're operating a bar at 2300 Sydney Avenue?
Yes.
And on the night in question, the 25th of September, 2013, what, if anything, happened with respect to the inspector and so forth?
We close at 11 o'clock.
On that night? That night you closed at 11 o'clock. Go ahead.
I was holding the door open
Mm-hmm.
for Chris to take his CDs out. He was not acting as a DJ. The only thing he was doing was playing CDs because it cost $1 a piece to play a CD on the jukebox. These girls did not have that kind of money. So they asked if Chris could play the CDs.
You're not charged with anything illegal about a CD. You're not charged with anything.
No, I never charged anybody anything.
You're charged with having a large crowd in front of the establishment.
The only
It
crowd.
came out of your place.
No, sir, they did not, because they weren't even old enough to be in my place.
Okay. And you're also charged with people smoking inside.
No, sir.
Wasn't
There
true.
was no one smoking in there.
All right. Well, that's all you're charged with.
There was no smoking inside the bar.
All right.
There was no crowd outside until,
What time was this, all this going on?
it was about 10 minutes to 11. It was
Mhm.
closing time.
All right. Ma'am, let me come back to you. What time were you there?
I arrived at approximately 10:43.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to tell us? All right. Any other witnesses you have? Any questions of the commissioners?
None.
No questions? I can't.
No question, I apologize, no questions.
I don't have my hearing thing on the right.
No questions? None.
All right, Ms. Thompson, do you want to make any statement before I render a decision? All right, I find that I believe the inspector and that you did have a crowd and that there was smoking inside, and the fine is $250. Do you need time to pay it?
Yes, sir. The bar hasn't been open since October. I mean, when Ms. Brooks came in, she said,
You finished, you closed the bar?
she closed it and said I could not open it again until I heard from her personally.
What is she talking about?
I have no idea, but that's not the liquor board's policy. I had no reason to close the
I
establishment
don't understand what you're talking about either.
at all.
All right.
That's what she told me.
Well, Chair, her license, there was a hearing that was scheduled in December in which her license was picked up from that point because you didn't attend the meeting in December. And
I
that,
never received a subpoena.
well, and that's the only reason why you haven't been operating is because of that. And on the December date, the
The
board.
December 5th.
The December 5th date, the board did pull her license, so that's the reason why we needed her to show up for this meeting. It wasn't because of this violation, though. It was, so there was a hearing in December,
Yes, that I didn't know about.
and you didn't attend. And so when the board did hold that hearing, and at that meeting, they pulled your license because you did not show up. And I believe that Inspector Martin went to your house to deliver these last two summons. And that they were, the previous
true?
previous summons were delivered to 2300 Sydney. I believe that's why they didn't
I
get them.
swear the witness.
Joanne Martin, Baltimore City Liquor Board.
Swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and
Yes, I do. Originally, Ms. Thompson was not served. We could not serve her the summons for the original,
The December 5th.
for the December 5th. Therefore, since she didn't show up, but she was never served, so the previous commission ordered us to go get her license. So
If
since.
she wasn't served, why did the commission?
I don't know, and she has been closed since then, which she has lost her income and things like that, not knowing that she had to show up for that. Then what we did was we actually, since she was closed and we still couldn't serve her, we actually went to her home address in Glen Burnie. That's why she's here today.
About this?
Yes.
All right, well, then
So
I,
she did act in good faith.
I do change my decision.
Well,
on
let
it.
me make a comment too,
Yeah.
because of what was said. I'm sorry, Mr. Brooks, why don't you go first?
Just to bring back to everyone's recollection, when we made attempts to serve Ms. Thompson at Cade's Corner, she wasn't open and operating on her own, and we called her, left several messages. She wouldn't return any of the phone calls. And on the voicemails, we left messages saying that we were trying to serve her a subpoena for a public hearing. So it's not that, we couldn't find her. We made every attempt with every number and address that was in the file for her to serve her. When she finally did get served, it was, I was sick and this, that, and the third. That's why she hadn't been open. But we did make plenty of attempts. Myself, Joanne, and Agent Fosler as well made several attempts to serve her. So it was just like we were literally trying to track her down for more than a month.
I didn't hear Ms. Martin make those statements, but I'm glad you stepped up and spoke up. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to suspend a fine of $250 for fines you're responsible, but suspend a fine, so you don't have to pay it. And I'm going to suspend the administrative cost too. So you may go.
Wait a second.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that there's no injustice here, because it sounds to me like there was. She was closed on her own. You all tried to serve her. You were not successful. You never served her. She didn't show up for a hearing, and her license was taken. Do I have that scenario correct or not?
When it was time to renew the license, they held the license until she could come in for this hearing because she would not respond to any of our requests to either call us back so that we could serve her, meet us at the bar so that we could serve her. So she was closed on her own, of her own doings. The liquor board never
Okay.
told her that she had to stay closed. Once this violation happened, she didn't open up her doors ever since then.
But that was
Who's respon-
unrelated.
Excuse me, who's responsible for putting proper and correct information on the application?
The licensee.
So, I mean, she has some responsibility here also, and we are not managing her property or her business for her. She's responsible for responding to any information that we might want to give to her or receive from her. So the liquor board don't manage her property for her. She has to respond, report to any directive given to her by a liquor board person or agent or whomever, that person that represents the liquor board.
And I believe you would see
She's
in the
responsible.
file as well, we even sent a copy of the summons and a letter to her through the mail to the addresses that she had in the file. We called her on the phone numbers for the bar, and it's another number as well, and she would not respond to us. So finally, if the decision was made for Inspector Martin to go to Glen Burnie, and I believe she had to go more than one time to actually get her served.
And how did you know to go to Glen Burnie?
Because that's the address along with the phone number on her application in the file. So that's how we went to her home address.
And no one thought to, and I'm not suggesting that anybody should manage anybody else's property, but I want to leave here understanding that everything that was done that was supposed to be done was done, and it was done properly, and that there's no fault on the side of the liquor board.
I would say,
And I just want to be comfortable with that.
I would say
Okay.
that we exhausted every option until Inspector Martin went to Glen Burnie to serve her.
Okay.
Okay, I
right.
adopt,
And my vote on this matter is that she's guilty. That's my vote,
Yes.
just for the record.
and I adopt your reasoning of what you said about the liquor board, and suspend a fine of $250 plus costs.
All right, so the only other thing I'll say is that on December 5, 2013, it looks as though she was found guilty of all charges and ordered the license to be seized. So are we penalizing her a second time? Because if so, that's a problem
I didn't
as
order the
well.
license to do anything.
No, you didn't, but the prior board did.
And I can explain to you the conversation that was had, and I'm not sure if Mr. Jones recalls, because we went through so much effort to serve her prior to that hearing date, and it was like we couldn't get her served. The board's decision was that, the licensee has a responsibility to make sure they give us complete and accurate information, and they didn't want her to just be able to renew the license and open back up without having to come before the board to address the violations that were still pending from the previous year.
Okay.
So that's why they held the license.
And Commissioner, reading from the decision, from the transcript, it says, so to get their attention, we'll go ahead and ask our inspectors to immediately seize the license from the premises to be returned at the time of a future hearing on this matter. So that's the reason why these charges were brought back, because we needed a future hearing in order to clear up the charges. But that was Chair Fogelman on December 5th, 2013.
So as of today, she can get the license back. She's got to pay the fine.
No, there's no
Well,
fine,
you
that's suspended.
suspended it.
She's got to pay her license.
We've got 2 votes, we'd have to find out what yours is.
I'm not ready to vote.
Okay.
Just so I'm clear, what's going to happen after today?
After today, in my opinion, I feel that if she has nothing to pay for what happened, because you have to understand, when I went to this place by myself at 10:42 at night, to be met by such a large, angry crowd like that, the licensee is there on the premises, you see what's going on, you don't even call the police to make them disperse.
Okay, all
You
right,
don't
no,
do-
no, no, that, all right, let me just cut it off.
Okay. She can get a license back, if
Okay,
that's what you're
that's
saying.
what I want to know. All right, so I support the decisions or the recommendations of the chair and Mr. Jones.
All right, do you understand the decision, ma'am?
I bet she does.
You can get your license back, it's up to you. We're not running your bar. Okay. You
Right,
under-
so you'll have to pay any fees that are associated with that.
No penalty,
No penalty, but you'll have to pay your, you have to do your license.
just what you have to do anyway. All right. All right,
No, she's found
Good luck
guilty,
to you.
but
The
the
charges are
charges are
suspended.
suspended.
My license and open up again.
yeah.
How do I get my license?
Do what you're supposed to do. You have to, we're not managing your bar. You have to ask for advice. You go to the office of the liquor license commissioners on Baltimore Street, 231 East Baltimore Street, and ask for help if you don't understand what to do.
See the gentleman on the end, he'll talk to you.
Help you.
All right, call the next case.
We're moving forward on the docket to number 8, which is Jose Ribinera, Latin Palace Uno, Inc., trade name The Latin Palace. This is at 509-13 South Broadway. This is a violation of Rule 3.02. Licensee shall cooperate with the board and members of the police department, health department, building engineers, grand jury, and representatives of other agencies whenever such person are on official business. This is an incident on December 7th, 2013. License refused to produce identification when requested by police officer. There's also a violation of Rule 3.06. Licensee shall operate an establishment at all times in accordance with the Health Department of Baltimore City, Building Code of Baltimore City, and rules and regulations of the Fire Department. This is regarding a December 7th incident where the police found the exit doors locked during the hours of operation. This is also a violation of Rule 418. No licensee shall commit or allow the commission of any act that's contrary to federal, state, and local statute and law and ordinance against the public peace, safety, welfare, quiet, and/or morals. This is regarding a November 3rd, 2013 incident where live
Wait a minute,
entertainment
stop.
was presented.
Where's the licensee?
They were served. I have a signature of this, I have a served signature.
Licensee's not here?
Right here. Not here? They're not? They're not here, I guess, no.
All right, they were served.
They were served.
All right, let the record show that they were served. Go ahead, finish the charges.
Okay, this is a violation of, the live entertainment one was in regards to November 3rd, 2013, providing live entertainment without permission, patrons dancing in establishment. This is a violation of Rule 302. Licensee shall cooperate with the representatives of the board, police department, health department, building engineer's office, grand jury, or representatives of any other federal agency whenever such persons are on official business. This is regarding a February 20th, 2014, regarding live entertainment without permission of the licensee. They held a live boxing match after they were instructed to cancel the event. This is also a violation of Rule 418. No licensee shall commit or allow the commission of his premises in an act contrary to state, federal, local statute on the ordinance against the public peace, safety, health, welfare, or quiet, or morals. This again on February 20th, 2014, providing live entertainment without permission for a licensee held a boxing match in violation and restriction of his liquor license.
All right, I'm going to enter a not responsible on behalf of the absent licensee and turn to Inspector Karen Brooks. Ms. Brooks, swear the witnesses, please. Swear all witnesses while you're at it.
Raise your right hands, please.
All witnesses.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing?
Anybody's going to testify, swear, raise your hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Now, Inspector Brooks, did there come occasion that you went on December 7th, 2013, to the location of 509-11 South Broadway?
I was there on February the 12th and the 20th.
You were there on February 12th or 20th?
The 12th and the 20th.
12th and the 20th. And what, if anything, did you see, and where did you go on those dates?
On February the 12th, 2014, at approximately 7:19 p.m., I did visit the Latin Palace at 509 through 13 South Broadway as a follow-up to a 311 complaint about sanitation and safety issues and refilling the bottles.
All right, when you arrived, what, if anything, did you see and do?
When I arrived, I didn't find any evidence that liquor bottles there were being refilled. The kitchen was open and operating, and it was clean, and I didn't find any sanitation or safety violations. However, I did see information promoting a boxing match that was scheduled to take place on February the 20th. And I advised the licensee at that time that he did not have the proper license to hold such an event. And
Who did you tell? You say licensee, who?
licensee is Jose Ribadenero. And I have a signed copy of my inspection report where I wrote on there my findings and my instructions to him not to hold the boxing match on the 20th, if you'd like to see.
All right, yes, and this be Exhibit 1 on behalf of the Liquor Board.
Chair Ward, I have a problem.
Yeah.
You said February the 12th?
Yes, sir, that was one of my.
February the 12th. I don't see a charge. Did you make a charge on that date?
That was just
Or
like.
the inspection date?
The
Okay,
warning.
okay,
warning.
okay. all
Okay.
right, I'm good.
Mark it.
That's the confusion.
All right, thanks.
Warning was February 12th. Go ahead, Inspector.
Thursday, February the 20th, at approximately 9:33 p.m. I returned to the Latin Palace, and when I entered the establishment, I found security guards working the front door. Spectators had gathered, and they were watching a live boxing match. There was a full-size boxing ring, a referee, and 2 fighters in the ring at the time. It was approximately 120 spectators on the first floor and 20 additional on the upper level. I advised Mr. Ribadenero of the violations of the restrictions of his license. I also informed him that he would be charged with non-cooperation, instructed him to stop the boxing match, and he told me that he couldn't. It was already paid for, promoted, and that he wasn't going to stop. He said that he had a permit from the liquor board approving the boxing match, but he could not produce the permit. I took a few pictures and a brief video, called Agent Fossler to inform him of my findings and to get further instructions. And then at that point, left the establishment without any further incident.
All right, now those pictures you have, they're inside your official file for the Liquor Board?
I believe they're pictures from, like, the city paper. These are my pictures.
You have them there? You're offering them as evidence? You have them all?
Couple of them, just to.
Okay, and these are all taken by you?
Yes, sir.
All right, Exhibit 2, on behalf of the Liquor Board. Go ahead, ma'am.
I left the establishment after taking photographs and speaking with the supervisor about my findings. He didn't give me any further instructions, just to submit the report, and it will be dealt with at the appropriate hearing. I left at that point without any further incident.
All right. Now, do you have any other charges you've brought against this licensee, or is that your testimony?
For these 2 dates, that's it.
And how about any other dates?
There are other dates from June that haven't come up yet, but
Dates that are here today?
no, sir, that's all for.
Lieutenant Corborn is here for that.
Okay. All right, any questions? Well, there's nobody to ask you a question. All right, any commissioner questions?
None.
No questions.
All right, then next witness is who? Officer? Come on over. Have you been sworn?
Yes, sir.
All right, state your name for the record, please.
Officer Todd Brown, Southeast District, Baltimore City Police.
All right, now which date are you connected with?
I have 2 separate ones, sir. I have one for November the 3rd and one for December 2nd.
All right, now with respect to November 3rd, 2013, did you have occasion to go to this location at 50911 South Broadway?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what, if anything, did you see or do?
At approximately 0120 hours, I was conducting a business check at the Latin Palace Club located at 509 through 513 South Broadway. Upon entry through the front door, I, along with Lieutenant Colburn, observed 40 to 50 patrons paired together dancing in the center of the floor. We were then greeted by Mr. Jose Riberdinera, who identified himself as the manager. He produced Maryland identification. I asked him where he kept his copy of the liquor license. Retrieved it from behind the bar. The license had listed on the front, number 4, no form of live entertainment dancing to the general public on the premises. I advised him that by having patrons dancing inside the establishment, he was in violation, and copies were forwarded to the liquor board and Vice.
All right. Now, did there come occasion that you went there on another occasion?
Yes, sir, on December the 7th of 2013.
All right, and what, if anything, did you see then?
Approximately 0100 hours, conducting a business check, again at the Latin Palace located at 509-513 South Broadway. As we came through the entry door, myself, again, along with Lieutenant Colburn, we observed 15 to 20 patrons paired together dancing in the center of the floor. At that time, we were greeted by the manager, Mr. Robert Cook. He advised he did not have any identification on him at the time. I asked to see a copy of the liquor license. He pointed to where it was, however, he refused to take it down off the wall. Mr. Cook insisted that he had a permit for live entertainment and dancing, however, nowhere in the license does it have it listed for that. While I was retrieving the license off the wall, the owner, Mr. Jose Riberdinera, approached me. I had recognized him from previous meetings. I asked him for identification, but he refused. I asked him a second time. Again, he refused to give me identification. I advised them both that by having patrons dancing inside the establishment, they were in violation. Then as I went to exit the establishment, there's 2 sets of entry doors to the front that face Broadway, and the second set of egress doors was locked and secured, and leaving the only one main entrance to the front of the club as an egress to the club.
All right, so therefore, on this occasion, you found that he refused to produce identification.
Yes, sir.
You found exit doors locked
Yes, sir.
and live entertainment because people were dancing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
All right, was there anything else?
No, sir.
All right. Commissioners, questions?
None?
No questions.
All right, and, no, sir?
Nothing to add, Colonel.
Nothing to add? Were you there on those occasions?
I was, and I concur with
Come on over, sir, so we
State
can,
your name, so they'll know that it's.
your name,
Lieutenant William Colburn, Southeast District.
and are you in charge of what?
I'm the operations commander for Southeast District, all the narcotics, special enforcement units in the district, as well as the neighborhood services unit.
Now, on this date, December 7th, were you present?
I was.
And your testimony is the same?
It is.
All right. All right, sir, let's see, and there's nothing else you have to add?
The only thing I add is that upon speaking to the licensee, on each of these occasions, he had stated that he had been operating this way for 16 or 17 years and did not intend to change what he was doing.
All right. Any commissioner questions?
None?
No
Can't hear.
question, no questions, no questions.
All right, thank you. Next witness. Yes, ma'am. You're, of course, counsel.
Yes, sir. My name is Susan Hughes.
And you're going to testify as a person or as a representative, as a lawyer? Which?
Representative of the associations.
You're going to produce witnesses?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to call the president of the Fells Point
Okay.
Community Massacres.
Come forth, swear the witness.
I was sworn.
Were you sworn? State your
was.
name for the record.
Joanne Massapust, president of the Fells Point Community Organization.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
I invited Ms. Massacres here today to say some words to you to reflect what the community sentiment is with respect to how this licensee has been operating in the community.
Okay, we're glad to hear it. What is it?
Thank you. I actually have a written statement that I'm going to read because it was just easier for
Do
me
we
to
have a
put-
copy of it?
No, sir, because I wrote it.
Okay, you're
like
going
1
to give
o'clock
it to
this
us
morning.
afterwards?
I can do that, sure.
All right, go ahead, read it.
Okay. The licensee and his attorney will tell you that Mr. Riberdinera, quote, didn't know that he had these restrictions on his license. Yet, every year since 1999, his liquor license has listed the same conditions, year after year. Additionally, On August the 23rd, 2013, the licensee filed an application with the Liquor Board to have these restrictions removed. Clearly, at that time, he knew he had restrictions on his license. Why else would he have asked to have them removed? All of the violations before you today occurred after Mr. Ribadenera asked to have the restrictions removed. There are 3 more violations pending. November 1st, November 1st of 2013, May 2014,
And
and
what do
July.
these dates signify?
November the 1st.
And what are these are,
Additional violations.
There are additional violations that haven't been scheduled yet.
no, we can't hear those, ma'am.
Okay,
So skip that.
I'll skip that. Mr. Ribadenera has consistently demonstrated arrogance and disrespect to this board, its inspectors, and the community by stating in words and actions that he is going to do whatever he wants, regardless of the conditions placed on his license. He has stated that the Liquor Board knew that he was having live entertainment and did nothing about it. When these restrictions were placed on this license, originally, the Fells Point community was dealing with problems presented by clubs, one club named 723, also Surfside Sally's and Bowhagers. The Latin Palace has a capacity of 652, and the community was concerned at that time that the establishment could present similar problems. The conditions were carefully created to protect the community. With 72 operating liquor establishments from Eastern Avenue to the water, between Caroline and Washington Streets, it is essential for the well-being of our community that all of these establishments adhere to the law and conditions on their license. A responsible licensee knows what these conditions are. A business that is being a good neighbor follows those conditions. This is not the first time this licensee has been before the board for violations. He's been issued fines, suspensions, and had 2 compliance conferences. On 11/30/2006, after being found guilty of several violations, he was issued a fine of $5,125, which was a substantial fine in those days. Apparently, that did not make a lasting impression on Mr. Ribadenera. He has flagrantly violated the conditions on his license and has said at a public meeting that the restrictions on his license have not stopped him from doing what he wants. He has asked all restrictions be removed from his license, but has not demonstrated that he would act in good faith pending a decision on that request. As I stated, the Latin Palace has a capacity of 652. Mr. Ribadenera says he has live entertainment to increase his business. We simply cannot have an establishment this large in our community that has flagrantly disregarded the rules and displayed such arrogance and disrespect to the board, its inspectors, and the community. In fact, I think that the fact that they didn't show up today further displays that arrogance and disrespect. A strong message needs to be sent by this board that such behavior will not be tolerated. For all of these reasons, we are asking that you issue a substantial fine and revoke the license. As you have said on a number of occasions, having a liquor license is a privilege, not a right. This licensee has abused that privilege. Thank you for hearing me today.
And the president of the Fells Point Residents Association was prepared to be here, and I believe he had medical issue. I would also like to call to testify, say a few words, a resident in the Fells Point community who has been impacted by the manner in which the licensee has been operating.
Go ahead. Swear the witness. You've been sworn. Your name, sir?
Mundell Powell.
And what would you like to tell us?
I'm a, resident and business owner in Fells Point. Actually, Susan has a diagram here depicting, the relationship of my home and original business to the Latin Palace.
All right. Now, where is what?
My home is situated on Eastern Avenue here at 1705, and it proceeds back about 110 feet and intersects the Latin Palace as a,
Is that the palace over there on Broadway,
yes,
43?
yes.
And, yes, and on your map, it would be the fourth, yes, it would be lot number 43, the fourth from Eastern, top of Eastern Avenue to the south.
I caught it all.
Also, lot number 47, 1703 Eastern Avenue is a part of the Latin Palace, directly adjacent property on the side.
Why is that?
I'm sorry.
Why is he owned a property next to yours? It's just renting it, or?
No, from what I understand, well, he doesn't own it per se. The owner of those buildings.
Excuse me. Sir, excuse me, sir, that's the second time your telephone went off. If it goes off again, we're gonna actually leave.
Good move. I would have asked him to leave now, but anyway. So the property 47, which is right next door to you, is that operated as a bar?
His kitchen is on the lower level of that property. Refuse from the operations comes out of that building. And there is a second and third level that I don't believe he's using now, but in the past has been used as a part of the establishment, VIP rooms.
Which is on
that
Broadway?
nature. Yes.
All right, well, you sure, you were certainly impacted, there's no doubt.
Yes, yeah. I purchased my property back in 2008. August 31st was a late closing. We had dinner, returned to our home, and walked in the door and to this booming bass. So we initially thought it was a car stopped at the light that was going to pass. As we proceeded in, it didn't dissipate, and we thought that's a long light. And as we proceeded upstairs, we realized that it was the Latin Palace. That was our introduction. I subsequently spoke with the previous owners, and they told me of all the history of problems that they had with the Latin Palace and Mr. Ribanero. They had a very acrimonious relationship, numerous complaints to the liquor board. I decided, as a business owner, that I was going to approach it a different way and appeal to Mr. Ribanero's business sense and sense of good corporate citizenship, I guess, whatever you might want to term it. Spoke with him on numerous occasions about different issues. I was always greeted with the comment, well, you know that the previous owners did those renovations on the back of the building without permits. And I always responded, well, that has nothing to do with what we're speaking of. The fact that you're holding live entertainment on a nightly basis. And I can just attest that for the last 8 years, he has and continues to hold live entertainment every weekend. The last conversation that I had with Mr. Ribanero was on the 1st of June at about 1:30 a.m.
Well, let me ask you then, with respect to that date, is he operating now?
Yes,
Still operating.
yes.
What's the status of the license?
The license has been operating. Even though that we have information that he's not in good standing with, on SDAT, but he has been operating. He's an operating licensee.
Well, has he paid his fees for the current year?
He has renewed as part of the normal renewal. He did not have any, there's no violations besides the ones that are all pending. So there are several pending violations, but this is the first one that's being brought to the board for review.
Excuse me. Go ahead. Anything
At
Uh,
else?
about 1 a.m., I thought the dishes in my cabinets were going to fall out from the rattling, the heavy bass. Obviously, we couldn't sleep. I called Mr. Rubinero on his cell phone, and my statement to him was, Enrique, I've always known him as Enrique. I said, Enrique, this is beyond ridiculous. Something has to be done. At that time, he apologized. He said that the DJ had set the speakers in a different way, and he would speak to them and have them turn it down. Probably 15, 20 minutes later, it did dissipate somewhat, but at that time, they were closing. The next communication that I had with Mr. Rubinero was on June the 12th. He texted me, and he basically said, again, I apologize for, any inconvenience, but please keep in mind that we rely on these events, these
You mean the boxing,
entertainment
the boxing event, or what kind of event?
music events.
Music event.
With DJs, and quite often with live bands. We rely on these events to, basically pay our bills and to run our business. I took that as him appealing to my, my being a business owner also. It's difficult for me to.
Well, let me ask you again. Yeah, does he have a live entertainment license?
There, Chair, the licensee just walked in, and so he's here.
Where is he?
He is what Mr. Urbanero's right here. Okay, go right there.
We've started the hearing, sir. You're late.
Yes, Commissioner, believe me, this is beyond my, I was just notified my attorney that we had a hearing. With my attorney, we've been receiving all the information about all the hearings, which was postponed several times. At this time, I was made aware that we had a postponement to, I think it was September the 27th. That was the only thing I had. I was taking care of my grandkids 20 minutes ago, and I had to run, get into a cab, and just get over here because I was made aware in the last minute that we had a hearing. So this is done with, I don't want to say it was through my consent. We had everything prepared. We had done all the requirements done.
Just one issue. Has he been notified?
I have a summons here that was signed by you, given to you by Jeff Ray on July 18th, 2014.
You were notified,
today's
sir. You
date.
should have been here.
And I gave that to my attorney on a sense, and he was notified. He told me that it was the hearing was postponed. That's all I had.
I haven't
That's all
received
I
a
had.
We have
postponement.
any request for postponement in the file?
Mr. White, do you have any requests? I don't have a request from Mr. Pica for a postponement.
The only reason.
Wait a
why
minute.
I'm-
No request for a
I
postponement?
do not have one.
Okay. None. Take it up with your attorney, but you're supposed to be here on time. You were notified.
And I'm always have been, and through the years, and I had my license for 17, 18 years, and I represented my community. I'm also chairman of the Hispanic Democratic Club, and I work with the Hispanic Business Association. I'm also a president of the Hispanic Business Association. And I'm not an polite person that I could walk into a meeting late. I've never done that. This just happens to be an accident, where I was not made aware of the fact that I had to be here today. I would have been presentable. I would have been in proper order with all my documents, with my attorney on the side. That's all I could say. I mean, just simply, I was not aware of the fact that I had to be here, except for the last 20 minutes when I had to, like I said, I just run over here, and I know how important this is for me because this is my livelihood. This is my license, and I had the license for almost 18 years. And I wanted, and it was my request originally to have those restrictions removed, which I requested that almost a year ago. And through that period, we had several postponements. And through that period, I found out
I'm going to
that I
give
was
you,
illegal.
sir, stop.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to give you your opportunity to tell us your story.
Yes, sir.
But I just want to tell you that you're here under Rule 302, because you're late, you haven't heard it. Refused to cooperate and produce identification. Found exit doors locked in your place on December 7th. And you provided live entertainment without permission, people dancing. And you held a public boxing match on February 20th, even though you were told not to do it, and you did it anyway, and it was held. Now, that's been the testimony, is overwhelming so far as to that, those things. There's been no contrary, but we'll be glad to hear you to see whether or not these things occurred or are true when your time comes. But at the present time, I want to finish the testimony here, and then I'll give you an opportunity to ask questions. Okay, what else, sir?
I'm sorry, Chairman Ward. I believe that perhaps some of the confusion, even though that we are clear that our service did go out, that there is another process that Mr. Ribiera is also going through with BMZA, which is the zoning board, and I believe that those postponements may
Well,
have been
don't
submitted.
be,
So I just
don't
wanted
be
to-
going into other things.
So that's what, but I mean, that's why, but I believe that's where he
Stop.
might be confused.
Stop this. Whatever his problem is, that's his problem. Don't be trying to, talk with me
Sir,
before you
sorry,
start
sir.
doing that. All right, go ahead, sir. You'll be glad to hear the rest of your testimony.
Well, just in summation, Mr. Rimanero has and continues to show a disregard for the impact of his establishment
How long
on the
has this
community.
been going on between where you,
I've owned my property for 8 years,
this been going on for 8 years?
8 years.
All right. Anything else, ma'am?
I,
Don't go away. He might
Yeah,
want to
he's-
ask you some questions. And the commission may want to ask you questions. Don't leave this witness until people have a chance to ask questions. Do you have anything else of this witness?
of this witness?
Yes.
No, sir.
All right. Do you want to ask any questions? Him?
I guess I do.
Oh, go ahead.
We know each other for several years. In fact, I know when he applied for his liquor license. He knew, in fact, I knew when he moved into the building. because-
Questions. Do you have any
And
questions?
then, the relevancy of the music, is that what it is? That was bothering you, or what was it? I don't know, I haven't listened to the whole testimony
It's a
thing.
fair
But
question.
as far as I know,
Ask
I've been
the
a very good neighbor.
Stop. Look. Ask the question.
Okay, sir, yes. Yes, what was the issue that you thought that I had to resolve? When I send you a message in regards to the music, thought the music was loud, and was that the issue that it was creating a situation with you having problems with me?
Well, first of all, it's not solely me, but I guess, most directly impacted by your operations. The fact that you do live entertainment on a weekly basis, and with my property adjoining yours, it directly impacts me. And as you said, we've known each other for 8 years. I made it a point to try and befriend you because I knew of the issues that the previous owners had, and I tried to approach it in a different manner. And each time I was rebuffed, and your response was, well, the previous owners put the addition on that home without permits, which had no relevance to the situation. Yes, we are continually impacted by your operation, but both by noise, the patrons spilling out into the streets at 2 a.m., rowdy, boisterous, the lack of parking in the area directly impacts not only the community, but it directly impacts me.
All right, any other questions? Questions of this witness? You will have a chance to testify.
Yes. No, simply, I hear I'm surprised, I'm overwhelmed with what I hear, but it's just, I've been in that location for 8 years.
Do you have a question?
No, I don't have it, sir. I think I'm done with the questions.
Now, commissioners, any questions of this witness?
None.
No.
All right, anything else?
I'm not sure what the protocol is. with the board with respect to submitting information that may prove helpful to the board in determining where these.
Well, why don't you go ahead and do what you want to do, and we'll see.
Okay. As far as the real property itself, the lot, it is my understanding through land records that the 1703 Eastern Avenue address, lot 47 on your map there, is indeed one, it is included in the same parcel as 509, 511, and 513 South Broadway. And that property was transferred, and I have to apologize because I didn't know we were going to get into this, but I went back as far as 1913 in land records to demonstrate that these two parcels are indeed one. And the community has testified and made me aware that 1703 Eastern Avenue has historically been the emergency secondary exit for the old theater company that operated here on Broadway, that Mr. Ribanera is leasing this property. And so I have all of the land records information that I'd be happy to forward if you want that, if it helps. you
But
make
he's
your
not charged with anything involving this. What is your point?
My point is to clarify what the relationship is. Mr. Bell testified as far as where he lives,
Well, I
and
think you put the plat in. I don't think any commissioner has any questions. I'm sure they'll ask. But I think it's extremely clear that the properties adjoin each other. I don't know whether the point would be relevant. We're trying the charges against him, of which you've already heard. We're not trying him on things that he's not charged with. Not charged with anything to do with the theater or relevancy.
I'm hoping to also submit to you that indeed Mr. Ribanera does have restrictions placed that he is aware of on his liquor license that go back as far as 1999, and every single year he's renewed his liquor license with those very restrictions clearly identified on them. And under 10301, it would have been his duty to notify the board or make some clarification if indeed he wasn't aware of it. And I have a stack of examples of the live entertainment that is being provided at that location.
Let me put it this way. I want to hear all of your, we have two issues always before the board. One issue is to whether the person is responsible for the charge. Now, in this case, he's actually charged with violations. We haven't found him guilty of any violations yet. We're in the process of having a hearing. If he is found responsible for the charges, then we go into the punishment stage, and we want to know what the past has been. But we haven't reached that yet. And I'm going to come back to you in the event that we reach a responsibility. But right now, we're on the issue as did he or did he not violate these various rules? You understand that?
I understand
So don't jump ahead.
No, my attempt was just to provide you with a background of what his permitted use is, what his authorized use is.
Well, it's been very clear. The liquor board witnesses have testified to that. Do you have anything additional?
Well, I mean, what's been authorized from zoning, by zoning, and where those.
I heard a word about zoning. I'll be glad to hear from you.
Well, where the license restrictions originated from, and just to make you clear of that, because Mr. Ribanera has indicated that he wasn't aware of them. And so I can.
Not aware of what?
The license restrictions. I think you just said that.
Are you saying that you're not aware of license restrictions? So you're saying you're amazed by all this?
I was aware of approximately 2.5 years ago, and I had the license, and I've been, in fact, I could say that several people perform under the assumption, I was under the assumption that I was properly legal. In fact,
Well, sir,
our current governor, he performed
no,
there
but
like 5 times.
very simple
But
question.
I'm just
Were
saying-
you or were you not aware of the fact that you could not do the things that you are charged with here today?
I was not aware of it, no.
You're
And
not.
well, that's the reason why when I was told that
This is
these
a big-
things had to be
this is a
changed,
surprise
I
to you?
approached, it wasn't anybody, it was me, that
Mm-hmm.
approached the liquor board and asked him to have those restrictions removed because I wanted to participate on those. Meantime, I had, for many, many years, I had visits from the liquor board, and every single time, I was notified that I was okay on it was no violations on their, I mean, I can bring you a stock of things, I'm not
Well,
prepared
I'm
right
going
now
to give you
bring
your
those
chance,
things.
but to go ahead, I'm going to allow you to go ahead now and tell us why he was or was not aware of these restrictions.
In 19.
addition to what has already been testified. Because the witnesses for the liquor board have already testified as to this issue, but go ahead, ma'am.
I have, in 1998, the licensee applied,
Him?
yes, sir,
Okay.
applied to BMZA for use of a restaurant tavern by zoning. And at that time, the Fells Point community, 8 groups in Fells Point community were very concerned about.
Now, just tell us, just please go right to the point.
The point is.
The point is, did he get it or did he not
He
get it?
got it under the conditions that he would not offer live entertainment or dancing other than under very specific circumstances, and that was only with live theater.
And what year was that?
1998.
All right, and what was next? Go ahead.
And Mr. Rivadeneiro also in exchange for that authorization promised that he wouldn't, and I have all the information in his own handwriting promising that he wouldn't, back in 1998.
You have
And
that with you?
Yes, sir.
You want to offer it?
I do.
All right. Show it to him.
I'm asking you if you recognize the document. These are all.
It's a copy.
These are all
Okay.
great. And also part of,
Now, let's see what we're talking, 1998, October 9th.
and this is all, this all goes with it. It was all made.
Says here, he applied. Mhm.
This is all
And they made us,
intended to be one document, which was the 1998 zoning approval.
Mhm.
And
So what happened?
these.
So what, tell us, go ahead.
Okay, maybe the document that I'm handing to Rivadeneira and the board, perhaps it would be helpful if he, in his own words, reads to you, and that would clarify exactly what the intent of the approval was and what he was approved for in 1998.
Well, give us a synopsis of what all this says.
The community was concerned about what he would do if he had
Ma'am,
the authorization.
Ma'am,
And
no, wait a minute. I'm having the worst time today to get people to stick to the subject. Don't tell me about the community's concern. Just give me the results. See if you can tell us what happened.
Conditional approval to use the premises under the specific conditions that he did not offer live entertainment and dancing per the community's concerns. And what I have just handed to you.
And he agreed
He
to,
agreed to it, and all of the documents that I have just submitted to you.
all right, now what about the one from the appeal of the zoning board, administrator of zoning? It says here, live entertainment on the first floor only with dancing. What's that? What's that second floor that you handed me?
All that is all one part of
Is that an appeal form?
1998. It's all part of 0337-98X. And all of this is Department of Planning, Zoning Administrator, BMZA, the Communities Letter, and two letters by the licensee here that were submitted with that, all those documents in order to receive the use of use request. It's all one portion, and those restrictions in place on that, the 1998 BMZA approval are listed on the liquor license, and that's the reason for them. And they have been listed on the license every year since 1999.
All right, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, community. What is a community? 8 people, or is it several thousand minority Hispanics and people living in a neighborhood? To me, that is a community. That's what I'm represented, and that's what I have as.
No, sir.
I will bring that in.
Questions,
Yeah, I wanted-
questions.
It says the community, so I'm asking you what community she's talking about.
All right. she
Because
wants-
it's not my
stop.
community, it's yours.
Ask her one question and wait for an answer.
Yes, sir. I'm just overwhelmed
Stop!
with-
I'm telling you, I'm going to find you in contempt in about 1 minute, and you're not going to be happy with the result of that. Now, do what I tell you to do, ask questions and wait for an answer. Do not testify. You will have an opportunity to testify. Go ahead.
I just handed the licensee a letter from the 8 community associations that were concerned about what he would do.
simple thing. What do you call?
He's asking for who the community is.
All
And
right.
this letter identifies who that community is.
Which is what?
It is the this was in 1998, Fells Point Task Force, comprised of 8 major community and business associations in Fells Point.
All right, wait for the next question. Next question.
The idea of asking the question about the community is because I have.
She's answered that question. Now, the new question is what?
I just wanted to see if my community is obsolete, is not counted on this. Why didn't you get let's say, for instance, you have several organizations that are local, from the Broadway Area Business Association to some of the other local organizations that are part of the community. And you didn't get any, and none of those are included here. And those are part of the larger group of people that reside and live there. You know, as I
As I
have.
understand his question is, did you leave certain parts of the community out when you consulted around?
Well,
I don't know, that's what he's asking, it sounds like.
I don't know, we're talking about what the restrictions placed on his license, the authorization to run his business there was approved by zoning in 1998 based on.
No, you're not answering this question. Are you talking about the Latin community, is that what you're
It's
driving
one
at?
of them, yeah, minority communities in
Did you
general.
include Spanish American people or Spanish people when you consulted around to reach your position?
We don't have one single member.
Just a minute.
The Fells Point community is, supports all business.
Did you or didn't you consult with people of Spanish background?
I have a Latino resident right
Fine,
here
he is
that
not,
would,
he is not.
that would be, you know, but
I don't speak the language, so how is it gonna be? I'm sorry.
I don't understand why the violation's being heard, and my offering you the background of where his approval to use this establishment comes from, what that has to do with whether
Well,
I
don't
consult
question the
this.
board. Now, here's the point I would like to make to you. That under this new board, we hear everybody. We hear what their concerns are, and we don't use the rules of evidence from the Circuit Court of Baltimore City. Leading question, you know what I'm talking about, all that sort of thing. So he wants to know that. Now, whether it has a direct impact on he has violated the commission charges today or not, we'll find that out, because when we rule. But I'm directing you to answer.
I have to my left And I did consult with
So
this.
the answer is yes.
Yes, sir,
You did.
Latino member of the community, of the Fells Point community.
Thank you. Next question. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of things that I like to
Don't
have in
make a
place.
speech. Do you have any other questions? Yes or no?
No, Mr. Chairman, at this
No.
point, I don't.
What else do you, thank you. Now, you have any other witnesses you want to present?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, we've heard everybody, is that correct? All the other witnesses?
If I could add something,
You want to ask questions?
no, I wanted to add something to my testimony.
Something that's relevant to his questions or what we have?
Yes, I believe so. The
All
Fells
right.
Point Task Force
you
is,
are?
oh, I'm sorry, I'm Joanne Massapus, President of the Fells Point Community Organization. The Fells Point Task Force is comprised of representatives from all of the major organizations in the Fells Point area. At one point, there was a representative from the Hispanic Business Association, and his name was Elliot Morales. Recently, when Mr. Ribadenera asked to have the
Excuse me,
restriction.
just mark these as a cumulative exhibit and make sure all the commissioners see it, including the license and with respect to the restrictions. Go ahead.
In October, after the licensee had requested that the restrictions be removed, he was invited to come to the current Fells Point Task Force, where there were representatives of all of the major organizations. He was told by Mr. Corbin what he needed to bring to that meeting so as to be prepared to present what it was that he wanted to do. He failed to do that.
No, that's ma'am. We're way off the subject. What do you have to add to the question of whether or not there were
Just with the
Spanish
Fells
people?
Point.
If there's nothing, let's go on. If she calls you for a witness, you can be called. You haven't been called yet. Anything else?
No, sir, I don't know what Mr. Corbin has to say, but if you are open to entertaining what he is going to say, I don't know if it'll have bearing or not.
It's an open
I don't
hearing.
mean to
It's up to
antagonize.
you. You want to say something, sir?
He was
Have
addressing.
you been sworn?
No, I was gonna.
Swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I did.
All right, your name
My name is Victor Corbin.
and your address?
I live at 1615 Bank Street, which is
All right,
about a
and what
block.
do you have to tell us about this problem?
The property owner has indicated that there's no one of Latin descent.
Well, he didn't indicate, he asked a question.
I am the president of Fells Prospect Community Association. I am first generation Hispanic. Although I do not speak Spanish fluently, because in my home we did not speak Spanish very often. But my parents are from Central America. My father is from Venezuela. I did speak to the owner prior to the Fells Point Task Force meeting, which I attend. Yes, Enrique. And I spoke to him out of courtesy for the Hispanic community I had been reached out to.
And what did you tell him?
And I told him what he needed to do to prepare for his request from the neighborhood to come prepared with papers, documents,
With respect to what issue?
to his request to lift the restrictions of the live entertainment,
Which means,
which means he wanted to take whatever restrictions that he currently had on his license and have them removed
so that he could.
so he could have live entertainment. And I
Well,
had
tell us what live entertainment means, to what you were meaning when you talked to your people.
dancing, disc jockey, bands,
Boxing
musical
matches?
acts, boxing matches, exactly. And we had approximately an hour conversation. I did attempt to speak
And
with
when
him.
was this?
This was about last year, I would say, prior to October.
All right. Is
And,
that it? Is
and
that more?
I did attempt to speak to him in Spanish for a while, and as I explained, my Spanish is not the best, and then we went back and forth from English to Spanish, and he showed up at the task force meeting completely unprepared. So I made my attempt to do so, and I
All
just want to let you know.
Questions? You want to ask him any questions?
I'm on the road, so I'm not gonna say I was completely unprepared. I had.
No, do you have a question?
Yes.
Question.
I don't know what is the idea. I said I didn't have, I didn't present the documents.
No, well, that's not a question, that's a statement. Now, what questions do you have?
Well, it's not gonna be relevant to what he said, because simply, you know.
Well, then
I-
don't make it. You're gonna have a chance to testify. Sir, you're in business, and you don't know what the meaning of question is? Do you understand the English word?
Mr. Chairman, I understand what. a
Okay,
question
do you
means.
have any questions of this witness?
Your Honor, yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's, no. I
No.
don't have.
Okay, any other witnesses? All right. Now it's your turn. Excuse me a minute. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
None.
All right, now it's your turn. And you've been sworn. I'll be glad to hear from you. You know what your charges are.
Yes, I do.
And
Mr.
did you
Chairman.
do it or did you not do it? And if so, why?
I'm not here to accept things. I'm not here on the full pretenses, assuming that if I say that I'm not guilty, that's not the case. For many, many years, I had the liquor board that come in and examine my establishment, and I worked on the assumption that everything I did, it was correct. Originally, when it was requested through zoning, it was requested live entertainment for a tavern, which was approved by zoning, but then the hearing came about. What made it into, for me, was to do with the community. Was very concerned because the previous owner had ownership of a strip club across the street. So it was a question whether I was, and even going to the meetings, which I went to a meeting the last time, I was accused of prostitution. And I have my daughters and my wife that work. We have a family restaurant that operates. It's not a club that does all these crazy things that they say it is. And I do have the support of my community, which is a very large community. If I would have had a chance, I would have 5,000 people right down the street, you know, people that I knew that would have been able to support me, okay? That would have been simple, okay? How many organizations would be able to support me? Many. I did things not knowing intentionally. If I had, you say, I just mentioned earlier, I had our governor, he came in when he was a city council, to perform. I was under the assumption that it was okay to have what I had, which was a restricted live entertainment license for special events. I done fundraising events. I worked with numerous organizations through all these years. I've done many, many things community-oriented for my community, I think, because that is not my community. Okay, we're a little different. We represent it a little bit. We're larger, much larger, but smaller than in a number of organizations. You know, there's only 4 organizations that I had all these recommendations that I would have loved to bring it in here. I would have loved to bring all these people in here to speak on my behalf, including a lot of people that you probably know. But at this point, like I said, I was totally unprepared. We worked with an attorney to get everything in order because I wanted to get this thing resolved. I worked for many, many years on the assumption that I was doing the right thing. I wasn't going to sacrifice, jeopardize my family being there and doing something illegal. I couldn't do that. You know, I support that. I support my children, and I live in the neighborhood for 45 years. I've lived there, and I have my children born there, Fells Point. Tell me which community you're talking about. That is my community. That's what I almost grew up there. My kids grew up there. My grandkids are growing up there now. Okay, don't talk to me about the community representing me. I know what my community is. I represent my community, the Hispanic Business Association, which I'm president now. I'm a chairman founder of the Hispanic Democratic Club. I've done all these things, but community-oriented, everybody has its own community. If we're being what we are, we're an outsider, forever an outsider. We have been able to operate under full pretenses because this was unnecessary to have all the restrictions put on unnecessarily from the beginning because of what they assumed that I was going to do. Okay? And then through the years, I proved myself, and I thought, and I would have bring hundreds of recommendations that I did the right thing, that I wasn't doing, that we have gotten several awards as a restaurant, okay, as an establishment, several awards to the city, the state, that I have seven, okay, government citations, okay, that I earned that, Okay, it wasn't something that was given to me because I was, you know, it was because I participated with the
Yeah, but
community.
Can you stick, today you're charged, you know what your charge is.
I do, sir, I understand.
One of the most serious charges is you were told not to hold that boxing match, and you went ahead and did it
Can I speak to that?
without authority to do it.
Yes, when I was, and it was on a day of the event. And I approached, because this was a fundraising event. If I bring the gentleman who owns it.
Did you have the authority to do it?
I wasn't aware that I couldn't because I thought, well, I asked him, I said, look, we're gonna do an event and we need for you to have the license permits. You need to go down to the liquor board and get everything organized.
Well, the
And-
testimony is you said you were gonna do it regardless.
No, I did not. I'm
That's
here
not
on the-
true.
I'm here on the oath.
That's not true.
It's not true.
Also, the testimony is that you knew all the way back from 1998 that you had failed to get the right to do certain types of live entertainment, including dancing.
I was made aware of that a couple of years ago, that I could not do it unless I get those restrictions removed. So the first thing I wanted to do, it was before anybody, you know, get involved, to approach zoning, which I've done. If you approach zoning right now, zoning, they have everything they need. This is expanded, it goes a long ways, because they require for me to have a special, you know, this is with anything to do with establishment and the business, from security personnel signing all these documents, from valet parking and having all this special permit. Nothing was right. Everything had to be resent back again. And it continued to drag on, and I hired an attorney, and it's been very difficult for me to operate now that they know supposedly that I don't have a live entertainment.
Well, let me see if any of the commissioners have a question. Any questions?
I'll just say this. So March 2000, I was at your establishment there for a celebration for our then new mayor. And that's where I met my husband.
In
We
your place.
danced. It was a wonderful place. We still, when we pass the Latin Palace, I make my children have a moment of silence of thanks for your place. My wedding band is engraved, Dance With Me, because of how I met my husband. When he held my hand, I knew I was going to marry him. It was a wonderful place, and it still could be. But you have to operate within the laws. There are not rules for the Hispanic community. There are not rules for the Greek community. There are not rules for the Black community. There are rules that apply to all licensees. And you, as wonderful as Latin Palace has been to me personally, are not accepted from those rules. And that's the struggle. It's not about who are your friends and who is your community. It's about the law. And as these charges are laid out, and as the testimony has come in this afternoon, it does appear that there have been violations. And it does appear that you have been aware for many years of the restrictions, but have operated as though they did not exist. And that is the struggle. That is the struggle. And that is why it's difficult to hear the testimony, because I like your place. But you cannot operate the way that you have operated as though you're in a bubble and it is only the Latin Palace that exists in that area. We all have to live together. And you've operated in a way that is not recognizing any community, and that is a problem, and that cannot continue. That cannot be. It simply cannot be.
Thank you.
Just a minute. Any other questions?
I concur with Commissioner Moore. I mean, she said it quite nicely.
All right. Any other, do you have any questions?
I just want to make sure.
Questions?
So you were you not aware that you had those restrictions on your license?
I'll just answer that and I'll repeat it again.
Yeah.
It was never went through my mind that I was doing something illegal. That I felt that even though there was restrictions, because the license, keep in mind that every time a liquor board person came into the establishment, which did it repeatedly, many, many times over and over, they had to read over the context of the liquor license to see what was right, what was wrong. And if I would have been told 10 years ago, 15 years ago that I was doing something illegal, then, then I would have, but 2.5 years ago, I was approached the right way. I said, look, you really have to look into this because you have it. It's been so many years, I don't think it'll be an issue with the liquor board. If you go back up there and you tell them, look, this is what you've done through the years, and is bring your recommendations and talk to somebody in zoning and get everything straightened out so you can have all those things removed so you can operate without having all those things in between. I had to create a private club, which is a private club, if you see the context of it. And I have many members, including the governor, the current governor, he's a member of the club, okay? But beyond that, it represents also that what I had to do in order to maintain the protocol of being legal, which I thought I was doing the right thing. Okay, right now I have over 2,000 active members, okay, of the private club.
Wait a minute, we're answering her question.
Yeah, no, I did not,
Did
otherwise
not.
I wouldn't have been, yes.
Any other questions?
You mentioned just now that you agreed to be licensed as a private club, as a club, and you were required in the 1998 approval from zoning to submit bylaws.
Which we did.
And you did, and the zoning, there is no record in zoning that those bylaws exist?
All I know that is
Nor
that.
is there on SDAT or any other state entity that would identify that they exist?
They do. It was a pre-requirement, and it was through probably for the first year and a half, 2 years, it was consistent with what the liquor board came about, and look into my records and look into people that coming into the establishment. Keep in mind, there's also restaurants, so we cannot ask people to come in and eat and be a member of the club. People come in and eat. Now, anything that I've done, and lately, of course, I've been concentrating on putting away any kind of live entertainment because my concern is that I cannot have that. Even though it's my livelihood right now, I'm surviving out of anything. I'm basically putting everything in front, trying to keep the business going because things are very, very difficult. And indeed, to have it as it is right now and having to deal with this, having to pay the attorneys, dealing with community difficulties,
money back
and
for
it's
today.
not my approach that I don't want it. It's quite the contrary. We work with the community. The Fells Point Yacht Club, and we do things for the Toys for Tots. Toys for Tots, we do an event that it is very popular through the years. The community and these things that are listed here originally, originally I assumed that I was okay to have under certain protocol to have live entertainment, but I found out that I was wrong on that I could not operate under that pretenses, assuming that I had what I didn't have. So that's why I wanted to have that straightened out, have that corrected, because I've been part of the community for so long. I didn't feel I wasn't going to have all these negative things coming in through and attacking the business that has been established there, and we provide many, many jobs through the years to a lot of
Any
people.
other questions?
My question is, do you offer theatrical performances at your establishment?
We do that, and we do that on a regular basis.
Can you explain what that consists of?
Well, it depends on how you interpret it. It's just a lot of different ways. If you look in a dictionary, theatrical is something that is performed. It's a live performance,
No, I don't think so. I mean, do
Don't
you have,
argue the witness, just ask questions.
do you
you-
enlist theater companies to put on plays there?
We had events where we had theater companies that perform and done events in the club. Okay, we have several other type of live events that entail people performing in different directions, theatrical performance, as you call it. But not all the time. And it's been all the type of entertainment that is not, according to what you say, is not the correct
And do you
terminology.
Do you allow the general public to come into your establishment?
I have a list of that's what I said, I have a list of participants. The public, the general public who come into the restaurant is not, I was never told that the people cannot come into the club and come into, what is it, so they have to be members. So we made up the list. So people come in, they have to sign the list. They have to sign a sheet, so they become members. We have to make members out of anybody that comes into the club, so to stay under the guidelines. And that's what I had to do. And I assumed that that was correct to do. Okay?
Anything else?
So it's your testimony that you have a list every night when you open for
We
members
pretty
to
much do,
sign?
yes, we
For
do.
anyone who
We have
enters?
members, active members, and if I can give you the list, and it's legit. I have everything in place.
I'm going through the restrictions and just asking him, asking the licensee whether or not he's,
He's charged with dancing and holding a boxing match and not having a door locked, and he's charged with refusing to produce identification. What has this got to do with that?
because all of those charges are because of the restrictions on his license. And,
He's not charged with any of those things. He's charged with the things I just read.
but the things that you just read, well, as far as the live
He's
entertainment,
charged with a boxing match
that,
and dancing.
that,
That's it.
those are live entertainment, those are restrictions
that he Yes. is
not allowed to.
That's true. The reason he's charged with that is because he violated the live entertainment.
Well, I agree with you. I think that we made our point as far as, all I wanted to do was have put on the record.
Do you have any other questions on the points? All right. Now, sir, I'm ready for decision.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do you have any other witnesses?
Unfortunately, I don't. I wish I did.
By
I
yourself?
would- Yes, by myself.
All right. Now, with respect to Rule 4.18, live entertainment and violations of your license, which you yourself seem to admit is true. 3.02, holding a boxing match after you've been told not to do it. And dancing, 4.18, which apparently you allowed to happen. And having an exit door locked as 3.06, and 3.02, refusing to, not you, but your employee, refusing to produce identification. And when you arrived, the same thing. I find you responsible in all of those things. Now, with respect to punishment, it seems to me that you have a major problem, that somewhere along the line, you've gotten the idea that you can do what you want to do, and you can't. Now, really, the punishment should be to close your establishment for good, but I'm not going to do that, because I think, in listening to you and getting a little feeling about you, that you maybe can be punished severely one time and learn something from it and go back and get these things reappealed, or maybe you can meet with the community and reach an agreement. I don't know. Therefore, I'm going to order your place closed for 4 months. That's my ruling. Commissioners?
So I'll start. So I concur that you are responsible for all of the violations as charged. A serious penalty needs to be imposed. I believe that a 4-month suspension essentially puts you out of business. I believe that your business operated properly and with consideration of the community can be a positive, but that's not happening. I would impose a 2-month suspension, and I would not want to see the establishment reopen unless and until you partner, and I don't know if this is even possible, but you need to partner with someone who will guide you in the proper operation of that business. And there needs to be agreements with the community that, and by that I mean your immediate neighbors, those most impacted, Mr. Powell in particular, where the operation of your business does not so negatively impact their ability to live. period.
Mr. Jones?
Whew, 4 months is a long time. It looks like this is the first time. There may be some other things coming our way with your name on it. I'm gonna take the lease area here. I'm gonna go up to 2 months. I'm not trying to put you out of business. But I think you need to be punished. I think you need to listen to your community. And you say you have your community that you have identified, and you try to indicate that there's another community that you don't associate with. But you know, all of you live in the same community, and you do have to get along. You have to interact, build relationships. And if you communicate, maybe you can mash out some of these differences, and maybe your license won't look the way it looks. Now, again, I'm going to concur with the 2 months, and hope that there's a change in the end.
All right, now I want to add one thing to it, and that is that if there's an appeal that this liquor board is opposed to the lifting of the suspension of 2 months, which is what the decision is, and I don't have any problem with my fellow commissioners' decisions of 2 months. So that is the majority decision. But commissioners, can we agree that that we believe that these suspensions should not be lifted on appeal?
That would be consistent with all the other suspensions we have given out, so I have to agree with it.
I agree.
For the sake of consistency.
All right, now, I know this is tough on you, Mr. Riverdale, but you have absolutely, when I think of what you've done to your neighbor in his testimony today, how he could stand it for 8 years, I don't know. But it's not a bad penalty. I hope you can get yourself straightened out. Okay, that's it. Next case.
Why?
This is, I believe, is part of the,
Oh, yes. It's too bad. It's too bad. It doesn't have to be like this. Someone should know. It's a good business. Good, that's where I met my husband.
Son Jolie.
Okay. Let's give a minute just to settle down. Oh, that's all you. It's okay. I hear you.
Hua Young Lee, Jun Shen Lee, Bacchus Bar and Liquors. That's a trade name Bacchus Liquors at 1220 West North Avenue. This is a Class BD7. We're asking for this to be postponed due to an illness of the actual licensee, and we will reschedule for September.
I understand the officer cannot be here today.
Yes.
And therefore, the case is postponed. Call the next case.
David Paravano, Ivano Paravano, Conkling's Holding. This is Los Paseanos. This is 200 South Conkling Street. This is a BD7 beer, wine, and liquor license. A violation of 4.02. No licensee shall furnish alcohol to anyone under the influence of narcotics or is disorderly. We're actually asking for this one to be, this charge to be held, but I'll move on to the next violation. It's 4.16. No licensee shall allow his premises to be used for the purpose of possession, transfer, or use of any narcotic. This is an incident on February 1st, 2014. Police executed a search warrant and recovered narcotics inside the licensed establishment. The next violation is violation 4.18. No licensee shall commit or allow the commission of any premises, any act which is contrary to federal, state, and local law, an ordinance against the peace, safety, health, welfare, quiet, and morals. This is again on February 1st, 2014. Police executed a search warrant and seizure warrant and recovered narcotics inside the licensed establishment. There's a violation of Rule 4.6. No licensee shall allow his premises to be used for the purpose of possession or transfer of a narcotic drug. January 10th, 2014, a police officer observed sale of drugs in the licensed premises. And the violation of Rule 4.18, no licensee shall commit or allow the commission of his or her premises in the act contrary to any state, federal, or local law, an ordinance of the peace, safety, health, welfare, quiet, or morals. Again, this is January 10th, 2014, a police officer observed the sale of drugs on the licensed premises.
Go ahead, sir.
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky, 19 East Fayette Street, representing the licensee.
All right, you understand that the first violation, Rule 4.02, is not before us today.
It's dismissed, or what are you doing with it?
We're asking to continue this because the officer was not available.
And why? He's entitled, why is the officer not?
The officer was on vacation, so we will ask for this.
It was already pre-scheduled vacation.
Yes, sir.
I usually would have that section with a 25 thing they put in, you're supposed to know that ahead of time.
Well,
But
I
you'll-
kind of agree with you on this, and I'm watching this, that when police officers know ahead of time that they're called for court, they should be here. And if you can show me that they knew and then went ahead and took a vacation, I would be inclined to dismiss the charge. However, then the punishment would be through the police department to the officer for not doing what he's supposed to do. But I have no such evidence in this case.
And I don't know when he asked for the postponement, when he asked,
No, I don't either, so.
does
and,
the record show from the board?
I received a call that the officer had already previously asked for vacation on this day, but we sent these out within the last 2 weeks, so I would probably agree that the person had already filed vacation before this was
You have
sent.
to understand, it's a new board.
Yes.
And a new executive secretary. Not that it's not your fault. I mean, I'm dealing with a situation as it is.
No,
Yeah.
it's very accommodating. I just thought the question is if they asked for it, what did they ask for it yesterday?
Good
That's the
point.
question.
Good point. You know how I feel about it.
Okay.
You can be guarded, be aware. So we're only going forth on the charges after that.
Correct.
All right, now, officers? Where's the officers? Swear all witnesses.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, state your name, please.
Zero Velotis, Special Operations Section.
All right, Officer Valoni, did
Tell me this. He's got comments, and I can't hear him. Can you say that again? I didn't hear you at all.
So Israel Velotis, Special Operations Section.
All right, you have spelling okay? Okay. Now, directing your attention first to January 10th, 2014. Did you have occasion to go to 200 South Conkling Street?
Yes.
All right, and what, if anything, did you find and do as a result of that?
On January 10, 2014, at approximately 2200 hours, which is 10 o'clock p.m., this officer, myself, Velotis, along with Officer Harris, were conducting a CDS investigation at the bar Los Paisanos located 200 South Conklin Street. The information received was that an unknown,
I won't object this to the information received. The question was, what did you see and do?
Can I
Overruled.
continue with the,
Go ahead, overruled.
after he was escorted of the location, I didn't go back in.
Well, you said that you saw Mr. Wesa go in the bathroom.
Yeah, from inside location. I went in, he went in the bathroom, he came outside, he was escorted by me and all the officers outside, and that was the end of it. He
Now,
was
that's
arrested
your
outside.
informant.
Huh?
Did you leave with your informant? Your informant left, did your informant ever leave the place?
Yeah, when the purchase was done.
You left with him?
I left after him. I left right behind him
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you left the establishment, how far did you go?
to the predetermined location. I'm not
I mean,
gonna
don't
give you,
Tell me where, was it a
Exactly.
block, 10 blocks, how far?
I'm not gonna tell you that.
I mean, how close? I'm not asking you.
It was close enough.
A block?
It was close enough.
Well, I'm asking that, I can't get an answer if he, I think it's important how far he went in the time, and somebody should instruct him to answer whether it's a block or two. I don't know where he wanted to go, I just want to know how far he went and how long.
Are you asking me to do something?
Ask you to instruct him or else to,
You understand the question?
I understand the question.
Okay. He says he understands it.
so how far did you go and how long did it take you?
From the time we exit the location the first time to the time we came back to get Mr. West, it was approximately 15 to 20 minutes.
Were any other police officers in the establishment while you left? No. You came back in, how far were you from Mr. Wesa?
Mr. West was close to the DJ stand, so from the door to the DJ stand is pretty much 20 feet.
All right. And at that time, he was going towards the bathroom?
As soon as he saw me come in, he went to his bathroom.
Well, how do you know you?
He knows me from previous conversations.
But you were in the bar before that, he knew you.
He didn't see me.
Oh, he didn't see you, okay. So when he saw you, he was going to the bathroom.
The second time when we came in as officers, yes.
And you were, say, it's about 20 feet from where he was to where you saw him?
Yes.
How far from there to the bathroom?
The bathroom is right behind the DJ stand.
So you went to the bathroom. It was 100 people, you got in, and by the time you got up to the bathroom, he was on his way out.
Yes.
And at that point, you didn't go in the bathroom.
No.
Did you ever go in the bathroom?
No. I stayed at the door.
The door to the bathroom. What happened to Mr. Wayside?
He came out and he was grabbed by one of my partners,
Who is?
Officer Harris.
And what did Officer Harris say to him?
I don't know what else. Officer Harris didn't say anything to him. He just said stop.
Was he in uniform?
And operations uniform.
Okay. He said stop. You were standing there. And where did they go after that?
We went outside.
Both of you?
Both.
That's three now. Mr. Wayside,
Mr.
you,
Whistle,
and
me,
Harris.
and Harris.
So you never went into the bathroom after you took him out?
No.
And when you got him outside, you did a search, you said 5 feet from the door?
Yes.
And there was no other suspected CDS? At any time, how many officers were there between you, beside you and Officer Harris?
I believe it was myself, Officer Harris, another officer, and Mr. Whistle.
Were you all in uniform, or were you all?
Yes. We were all in operations uniform.
What did the other officer do?
Just stand by.
Okay. He never went into the place?
I can't recall if he went in the place or stayed outside.
And during the time that you went, you remember what time of night it was?
When?
When you went in? First time?
The first time? It's approximately like 10 p.m.
Were you in there before the informant came in?
Yes.
Okay. And when was the last time that you left? How long after that you left?
Well, I don't recall what time we finished the whole
You were
operation.
reading your report there, so you were pretty specific on some of those.
my report at what time we left on location. If that's the question.
Okay. And then, that whole time, there was about 100 people?
Yes.
And other than this one incident that you saw, you didn't see anything else, did you? Any other kind of transaction?
No.
And other than Mr. Waso, nobody else was arrested?
Not that night, no.
And in that place, I'm sure a lot of people were arrested that night somewhere else, but not here. And along with that, no other managers, were there security in the place?
Yes.
They weren't arrested, nobody else? And I don't want to be a dead horse, but you don't have a lab report, you don't know the disposition of the case, and you don't know what it was in that container, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Are you challenging the officer's expertise as a narcotics officer?
I'm challenging the fact that he
No,
doesn't have any information as to,
No, just listen to my
No,
question.
I'm sorry.
Are you challenging his expertise as a narcotics officer? Because I have some questions.
I would challenge it based on what we heard so far.
All right. Officer, are you specially assigned to narcotics?
Not right now.
Before?
Yes.
At the time that this occurred?
Yes.
And what, if any, training have you had with respect to that?
That's 64 hours of specialized training in CDS and controlled dangerous substance.
Have you been previously admitted in a court of law as an expert in the field of narcotics?
Yes.
Do you have any questions on that issue?
No.
All right, now with respect to the clear plastic bag, what, if anything, does that mean to you as an expert in the field of narcotics?
I believe it's suspected powder cocaine.
And any questions on that?
The prime word here, I think, is suspected, correct?
Yes, it's suspected.
Okay. But we don't know what it is, because you don't have any lab results.
Yes.
Okay. And we don't have any disposition on the case.
All right. Now, any other testimony from the police or the prosecution, or if we want to call it that? Are you the only witness?
Right now, yes.
Yes. All right, now, defense.
I'm all with that. We'll put it on after, you want to take the next case?
The next incident,
Next incident.
the next incident.
Which
there
other
were-
one do I have?
February 1st, he has to stay.
I thought we, oh,
Yeah, he decided to do incident by incident, direct and then
okay, I
cross.
see, we have,
direct and
sorry.
cross.
Well, with respect to Rule 416 and 418 on February 1st, 2014, did you have occasion again to go to this location at 200 South Conklin Street?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do and find?
Well, in reference to the previous Metro purchase, we obtained a search warrant, and on January 29, the Honorable Judge Houston did sign a search and seizure warrant for the location of 200 South Conklin. After being satisfied in the affidavit and through sufficient probable cause to execute same warrant. So on February 1st, at approximately 22:30 hours, the above listed search and seizure warrant was executed at 200 South Conklin Street. Entry was made through the front door with no force. Due to the door being open, the raid team consisted of Lieutenant Coburn, Sergeant Martin, Sergeant Cameron, Sergeant Smallwood, Officers Velotis, Savadell, Ferguson, Bonomo, Larby, Karn, Shuttleworth, and Fassy made entry and apprehended the following individuals. Do you want me to read all the individuals that were apprehended?
Well, no, tell us what you did. I don't know what happened after that. You came in with a search and seizure, you told us the members of the squad. So what'd you do?
So once inside of the location, all these.
What did you see happen?
Okay. So I'm gonna read what I wrote, that I saw happen. So it's to be noted that during the pre-raid and a ratable confidential source advised that Mr. Wessel and Mr. Dominguez were conducting the illegal sales of narcotics inside the location.
I'm going to make a continuing objection to that because I don't know who it is and I can't cross-examine that person.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay, so buyers will go and speak with Mr. Wessel. Mr. Wessel will take them into the bathroom, and after they enter.
This is all what you've been told by this confidential? I don't
Yes.
understand. You didn't see this?
No, I didn't see this. This is
Okay.
told by the confidential.
So as a result of this information, go ahead.
Yeah.
You did what?
So he was telling me how were they operating inside of the bar.
So you asked the question of what happened, now he's continuing with the same line.
Overruled. I'm trying to get to where he's going.
Okay, so once the raid team entered the location, this officer could have served Mr. Dominguez throw a napkin on the floor. Now, what I was trying to say before that is that Mr. Wessel was working with Mr. Dominguez because he knew that he was hot.
No, that's an assumption on his part, it's no evidence in here.
Sustained.
Okay, so Mr. Dominguez will enter.
This is what somebody told you?
Yes, this is what
No,
the
no,
source is saying.
no good.
Okay, so when I came in.
What do you know about this, if you own knowledge or what you saw or so forth?
Okay, so when I came in, Mr. Dominguez threw a napkin on the floor.
Threw a napkin on the floor?
Yes, on the floor, and was immediately recovered by this officer. I recovered the napkin. The
Mhm.
napkin was containing a plastic bag with 87 clear plastic wraps with white powder substance, also suspected cocaine.
Okay. You have occasion to submit that to laboratory?
Yes.
You have the results?
I don't have the results, no.
I didn't know that I needed the results.
To come to a liquor board hearing. I mean, I know that we're going to trial on this, but I don't know when. I don't have the date and all that stuff with me.
I can't believe this. Can't believe what I'm hearing. What did you think this was?
This is the first time I've come to a liquor board hearing in my career.
Well, from your experience as a narcotics officer, which we've already certified you as an expert, I have, what, if anything, when you looked at him, did you suspect?
I immediately powder cocaine.
And have you ever seen this type of wrapping and position before?
Yes.
And on how many occasions?
Several occasions, maybe over 25 occasions.
So in your opinion, as an expert in the field of narcotics, what, if anything, do you think it was?
powder cocaine.
All right, and so what happened after that?
So we recovered the evidence and,
You submitted it to a laboratory? You don't have the results? Okay. So what, if anything, did you do then?
Mr. Wesso and Mr. Dominguez were arrested.
And they are whom? With respect to the bar?
Yeah, they're just guys inside a bar.
They're people who hang out, have you ever seen them in there before?
Yes.
And how many times?
Well, the time that we did the control purchase and this time.
So the control purpose, purchase before was connected also with the same,
Yes.
okay,
You know, I'd like to use the word alleged.
yes. What questions?
I mean, when you arrested the two individuals,
You know, I'm in a position here, I gotta be the prosecutor and the chairman and the hearing officer. And I don't
about
know
these
why
guys?
at the liquor board, we have this kind of system, to be honest with you. But maybe you can tell me.
I can tell you because every other liquor board has an attorney appointed for it to make rulings on evidence. But this board was granted
And there's no
alternate-
preparation, I mean, you know. But anyway, go ahead.
6 Ps in the Army. Let me ask you this question, and getting back to what the chairman said, you arrested two people, correct? Yes. Now, how many people were in there this night on the second? Was it the same amount of people, about 100?
Yes, pretty much. 100 people.
Okay, and out of the only two people that were arrested were the Mr. Domingo and Mr. Yuso, right? Yes. Okay. And I'm reading your police report that you left out, there's a bunch of other people you said located and detained.
There's all the people that work in the bar.
Okay. None of them were charged? No. And as far as you know, the licensee wasn't charged? You don't know who the licensee is?
I don't know who the licensee is.
Okay, and, but there was security there?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go in the bathroom?
That day, yes, we searched the whole location.
What'd you find in the bathroom? And, not to beat a dead horse, we have no lab results,
No.
no disposition of the charges. And this thing happened, since February, 5 or 6 months ago. Did you have any discussion with any management?
I talked to, I guess, the manager. I don't even know what his name is.
You don't have written on your report, though, do you? You have the, well, you don't have the warrant or the return.
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, commissioners, the questions.
None.
When was the suspected CDS submitted to the lab for analysis? That same night? And results are not back?
I mean, they might be back, but the state's attorney should have them.
But you've not been informed as to the results?
Yes.
Okay, that's my only question.
All right,
Excuse me, is this something you can relay to your commander, or something that maybe the next time, if you have the occasion to come before us, that this might need to be resolved and a copy of given to whomever so they could bring it before us?
Absolutely, sir.
Please, thank you. And just in response to Commissioner's question, is that you filed a chain of custody, correct?
Yes.
And that means that you would have taken possession of it. You then take it to the ECU, Evidence Control Unit, sign it in, right?
I took possession. All right. Then we followed the chain of command, gave it to Officer Sabato. Officer Sabato then submitted it to ECU.
Okay, I have no further questions.
all right, glad to hear from you. Any other evidence for the state or the prosecution? Okay.
I would make a motion to dismiss on both these incidences. Number one, it's amazing that we're here on a case where there's no evidence of what the items were that they took. Surely since January and February, we should have to know whether it's narcotics or it's not narcotics. All that being so, that we don't know what the charges are, we don't know what the disposition of the charges are. What we do know is, A, there was nobody charged who was in management, there was nobody charged that was a security. The only, of 100 people, there was only 2 people that were arrested on one day, and on the other day, they arrested one individual that didn't find anything. So I think in both of these cases, the violation of Rule 416 says that no licensee shall allow, which means he had to know, he or she had to know, that it was to be used for a purpose of possession, transfer, or use of any narcotic. There's no evidence that the licensee knew, or any of his management people. 418, which I think is duplicitous because it only hooks on the 416. It says no licensee shall commit or allow a commission of any act which should be contrary. What is the act that was contrary? We don't even know what it is at this point. It has no disposition. We don't know what the items that were seized. They're all say suspected, which is fair. It's fair to say suspected until you get the lab results. All we know that people sell phony drugs, they sell lookalikes and all that kind. Much the same in the second case, when the search and seizure came in, the 2 individuals, we don't know what they disposition, what it was. We do know that the one individual threw something on the floor. Had nothing to do with the licensee. No licensees were involved in the thing. So, and the same thing with 4.18, it says no licensee shall commit or allow. Same thing, has to have knowledge and allow it to happen of any act that's contrary to any federal, state, or local statute. There's no dispositions, we don't know anything in this case. So I think that they've failed to meet the charges, have not met the burden in this case.
Well, let me take the issues one by one. The first issue is whether or not the licensees themselves are aware of what's going on in their bar. Licensees are always responsible for the conduct of their customers. Always. And the fact that they are not inspecting each customer and so forth, they're responsible for what happens inside their bar. And if there's even the possibility of illegal conduct, it's up to the licensee to prevent it and stop it. So on that argument, you go nowhere. But I must admit, I am very disturbed by the fact that we don't have any proof as to what these objects were, even though they are suspected to be narcotics. And that's the basis of the entire case against your clients at this point. And therefore, I have to grant your motion. Next case.
Brian Winfield is the next one.
Okay, what's the?
That's 407 East Saratoga. Okay.
Yeah, it's just really loud.
Can you go with that?
Are you on this one? 407? Let's call the case.
Brian Winfield, Eagle Entertainment LLC, trade name Paparazzi. That's at 407 East Saratoga. This is a Class BD7, beer, wine, and liquor. Violation of Rule 4.10A. No licensee shall furnish beverages to anyone under 21 years old or any person with the knowledge that such person is purchasing or acquiring such beverages for the consumption by any person under 21 years of age. This is regarding a January 28, 2014 alcoholic beverages sold to an underage male patron.
You want to enter your appearance?
For the record, Melvin J. Kanensky representing the licensee.
Oh, swear the witnesses.
Judge,
Yeah.
before you get started, I'm gonna have to step down from this case. This gentleman is a member of my church. So I gotta step down.
All right, we'll excuse Commissioner Jones.
And actually, the Commissioner Moore left for 2 seconds. I guess we might have to take a recess until she returns.
Guess we'll have to.
We can, I'm gonna pray together. Give us an amen.
We have done that. We have prayed together.
No, it's nothing wrong with prayer.
We'll pray for you too.
And I need it, don't know that.
She'll be right back.
Conspiracy. Okay, where did you get the water?
Right behind you.
Jubilee.
Would you like some? I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt everybody.
We're in recess.
I'm sorry about that.
Either better get somebody, I don't know what we're supposed to do about it, a lawyer. enforcing being a prosecutor. And enforcing the cases. And we're going to have to do somehow and talk to these police officers. Or they're.
I have a meeting next week with everyone, so what
And
I'll
they
do is
have
I'll
to,
hold them.
and it's absolutely inexcusable not coming into this courtroom on a case of narcotics without proof of the fact that they're
It was narcotics, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that the standard before, well, they weren't putting through any of these cases, and that's the reason why we got these, because the previous court wasn't hearing these cases. And so, I will do much more diligence with them regarding, we have good draft results and that was that was a very good example of what, I will, look at these better, and so, yeah, we have a couple more, and they're gambling, so I'll make sure that we have all of the other things too. So, it's a good, we have some time before the next.
All right, now, you have already entered your appearance, Mr. Gadinsky, and swear all the witnesses. I'll swear 'em. Witnesses, raise your right hand. You swear under the penalties of perjury that all your testimony will be truthful and correct.
I do.
All right,
We're not
now,
on the record, Judge.
pardon?
We're not on the record. I was waiting for Mr. Jones.
Oh, he's not gonna
Mr.
be.
Jones
he's-
is not coming.
He's not, he's.
He's recused himself.
Thank you, sir.
All right, swear the witnesses. Again,
Raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm, excuse me, do you swear or affirm that testimony you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
all right, now the first witness will be Detective. I'll be glad to hear from you. Your name?
Detective L.C. Greenhill, Baltimore Police. On 26 January of this year at 0200 hours, which is 2 a.m., your writer along with Detective
Let me ask
Shel-
something. Do you admit the police report? Allow you cross-examination?
Well, I do have some cross-examination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. We'll admit the police report as a detective's testimony and evidence subject to cross-examination. You may begin, sir.
All right, yeah, as far as you were involved, Lieutenant Greenhill, you didn't see anybody sell or furnish anything to anybody, is that correct?
That's correct.
None of the questions.
Well, now I gotta read the report.
Oh, you didn't save any time.
It was in your second
Well, what was the source of your knowledge of this charge, Detective Greenhill? Why'd you bring the charge?
I was notified by Lieutenant Rowe, who was standing here to my left.
I see. And he is the person who gave you instructions as to what to do. And what, if anything, did you do as a result of his instructions?
Basically, according to his instructions, that he had an underage person that was in possession of alcohol. I responded down, identified the person who was under the age of 21. He was 17 years of age, and issued a criminal citation.
And how did you find out this person was under 21?
I asked him also, and I talked to Lieutenant Roden as well.
And he's here today. And his report is in evidence. All right,
Yes.
his. Your report, who wrote the report? Okay. All right, come over, sir.
Yes, sir.
And state your name for the record.
Lieutenant James Roden, Baltimore City Police Department.
All right, and the evidence in this report is what you saw and heard and did on that date, is that?
Yes, sir.
All right, questions?
Well, you didn't
You've
say
admitted the report.
sell or furnish anything to this individual, did you?
No. What did you see happen?
A juvenile actually exited the club. I saw him come out. He had a bottle underneath of his jacket. I stopped the individual, saw the bottle. It was a Moet bottle. Held him, notified Vice. We identified him.
Wait, held him in what?
We notified Vice to come.
That's where Detective Greenhill came.
Yes.
Well, how did you know where the bottle came from?
Saw him walk out of the club underneath his jacket, sir.
Did you see him go in the club?
No, sir.
Did you talk to anybody in the club about it?
I notified the licensee once we had stopped him.
And what did, my point is, how do we know that he got the bottle inside the bar? Tell me, what evidence do you have of that?
I did see him coming outside with the bottle, sir.
So your total, you assumed he got it inside the bar.
Yes, sir.
And what did he say to you?
He said he had gotten it inside the bar, one of the off the
I
bar.
want to object just to protect the record on this. He's not here, and I don't think he was summoned.
It's not in the report, but I'm asking. Overruled. And that's what,
He got it inside the club, sir.
that's, and the young man,
Yes, sir.
the 21, how old was he?
17.
And you, who examined him for age?
We asked him a question, we got a date of birth from him, sir.
Questions?
No questions.
Any other testimony from the police? All right, defense.
We make a motion to dismiss because there's no evidence here that anybody sold or furnished alcohol to the individual. I doubt that he had it under his coat somehow, but there's, the violation is that sold or furnished it to this person under 21.
Overruled. It's a prima facie case. He says he got it inside the bar.
And number two, second part, is that the charging document refers to January 28th, and they're testifying to January 26th.
Where's January 26th come from?
January 26th, your writer,
Date and time of the report. It says on the 26th of January, your writer along with so-and-so. And the charging document says January 28th.
But the date and time of the report was written was the 28th. I believe that's where the issue came from.
That's not what it says.
Yeah.
It says that it was, alcoholic beverage was sold to an underage person. Looks to me like you got it again. That's two for, in a row, Mr. Kudinski.
two for day.
Motion to grant it.
You go pray to Mr. Jones.
Got to get these reports and dates right.
Right, but on the top it says the 28th, that's what you did on the grant. Yeah, I know. I see it, it's ours.
All right, call next case.
Thank you. Reading the last one, sorry, sir. It is,
El Palacio Latino.
yes,
35
Alfred
North.
Vasquez, El Palacio Latino, trade name pending. This is at 35 North Potomac Street. This is a transfer of a BD7 beer wine liquor license, application transfer of ownership, class BD7 beer wine liquor, presently located at 105 South Conkling to 35 North Potomac Street.
Mr. Chairman, Could we get the other commissioner?
Oh, that's right.
We'll get him.
Thank you for keeping us posted.
He might be in,
That's your case, too?
Yeah.
this is our last one, right?
Welcome back.
Nice little break.
Okay. All right,
For the record, Melvin J. Kadensky, 19 East Bay Street, representing the applicant in this case. There's numerous people here that I'll proffer their testimony. They could just all be stand up and sworn in, then make it easier, and I think you have people too, don't you?
Well, my understanding is that we wouldn't really be presenting much in the way of new evidence today. I mean, this case has been heard in its entirety several months ago. A transcript was produced, and my understanding today was that the transcript and all the prior evidence submitted had been reviewed by the board, and it would be proceeding essentially based on that.
no, you're wrong. My understanding is what I did. I told you that the case would have to be heard again because we had not heard it the first time, but that we would put in the record all these records that would previously placed in evidence before this commission, which is a part of the case file. You weren't the one who was here, but the person who was here was clearly told by me he would have to come back and give whatever reasons he has as to why he, or whatever position he has with respect to this license.
Okay,
So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, we're absolutely prepared today to do that. I guess my question is, to what extent does the board want us to repeat testimony that was already given in the last hearing?
Well, let me say that I am not supposed to tell you what to do. You see what I mean? I'm supposed to hear the case. And so you have to decide that. If you want us to agree or disagree with whatever you're telling us about what they say and what they want, then you have to present the case that you want to present. And the same thing applies to Mr. Kadensky, as he well knows.
Yeah, understood. Then yes, we have
All right, now we'll get to you. We'll start with you.
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that the previous,
First of all, I'm going to introduce the record, including all the exhibits in the transcript of the previous hearing as an exhibit, as a part of this case. Go ahead, sir.
that was our understanding.
Yeah.
And along with that, we have additional individuals that are here that would testify in behalf of the applicant. What I was going to do is have them stand up and get them sworn and submit the list that was circulated.
Well, let's get what we're talking about. First of all, this is a application of transfer of the license from its current location, which is where?
So on Conklin Street.
105
105
South.
Conklin.
To 35 North Potomac Street.
Correct.
And is this a change of ownership too?
Change of ownership and location.
And location. And, fine. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So in instance of trying to make things move along, if we could swear in the witnesses that are here, and I'm not going to put them all on, the ones that are all back there, and I'll
You
just
do
submit
whatever
one.
you want to do.
You all want to stand up?
And
Raise your right hands, please.
everybody?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, call your first witness.
I would submit the list of those witnesses that are 19 that are here with us today.
All right, and these people are here.
They're the ones who just stood up.
Okay, and they've all been sworn, and these are their names and addresses, and this is your exhibit number 1.
Number one. Okay. All right. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
I'm Alfredo Vasquez, 650 Villager Circle, Baltimore, Maryland.
All right, spell your name, sir.
ALFREDO.
You okay?
Yes.
All right. ALFREDO. Okay.
Your Honor, I'd just like to make clear for the record that in the transcript that you have, for some reason there's a misspelling of Mr. Vasquez's name. He's noted for some reason as Pedro. I think there was just a miscommunication. There's no Pedro Vasquez in this case. So the testimony of Pedro Vasquez in the transcript is actually a testimony of Mr. Alfredo.
Well, why don't you bring all that up when you get to you? We'll take it one at a time. Go ahead, sir.
All right, now you took it.
Yes.
You had previously testified at the earlier hearing, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the judge has a copy of the transcript of what you testified to?
Yes, I do.
All right, and is there anything that you would want to add more than what you said at that particular hearing?
No, really.
All right, so whatever you said, that you want to be adopted
Right, yes.
in that hearing. And you, in the meantime, the people in your neighborhood you had talked to,
Yes,
and there are some of the people have come down here, is that correct?
yes,
And they're in favor of the transfer?
yes.
Okay, I don't have any further.
I'm trying to remember, was it your brother that's going to run the,
Well, he's gonna help us, my brother,
he's your brother?
yes.
And he's going to run 35 North
Well,
Potomac?
he's gonna help out,
And he lives there?
yes.
And you live,
I live on 650 Villager Circle.
and who's the owner of the bar?
I'm gonna, it's me.
You're talking about
You.
the
Oh,
property, Judge, or the,
Well, I'm confused. Who owns the license that we're transferring? Trying
it's,
to
it's
transfer?
a Leonardo Leon, it's the guy's name Leonardo.
Somebody else?
Yes, somebody else.
Not you?
Not yet, not
You're
yet.
the contract purchaser?
Yes, I'm the one that go to buy.
You haven't bought it yet?
No,
But you have a contract, you can buy it?
yeah,
You've agreed on price and everything?
right.
And is it a condition of your purchase that you be able to transfer it?
Yes,
So if you're unable to transfer it, you don't have to buy it?
no,
Is that true?
no. Right, that's correct.
Okay. All right, excuse me, now I'm clear.
Yes, yeah, that's correct.
So I know about your, you started work on the place down there.
Right.
You already
We
did
fix it and finish
change
it.
walls and everything?
Yeah, we do everything, and the inspector came, and everybody came, okay, it's ready to go.
All the permits are in place?
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have any questions this witness, because I want to adopt what he said before.
You want to ask him any questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So-
And your name, sir?
My name is David Leibensberger. I'm president of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. I'm also here representing the Neighborhood Association as its attorney.
And you are an Esquire.
I'm an Esquire.
And how do you spell your last name?
So L-E-I, B as in boy.
L-E-I.
E-E-N-S-P-E-R-G-E-R.
All right, let's start over again. L-E-I-D. D.
E, N as in Nancy, S as in Sam, P as in Paul, E-R, G as in George, E-R.
Okay, Leibensberger.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. All right, now you have a question.
Okay, the last time that we had this hearing, you testified that there were rats at the establishment currently and that you had done nothing to correct that problem. Is that still correct?
Well, I don't get that. Say that
Okay,
again?
that's page 56 of the prior transcript. Now, at the prior hearing, you also testified that your nephew, Luis Vasquez, has a known criminal history and that you have already allowed him into the establishment and would continue to allow him into the establishment. Is that still correct?
Evidence, the thing is that my nephew is completely not relevant on this case, he had nothing to do with this.
Okay, that's pages 88 through 91 of the prior transcript. What is your plan to prevent criminal activity at the establishment?
Just make sure everything go the perfect condition, be there on the time and follow the rules.
Okay, now the last time we were here, you also testified that you were given several housing code violations because you had erected structures on the outside of the building without any permits.
We went through that before, yes, I make a mistake, we fix it, and we did pay the fine.
And that's pages 58 through 61
I don't know, Jay,
of
if
the
it's
prior
in there,
transcript.
it's in there.
You know the rule. You can bring it up. You can bring up what you want.
I'm not saying if it's in there, it's in there. Ask and answer.
Well,
Okay.
the last time we were here, you also did not know the name of the neighborhood association in which your bar would be located. Do you know the name of the neighborhood association that's here to oppose you?
It's a Patterson Park Association.
Okay. That was page 25 of the transcript from last time. Do you know where that neighborhood association meets?
Well, it's with that people get together and find out people problem and share.
So you don't know where the neighborhood association meets?
And share thought, I mean, you know.
Okay. Do you know any of the activities that the neighborhood association participates in?
It's like make a fund and try to help them help each other out.
help each other out. Just don't really understand these.
Yeah.
Do you know the mailing address or the website address of the neighborhood association?
I don't know what the relevance of this.
There might be some, you'll tell us. Overruled.
Judge, I object to the word "the" community group. If they're a community group, I don't have any problem in saying that. There's gotta be more than one community group. They can't be the community group.
I don't know. Overruled.
Is your plan to primarily offer carry-out liquors or alcohol that's served inside the establishment?
Well, we was try to sell, take out and drinking, yeah.
Takeout also. Which will be the primary part of the business, takeout or drink?
No, drink inside.
Drink
And
inside.
inside, yeah.
I don't have any further.
All right, commissioners, any questions?
You want to step up?
Just a minute.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I don't know, I can't hear something.
No.
questions.
Well, I want to make sure about something. Where's Ms. Alfredo? All these police complaints that I have a copy of here with respect to 105 South Conklin Street are not you. You had nothing to do with the operation of that bar during all these complaints?
No, because the bar's ain't open yet.
No, in 105 Conklin.
Oh,
Center.
no. Ain't got nothing to do with it.
So during the year of 2013, you weren't operating 105?
No,
And you have never operated
no,
anything? at this
anything over
point.
there.
So right now, that's still under prior ownership and operation?
No, it's closed,
It's closed?
yes.
Okay.
Excuse me, did you ever work there at 105?
Huh?
Did you? No.
Do you operate a bar anyplace else?
Yes, years ago, way back on East Fleet and East Washington Street. Used to call them Coffee Lounge, and then they got one on Pratt, and,
How about right now?
oh, right now, no.
How long has it been since you operated a bar?
About 20 years.
Okay, excuse me, go ahead.
Police, you want to step up?
Actually,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Based on that, I have one additional question. Did your brother work at 105 South Conklin?
Oh, yeah, he works there, yeah.
He does work there.
He did.
Did, okay, when?
Wait a minute.
Do you
Do you know? Do you know?
Do you know when?
Huh?
Do you know when he worked there? What time period?
Last summer, I believe.
Just last summer?
Well, then he was there when all these when all these complaints to the police department took place.
Well, I don't know when that took place, but.
Well,
because
2013, I became.
Because it didn't work that pretty long over there. I mean, probably this.
I'll put him on and testify.
Okay, okay, we'll find out.
You state your name and address for the record. please.
My name is Luis Vasquez,
How do you spell
35.
your last name?
First name is Luis.
L-U-I-S?
Right.
And that's your last name?
VA, my last name is VAC, QUEC.
Q-U-E-C.
Yes, sir.
How do you pronounce that?
Vasquez.
Backway, okay. Go ahead, sir.
And that's your brother?
Yes, sir. It's my
Fine.
brother.
And you live at the premises?
Right, I do.
Okay, and you're going to be active in the operation?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's get to 105 South Conklin Street. Did you ever work there and when?
I worked for a few months in there the last year. I don't recognize the date, but the last year I worked a few months in there.
Couple months?
Yes, couple months.
When? You don't remember the date?
I don't remember it was in summer though.
Summer?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you were there when all these police calls came in.
Oh, really, then my knowledge, I really don't know the complaints you had to hands. Because I never see a police coming there when I was working there.
Well, here's one on June 9th. I'll let you look at these.
I don't know if there's any dispositions on them, that's my problem.
I don't know whether either the car stopped, I don't know, it doesn't even seem to be, it says, you can look at them for what you see. In July, and there were several, and in August, and so forth, 3 or 4. And you weren't there doing all those police
Well, the
things?
time I worked in there, I didn't see police, a big call out of the place. The time I worked in there for La Paz
Did the police ever come there while you worked there?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you ever have prostitution complaints?
Never see that. I know it was some around the area.
How about
but that-
narcotics or anything?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, I have no other questions. Any questions, Commissioners?
No, I don't have any.
You want to The gentleman when he's testifying. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
William Gross,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
209 North Linwood Avenue.
And you are here in favor of this transfer?
Yes.
And you tell the commissioners why?
I've known Luis for a while. I've known him to manage other establishments. We've developed a friendship.
Now, you pointed to Mr. Alfredo.
Luis.
You pointed to him.
Luis,
Okay.
brother.
I've known him to manage other establishments. We've developed a friendship, and so I'm here to speak on his behalf.
And what other establishments?
Las Tejidas on Eastern Avenue. I don't know the address.
Where was it about, 100 block?
It's a good town.
Greektown.
It's in Greektown. I don't know the
Macon
Macon Street, right? Also 7400 Pulaski Highway.
Way out in the county?
7400, right?
Out in the county. What was the name of it?
That's the name of it, the 7400 Club,
Mhm.
right?
Okay, go ahead.
Those are the only two, but
Now
I'm
you
saying
know
I've,
as a customer?
yeah, as a customer, right?
Now you live at right around. You live right around this.
In the
location.
Passing Park area,
Yeah. Well, you're a couple blocks from this new place.
right?
And do you own your house or rent?
I have my own,
You own your house
Yeah.
at 209?
yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So, and you're in favor, and you would be, this would be convenient for you to go?
Yeah.
And you're comfortable with the way that you have seen Luis and his brother run places?
Well, not familiar with his brother.
Okay.
But Luis, yes. I have confidence in his ability to manage an establishment.
I'm the first question.
Questions, commissioners?
How far is the Patterson Park Charter School from this location? Are you familiar with the Patterson Park Charter School?
No.
No?
I don't have any kids, and I'm not really into, but no.
Okay. Have you been to this location? Have you
mean-
visited?
You mean the new one? Oh, yeah.
How would you describe the area around the location?
In terms of,
All right, so is it on a residential street?
well, yes, it's a residential area, yes.
Are there any other restaurants or liquor establishments on the block?
On that particular block? No, but the thing is, in that neighborhood, there are so many at the end of the block type of establishments. I mean, that's Baltimore. When it was built, you usually had a business at the end of almost every block.
Are any of the businesses at the end of the blocks most proximate to this location, selling any type of liquor? Do you know?
On Fairmount, no. No. Not within a block or two, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Any question?
How long have you lived on Linwood?
I've had that house for 5 years.
Okay. So do you remember when the Potomac Street Tavern was open at that location at 35 North Potomac?
No,
So you don't remember what the conditions were like when it used to be a tavern when it was open?
no. Mm-mm.
Do you know what is directly across the street from the 35 North Potomac location?
On which street? On Potomac? I can't recall right offhand. I believe it's a home. I believe it's a residence.
Are you familiar with the Teen Challenge organization?
Teen Challenge Organization? No.
Okay, if I told you that it was a church and a drug and alcohol treatment facility where they house people who are currently undergoing drug and alcohol treatment, what do you think would be the impact on those people by the opening of a bar across the street from them?
A treatment center across the street, and you're saying what kind of effect would it have?
Correct.
What type of effect would any bar have on a treatment center? I mean,
You tell me.
If you know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't have any more questions.
That's all I would have. subject to the people that will be here in favor of the 19 people and what's already been submitted.
And you,
I'm not assuming that everybody read when we submitted, other commissioners. No, I'm
you
just-
can't question it.
No, I just,
You don't have to
No
answer the question.
questions allowed.
Always assume the positive in the commission. Always.
Commissioners are absolutely perfect.
All right, sir, present your case.
Okay, first we'd like to call Robin Lewis.
Are there other people, could you ask that everyone who's going to testify come forward so we don't waste time?
No idea.
I think I'm probably just going to have Ms. Lewis and Mr. Matt Gonter testify because anything else.
You're gonna
will
put
be-
these, I have all these letters in, which are,
Right. Yeah, I don't want to be cumulative of, given that it appears that the commission is accepting all the prior testimony and will read it, I don't want to be cumulative, so I'll present Ms. Lewis and Mr. Gonter.
well, don't let us run your case. You do what you want. Then, all right, swear the witness. Has you been sworn, ma'am?
No, I have not.
All right, swear that witness.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your name?
Robin Lewis.
L.E.?
L-E-W.
Go ahead.
Ms. Lewis, where do you live?
I live at 6 North Potomac Street. I've lived there for 12 years.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an
International public health researcher. I spent lots of years at Johns Hopkins, but now I'm doing consulting.
And so you're basically on the same block as the 35 North Potomac Street
I
location?
am exactly on that block.
Okay. Do you remember when it was open as the Potomac Street Tavern?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you describe for the board what the conditions were in terms of crime and what those crimes were?
Well, how long
If-
ago we're
if-
talking about?
Well, from the entire time period that you remember until the bar closed.
I bought
My home on that block in 2002. I believe the bar closed around 2006, 2007, but I would leave it to others to verify that closing date. During the time that I was aware of that bar being open, I remember it as a source of disruption, noise, chaos, crime, and trash. The bar was never an asset to the neighborhood. It was only a detriment. It was a source for a lot of local people for the purchase of carry-out alcohol. Many of those purchasers would see fit to then consume their alcohol on the street outside the bar, on the stoops of homeowners living on that street and around the corner. There were often fights. I am not in a position to testify as to exact dates of particular crimes, although I'm sure those records would be available to this commission, should you so wish to seek them out.
Is there any community need or desire for a liquor store or tavern that you're aware of at this location?
I'm going to object to the characterization, the community should have
Leaders.
our own opinion.
Well, leaders, you said. You're specifically talking about what other people's opinions are. Sustained.
I'll ask it two ways. Do you personally feel that there's any need or desire for a liquor store at this tavern?
At that location, no, I do not. There's no need or desire for that liquor store in the location. If I may speak to the assertion that those of us here opposing this liquor license transfer do not represent the entire community, I object to that assertion. The fact is, Patterson Park neighborhood exists under the umbrella of a single neighborhood association where we have a 501c3. Our boundaries are clear and easy to find.
And what
We have one.
organization are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. We are one
And
community.
you presented a letter to us
Yes, I did.
on that.
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you tell the board some of your involvement in the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association and specifically how that brings you into contact with other members of the community of all diverse backgrounds?
Well, I'll say that for those of us who've chosen to live in this neighborhood, especially those of us who've chosen to buy homes, we made a commitment living in a place like Patterson Park neighborhood to contribute to the improvement in quality of life for everyone who lives there. I would say that as one of the most stably diverse neighborhoods in the city, a neighborhood that has a stable population of white, black, and Latino, unlike other places where there's been ongoing white flight and minority predominance, we have a stable, diverse community, and we like it that way. We have black, white, and Hispanic neighbors. We also have, of course, Asian neighbors, and we hope to continue increasing the diversity of our neighborhood.
Tell me about your past role in the neighborhood association. What did you used to do?
My past role in the neighborhood association was as an elected member of the neighborhood association. I served for 4 years as vice president for my particular geographic sector of the Patterson Park neighborhood. I was instrumental in developing a revised bylaws for the neighborhood association in partnership with the Community Law Center so that we could ensure that we were serving all of our neighbors and everything else that goes along with that. I also served for 3 years as chair of the Greening Committee, which was an organized movement to improve sustainability, environmental health, and other aspects of public health for the neighborhood. So I've been involved as an elected leader and as a grassroots community leader in the neighborhood.
So in that role as a grassroots community leader and being as involved in the association as you have, is there any desire by the community at large, any need or desire by the community at large for a liquor store or tavern that you're aware of at this location?
No, there is not. In fact, as a public health professional, I can state with confidence that the presence of bars in neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods that are transitional like ours, the presence of bars actually is a detriment to public health. One of the things we know, in fact, a recent health impact study conducted by Johns Hopkins University, the Baltimore Department of Health, and other partners demonstrated quite clearly that the presence of bars is a health hazard. And for those of us like me who care a lot about public health, who devoted our lives to it, I, as a professional and as a human being, I have to say that the presence of a bar, another bar, is a detriment and a hazard, and we don't want it.
Are there sufficient liquor stores and taverns nearby to serve the alcohol needs of the community?
Yes, absolutely. There are more than enough bars to serve the community.
How close are those to the, do you know the names of some of these bars and their proximity to 35 North Potomac?
Yes, I do. One bar is, in fact, one of the oldest continually run family-operated bars in the city. It's called Romans. It's on Unit South Decker. I believe it's 2 South Decker. That bar is a great friend of the community and a good neighbor and the sort of business that we want to see more of. It's about 2 blocks, perhaps 2.5 blocks from this Potomac location. There's another bar called Bistro RX, which is also about 2.5 blocks away. If you walk over to, those would be the closest 2, I would say, in walking distance.
Are you familiar with the La Isla Tavern?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How would a liquor store or tavern at 35 North Potomac negatively impact parking conditions, if at all, in the area?
Well, it would have a negative impact on parking, particularly for residents who work night shift, who come home late already and there's difficulty finding parking.
I don't know if there's a basis for a testimony.
Oh, well,
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, you've lived there for 12 years. What's parking like on Potomac Street and around Potomac Street when you come home from work?
Parking on the street is very difficult these days. I have to say, having lived there as long as I have, I've seen the stabilization that's come with increased home ownership. There are more people owning more houses with more cars. I will also say that at the time I bought my home when Potomac Tavern was still functioning, half the houses on the block were vacant. There are 36 houses, 18 were vacant. Now they're all occupied, almost all by homeowners. So parking is quite a challenge. A lot of people in the neighborhood, in Patterson Park neighborhood, work at Johns Hopkins, the hospital or main hospital, or at Bayview. They work night shift. They're nurses and doctors and emergency technicians. They come and go at all hours. They have difficulty finding parking at night.
I don't have any further questions, but I don't know if Ms. Lewis has any statement that she'd like to make in addition to the board.
Thank you, Dave. My letter, I believe, will express pretty clearly my feelings and my perspectives. I would just, since I have a chance to stand here and look you all in the eye, thank you for hearing the perspectives of the community. Thank you for listening. And I would urge you to consider very strongly the harm that this bar would do to the neighborhood that a lot of us have worked really hard for a lot of years to improve, not just for ourselves, but for everyone. Thank you.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions. When you referred to this study about Hopkins and the harm this bar would do, what harm does the bar Romans do?
Romans doesn't do any harm because Romans is a good neighbor.
You don't know these people would not be a good neighbor.
I'm not impressed by the testimony that I've heard thus far. I'm not a clairvoyant. No, I can't see the future. I don't know that.
The other bar that you referred to act.
Give her a chance to answer.
Okay. Do they cause a harm to the neighborhood?
No, they're a good neighbor.
So there's no indication that they would be other than a good neighbor?
My perspective is based on the testimony I've heard and what I've seen, and I'm not persuaded that the current group would be a good neighbor to my neighborhood.
Do you frequent any of the other two bars?
Do I frequent them? I'm a customer at the other locations in my neighborhood, yes.
So, I mean, you
I
hope-
support my local
No,
businesses.
so it's not a health hazard when you go there?
I think, sir, you're misunderstanding, and I think you're trying purposely to twist what I've said.
I'm just asking you about the study. I
The
don't
the
understand
evidence
what it
from the
takes to
study,
be a
which is
health
very
hazard.
clear, the evidence from the study is very clear, and it's not only the Hopkins study. We have evidence from all over the country and around the world that demonstrates that a preponderance, a high concentration of bars and liquor outlets in residential neighborhoods is a health hazard. It contributes to an increase in crime. It contributes to an increase in disorder. It contributes to an increase in domestic violence. There's nothing good to be said about a high concentration of bars. We have enough bars.
Except for the two that you go to.
If you're trying to suggest that the bars that I go to, you don't know me and you don't know my neighborhood.
No,
So
wait a minute. You
I would, if I were you, I'd respect the testimony I'm
Wait a minute.
giving.
Sorry.
It's your fault. You made a smart remark, and she's now answering back your remark. So let her respond to the remark that you made, which was not a question. Go ahead, ma'am.
I think I've responded.
You have. Anything else?
You mentioned that the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association represents what area?
It represents the Patterson Park neighborhood, which is defined in our 501c3 by our boundaries that run from Milton up to, it jogs around a bit, but up to Orleans, over to Clinton, and down to Pratt Street.
How many members do you have?
We have currently, in terms of paid members, I'd have to defer to our president, Dave. But when I was a member of the board, we had about 500 paid members. And I'd say that paid membership reflects only a fraction of the active participants in our neighborhood.
Do you take votes?
Yes, we do.
Did you take a vote on this issue?
I'd defer to my president, Dave, to respond to that. I'm not on the board, so I'm not in a position to.
I don't know. I'm not beating anybody to death. All right, but you're not trying to say that the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association represents everybody that's in those boundaries.
I am asserting that. In fact, we work very
So
hard.
Those people there too.
Wait a minute, let her answer.
Those people don't live in
Just a
town.
minute.
What are you
All right,
talking
all right, stop. Stop.
Let her answer. Go ahead, ma'am.
I think the question was, I'm sorry, the question was, does the Patterson Park neighborhood represent everyone living within the boundaries? Yes, we do. We do our very best to engage, activate, meet everyone in the, and embrace everyone in the neighborhood.
So if there are other people here that live in that area, you're saying that you represent them regardless of the fact that they're on for the applicant here.
Come on, just argumentative, come on. You don't have to answer.
Thank you.
And you mentioned that, that the bar was a source of disruption when it was there by prior owners.
Correct.
And did you call the liquor board and make complaints?
At that time, I'm sure that we did. In fact, as the vice president.
I'm just asking you if you did.
Well, when I say we, I mean the executive body of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, of which I was an elected member. And as I recall, we worked closely with the Community Law Center and other organizations to mitigate nuisance issues in our neighborhood, including bars that were problematic. I would refer you to the liquor board's historical records if you'd like to have a precise answer to that question.
Yeah, for some reason, I just asked you and you give me something else. I don't have any further questions on that basis.
All right, go ahead. So, anything else?
No.
Any other witnesses?
Oh, I have other witnesses, yes. Actually, I'd like to call Lieutenant Bill Coburn.
Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to hear, you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hey, sir, would you state your name and your position in the police department?
Lieutenant William Colburn, I'm the Operations Commander of the Southeast District.
Okay, and so do you oversee an area that includes the location of 35 North Potomac Street?
I do.
And are you familiar with 35 North Potomac Street itself and the surrounding area?
It'd be on the Corner Potomac and Fairmount.
And how long have you been policing that area?
Just under 2 years.
Okay. Do you have any specialized training with regards to crime statistics or predictive policing?
No.
Okay. Do you have any experience in having policed the area, knowing the conditions of an area and what will happen to crime when certain conditions leave or certain conditions come and go, such as bars and taverns?
It's been my experience, if you have a new establishment, especially with a carry-out environment like that, in a transitional neighborhood like this, where we have a relatively stable neighborhood, but not too far away is the neighborhood where we struggle with challenges involving narcotics and things like that, having someplace new for people to hang out on the corner may draw some of that criminal activity toward the new establishment.
In terms of general crime in the area with regard to drugs, prostitution, disorderly conduct, assaults, and things of that nature, if a bar were installed at 35 North Potomac, given your knowledge of the existing conditions in the area, would that type of crime get worse or better or stay the
I
same?
want to object.
Overruled.
Well, this for the record, there's no basis for him to have any knowledge of it.
Everything's on the record.
And that's what I'm saying, but if somebody else reads it up above, they're gonna say, why didn't you say something?
No, but everything you say is always on the record. You don't have to keep saying it. Everything I assume you say is on the record. All right, now, do you understand the question, sir?
I do, sir.
Assuming
I think
you
it's-
have this type of bar going in there, from what you've heard being in the hearing room today, and from the types of crimes that you just mentioned, what, if anything, can the community expect?
I think it's likely that we will have an increase in certain types of street crimes if a bar is placed at the corner of Potomac and Fairmount.
And what is that opinion based on in terms of the existing crime conditions in the area?
Based on the proximity to known drug shop that we have on Curly Street at between Fairmount and Fayette, as well as unfortunate robbery problem that we've had along the Fayette and Fairmount Streets corridors in that area. Having an increase in the number of patrons coming to that bar would create an environment where we may have more potential victims because of its proximity to a more violent area. And having another corner establishment where their drug dealers often hang out waiting for customers would just give them another location to use as we conduct enforcement at, say, Fayette and Curly, Fayette and Potomac. It would just be another location where I fear that the same type of criminal element would migrate down to the Fairmount and Potomac location.
Okay. And if this bar were going into another location, one that was in perhaps a more stable area, would your opinion change as to whether or not the addition of the bar?
Is the calculation more stable? I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Overruled.
If a bar were going to be located in an area that was more stable in terms of existing crime statistics, would you still think that that the bar would be a definite detriment to the community as you do for 35 North Potomac, or would that opinion change based on the existing conditions in that other neighborhood with improved crime statistics?
I think it would be less likely to be a detriment in a neighborhood that was not so close to areas where we're currently combating challenges in the criminal field.
Okay, but given your knowledge of the area surrounding 35 North Potomac, you do think it would be a detriment?
I do.
Okay, those are all the questions I have.
You characterized, you said it may or may not, correct? Your testimony was it may or may not impact the area.
I would object to the characterization.
That's what he's testified to.
Overruled.
May or may not.
I think what I said was it may.
All right. This is just suspicion on your part, isn't that correct?
It's an educated guess based upon nearly 2 decades of.
Answer.
I said, okay. I'm with
But
you.
you cut him off again.
I won't cut you off again.
Go ahead. Now, what did you, I didn't catch your answer.
Educated.
An educated, what?
An educated guess and assumption based upon nearly 2 decades of working in law enforcement in Baltimore City.
But that doesn't apply to all bars, is that correct?
Every situation, every location, every neighborhood is different, and it has to be assessed on an individual basis.
Okay, it depends on the operator, correct?
In part on the operator.
If the operator would cooperate with the police, put lights, security, ask who known drug dealers are, that would be a step in the right direction, wouldn't it?
That would be a step in the right direction.
Do you make known drug dealers identification known to bar owners?
Not routinely,
How would they know who a known drug dealer is?
based upon the activity they observe in front of their establishment.
Well, you know who the drug dealers are.
We know who some of the drug dealers are.
And the crimes that you were referring to, this is in the Patterson Park area or just on North Potomac Street?
It's in close proximity to Potomac and Fairmount.
Tell me what that means, close
Fayette,
proximity.
Curly, Fayette and Potomac, the 100 block of North Curly. These are the areas where we struggle with narcotics. The Fairmount and Fayette Street corridors, we're currently, and have been for some time, experience an issue with street robberies.
And there are other liquor establishments in that same area.
There are.
I have further questions.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't have any additional questions.
All right, commissioners, questions? None? Call your next witness.
Next,
Can this officer be excused?
yes, yes.
Lieutenant can be excused.
Back on.
What are we waiting for?
Okay. Excuse me. All right. Has he
Swear
been
the
sworn?
witness.
Okay.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Okay, I'm going to be brief with you, Mr. Goner. Now, when was the last time that this,
Full name, forget it. He needs your name, sorry.
Gonter, G-O-N, T as in Tom, E-R.
First name?
First, Mr. Gonter, I'm going to ask you, are you familiar with the way that this property at 35 North Potomac is zoned?
Yes, it is residential, R8.
Okay. And when was the last time that this property was used as a tavern or something that served alcohol?
I believe it was last used 2009.
Okay. Now, are you aware of what happened to the prior liquor license that was used at that location?
I believe it was transferred out in 2010, 2011. It had been closed for 1 or 2 years before the license transfer.
Okay, so this establishment hasn't been used as a bar since 2009, and there's been no liquor license at that bar since 2011, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, those are all the questions I have with regard to that.
The liquor license that was there in 2009 was sold, transferred to another location to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, it was documented.
Okay. And regarding the particular location, we all understand that they would need a use permit to continue to use it as a tavern, correct, by zoning?
Correct, but it's my understanding that special use permit expires after 2 years when the property is abandoned.
So if the individual has a use permit and the board would grant it, then they could use it as a tavern, correct?
Because the use permit expired in 2011 because he's been closed since 2009.
I'm just asking you a question about,
I'm answering your question.
if he has a valid use permit and the board would see fit to grant the license, they could use it, correct?
No, because it expired in 2011 by law.
That's not
He
what I'm
can't
asking.
transfer one without a BMZA hearing.
He's asking it hypothetically, if he were to get a valid use license, and if this board were to grant the transfer.
He would have to go to the BMZA to get that use permit, but he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah, but he's asking you to assume that if he did get it.
If he did get it, but he doesn't have it right now.
Yeah.
And let me ask this question. Understand that whatever this board does is subject to the zoning use. So even if they granted the transfer of the license, the zoning use wasn't there, it wouldn't be any good for them.
Yeah, there's no point in going. There's no point being here because the BMZA should reject his application.
Well, if he has a use permit, I'm not,
Don't go there again.
I'm gonna
That's-
stop.
Yeah, don't go
I'm
down that path. That's-
finished,
yeah.
Feeny.
I'd just like to submit into evidence a map of the area showing the way the area is zoned.
Go ahead, show it to council. Council, give it to me.
It's a circle we'll never get out of. It's a cul-de-sac.
And what is the purpose of this map? Show locations?
Yeah, it shows the location of the bar, and it shows the way the area is zoned, R8 residential.
The circle is where the bar is.
The circle is right above.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, I have no further questions. I do have one more witness, and that is Officer Brown.
Exhibit, whatever the next exhibit is. Mark it.
Officer Brown?
You swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Officer Brown, are you
Name,
from...
sir?
Officer Todd Brown, Southeast District, Baltimore City Police.
Go ahead.
Officer Brown, are you familiar with the property 105 South Conklin?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with Mr. Luis Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with the time period during which Mr. Luis Vasquez was managing and working at the bar located at 105 South Conklin?
No, I'm not.
You're not familiar with that time period?
No, sir.
Okay, then I don't have any questions. Sorry.
No questions.
You may be excused. Next.
That's all I have.
All right, do you have anybody else here that you wish to introduce or anything? Is that, that's your position?
Just briefly, give me 1 second. I'd like to submit the list of people who are here today on behalf of the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association with their addresses.
Are these people are here today?
These people are here today.
Okay, give it to them.
I do think documenting
Over
the
here.
addresses,
I'll get it next.
the board was previously provided with a map of the neighborhood, and I think that verifying the addresses of the people.
I was looking over your shoulder.
And this exhibit number or whatever it is. Okay.
I'd just like to point out that I think it's important to verify the addresses of the people on the list and whether or not they are located within the Patterson Park neighborhood as supporters. In terms of additional documents, my understanding is that everything else has been.
Well, I wanted to review that with you. First, we have a letter from the Patterson Park Neighborhood Council, which is be marked into evidence, is in the file. And a letter from Johns Hopkins Medicine, from Dr. Velopoulos.
Yes.
He's not here, but she.
And actually, just while we're speaking about that, I would just point the board to page 3 of that letter, the first paragraph, where Dr. Velopoulos discusses the alcohol outlet density in the neighborhood that already exists.
Yes.
Pointing out that it's already more than double what the recommended number is for the area. Right now, it's 2.7 per thousand residents.
I mean, the citywide average, 2.7, I think it's 15% at the present time. Isn't that correct?
15% total or 15
Showing
per?
For 3,000 residents, usually you tell me, I don't want to be.
Well, no, our point is that it's more than double than the amount recommended by the city's own.
And her letter
findings, and her
goes
letter-
into those
and her letter-
statistics.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I just want to point that out. That's new.
All right, and then we also have a letter from Ashley Watson.
Correct.
In the record. And that's it, isn't that correct?
No, those are just.
No, we have a letter from Grant Corley.
That you?
Pardon?
Go with your attorney.
I can't hear what you said.
He said they don't need to speak from the gallery.
My record's getting muddled.
Because it shows a voice from the back of the room.
No. And John Hawley, a letter. And we have a small petition of 6 people. And with which this is a repeat.
It's a repeat.
Okay, that's it. That's what I have. Do you have anything else?
Nothing else
All
new.
those are introduced as evidence. They're already in the file.
Okay, and so the board has everything that was introduced in the prior hearing.
That's what they were.
Oh,
Or
okay.
they were.
That's
I found them in the file.
Okay, well, the prior hearing, we introduced much more than that.
No, no,
So-
there's also a packet that says, I'm sorry, that looks like this. And those things are attached to it, which is plus 30 pages.
That's correct, and we have a copy here, which we can resubmit.
That's fine.
No need.
Several copies.
Anything you submit, pass it up here. I gotta look at it. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it's a,
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, it's the same packet that I just showed you, Chairman. It's actually just like this. And I think you have the bound one, I have the bound one in the file.
Okay.
okay.
No.
And it's
I only
copied.
have page one.
No, you have several copies of that.
I
That's-
do.
Yeah, you do. It's the same thing.
Oh, well, wait
It's
a
a bound
minute.
version.
Yes, I see that now. We have,
There-
Councilman Kraft also has a letter in there.
Correct.
Comes from the prior hearing.
Yes.
Prior hearing. That's what I'm talking about.
There's also a letter signed by all of the District 46 representatives to the Maryland General Assembly.
I saw it, but I don't have it here. Not here.
No, it's Crafts.
It's Kraft, that's all. But I did see such a letter somewhere, but I don't know where I saw it.
Stipulate that it's there.
There it is, right there. There's
Oh,
the
there it
delegation
is.
right there. It's right
Okay.
there.
All three
It's
representatives.
exactly, if you created this, it's the exact same way that you created it.
Okay.
Yeah, someone created it.
All right, this is in the file, it's part of the record.
And I would just ask the board to review all of these statements from neighbors regarding the reasons why this liquor license should not be transferred. And then I have comments based on the evidence today and the evidence at the prior hearing.
All right? And that's your case.
That is my case.
All right, I'll hear from you in your final argument.
I think that what you have here again is two different groups of people. Both are worthy to listen to. I just think that when they put these studies out about alcohol and what a terrible thing it is, then they go to the bars they like, and it's not so terrible. I've always said it depends on what you do with it when you get it. If you drink 2 bottles of wine a day, you're an alcoholic. You drink 2 bottles of Chardonnay at night, fine. Everything's subject to abuse. I understand that. What you were referring to, Mr. Chairman, was that the recommended licenses in Baltimore City are 1 per 1,000. And since Baltimore City has 700,000 people, so to speak, you have 1,400 licenses. It's never going to stop a Capitol Grill or anybody coming in here, or when they granted the license to the Horseshoe Casino. A lot of people go there, thousands. So it's not the licenses, and you can go to Fells Point and to other places where there's maybe 10 places on a block. As long as they service the community, they're not going to service the whole entire community because it doesn't work that way. If you had a bar on the block, wherever, pick a street, and you had 100 people on the block, and you had 20 people came in every day, 20 people came every 2 or 3 days, and maybe the rest of them don't ever come in. Well, the 40 people that come in, it certainly serves their purpose, but the other 60, they're nice people, but they just don't want to frequent your establishment.
How about a bar at 1600 block of Eastern Avenue?
That's a perfect place. That was a good place. And there were, in that block, there were 4 bars on the same block, a school, a furniture store, a bakery, a leather goods. Everybody got along. It seems like what we're happening now is there's this divide here that we're having between certain areas that if they like, it's fine, and you have the other group that they don't particularly, care to have. A bar by itself is not inherently evil. The people come in with statistics, the police officers testify that maybe this or maybe, they have no idea. You could have the best place in the whole world if it's done it, and it would be better than the rest of them. We're just pure supposition on this thing. So I think the people who were here to testify for it, they made their case. Patterson Park, they're entitled to have their opinion. It seems to me that every time one of these groups runs to a politician, they write a letter. And then later, you say, well, did you know what you're writing a letter about? They don't know what they wrote it about just because they just ask them. But I just think the people here deserve the same right and the same courtesy, that if they want to have a place, as long as they operate it, as you see by the cases you hear, if they don't operate it properly, they're right here in front of you again. I think they proved their case, and they should be granted a license.
Your summary, sir?
So first of all, with regard to the people that are here today, I encourage the board to verify the addresses of the people that have come on behalf of the applicant and that they do live in the neighborhood. The last time that we were here, we challenged several of those addresses and people did not live in the neighborhoods. These are people from outside the community who, for whatever reason, want this bar in our community, and that's their prerogative. But they don't have a right to speak to this board about what they think belongs in the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association. With regard to what I think council is referring to, and there being some kind of divide between the Latino community and the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, the board will also note the testimony of Carol Robles from the prior hearing. Carol Robles is our Latino liaison. She has translated every single Patterson Park Neighborhood Association meeting into Spanish since September of last year. We have a large Latino outreach. We regularly try to recruit Latino members, bring them into the community, business members and individuals alike, so that we can all work together to build our community. As Ms. Lewis testified, we are one of the only stable, racially diverse and economically diverse neighborhoods in the entire city, and we embrace that. We do our best to bring those members into the board and into the larger group itself. So the Latino community is well represented within the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association, and the Patterson Park Neighborhood Association speaks on behalf of many, of course not all, of the Latinos that live in that community. Now first, with regard to Mr. Gonter's testimony, I think that the zoning code here is dispositive of this case. All right, section 13407 of the Baltimore City Zoning Code states that a non-conforming use is lost after 2 years of discontinuance or abandonment. Now, we know that 35 North Potomac hasn't been in operation as a tavern since 2009, and that the license itself was transferred in 2011. So there's just no way that they can have a bar here. The second point, if the board moves beyond the zoning argument to whether or not this license should be transferred, of course, the board has to consider the same standard in approving the license transfer that it would in the standard, as it would for the standard for approving a new license. Okay. First, with regard to public need and desire, there's not a public need or desire for this establishment. Our petitions that the board has are signed by over 50 of the surrounding residents that live right near this establishment. These aren't signatures from people even 10 blocks away. These are signatures from people who live very close by and who do not want this bar and feel like it would be a very bad detriment to the neighborhood. So again, I encourage you to look at those addresses, because it's the people that live closest to this that are most worried about it. And again, I refer you to the testimony of Ms. Lewis, who's been a community leader for almost a decade. I mean, she knows this community, she knows this block, she knows what it used to be when it was a bar, and she has a very good picture of what would happen again. There were 21 residents at the last hearing. At the hearing before that, when it got postponed, we had 13 residents. We had 17 residents here today. So if my Patterson Park people could stand up for just a second. So we try to really work together for these kind of things, and we get people to come out and show up on a regular basis because we feel that it's important. Thanks, guys. Next, there are already more than enough liquor stores and taverns in the immediate area. We had people testify about this last time, and again, Ms. Lewis testified about it again. There's a map that we presented to the board as part of the packet. It shows the surrounding liquor stores as well as the surrounding schools. And I think the written testimony of Ms. Velopoulos goes to the liquor store density in the area already being higher than what it should be. Next, there's nothing unique about the products or services that are going to be offered at this location. There's already convenience stores in the area, also noted on the map at 165 North Potomac and 101 North Decker. So to the extent they're going to offer anything like that, it's already there. Mr. Vasquez himself, I believe Mr. Alfredo Vasquez, testified at the prior hearing that his establishment will not be unique, that it will be no different than any other bar or anything in the area. There's no unique community he's going to be serving. There's no unique need that's going to be addressed. And that's page 66 of the prior transcript. Next is that this will negatively impact the general health, safety, and welfare of the community regarding crime, traffic, and parking. First, I point the board to the testimony of now absent Lieutenant Colburn. He has been policing for, I believe he said, 12 years. He's been in this area for 2 years. He's very familiar with the neighborhood and with the crimes that we already have problems with. This is a struggling neighborhood. We've been trying for going on a decade now to improve this neighborhood, make things better, and we've come a long way. And one of the things that helped us do that was the shuttering of 35 North Potomac before, as Ms. Lewis testified to. And as Lieutenant Colbert testified, the addition of this bar is going to lead to additional crime. And that is the opinion of everybody that's here today. Now, it's also important to note from the prior hearing, we don't have anybody here today from Teen Challenge, but directly across the street from this is a church and alcohol and drug treatment center called Teen Challenge. There's testimony from two individuals in the prior hearing with regard to that. They house people who are there trying to get better from a sickness that affects the entire city. And they testified, as well as some of their residents, as to how this would negatively impact them. It would be it's right outside their windows. The windows where these residents face look right out onto the bar. And so these people that are in there trying to improve their lives, trying to get treatment for a horrible addiction that has ruined their lives, turned many of them into criminals, they testified to. They're now going to be, if this bar is allowed to open, they will be subject to that temptation constantly, right outside the window. And again, some of these individuals are admitted criminals. So we have admitted criminals living across the street, trying to get alcohol treatment, and then boom, a bar is going to open up directly across the street from them. There's no way that could improve the health or safety, welfare of our community. With regard to the rodent infestation, I've already pointed out, Mr. Vasquez has testified at page 56 of the prior hearing that he's done nothing to improve the rat situation. I don't know that he has any plan now. Another thing that I think is very important is criminal activity in the bar. The chairman pointed out in one of the prior hearings that even the possibility of criminal conduct, the licensee has a duty to prevent it. The licensee has a duty to prevent even the possibility of criminal conduct. At pages 88 through 91 of the prior transcript, Mr. Vasquez testified that he had no plan at all for how to keep criminals out of his bar. He had no idea about how to do it. And he testified that his own son has a very serious criminal history that's addressed at pages 83 through 89 of the transcript. These are assault charges, these are possession of deadly weapons charges, these are CDS distribution charges. This gentleman has already been living at the property Mr. Vasquez testified to, and would again be allowed into the property. And the record points out that these convictions go back as far as 2002 and continue as forward as far as 2013. So this is his son is a career criminal. Next are the housing violations, which Mr. Vasquez himself again testified to today, and at pages 58 through 61 of the prior transcript. They essentially started this business by violating the law. They just started building a massive porch on the side of the building and a rooftop deck. They got cited for it, and they had to tear the whole thing down because they just decided that this goes to the nature of the applicant himself and what kind of business he's going to run, rather than consult with the community, rather than pursue the proper permits. He just starts building a structure.
You almost finished, sir?
Almost. Really, just very quickly. One of my final points, the Teen Challenge, we believe, constitutes a church under Section 9-2043 of Article 2B, and therefore the license would be prevented under that statute. It's just too close. It's literally right across the street. You cannot have a liquor license that close to a church. That is all I have. Thank you.
All right, I'm ready for decision. With respect to the request for the change of ownership and the transfer of that ownership, which is combined in the contractual agreement, we're told to 35 North Potomac Street, I vote that the transfer and change of ownership is denied. And the reasons I adopt as Mr. David Liebersberger's arguments, and also the entire record of this case, including the transcript, and particularly my own belief that in this particular location, this bar will not be a good thing for this neighborhood. I'm convinced that this stable neighborhood, and I was particularly impressed with Ms. Lewis, as I believe, Robin Lewis's testimony, as to what has occurred in this East Baltimore neighborhood and what will perhaps continue to be present as long as nothing upsets the apple cart. And I believe this bar may well be that instrument. Therefore, that is my position.
I'm going to concur with you. I just happen to know that in the R8 district, if you have a liquor establishment and you go absent for 2 years, you're going to lose that use. And I don't know about the definition for a church, but if that definition holds true, then once you lose it, you're not going to be able to obtain it because it's a church. So whether that information is correct or not, all the other information has convinced me that we don't need to have that business establishment in that location.
I agree. I found the testimony today from Ms. Lewis to be extremely compelling. I also found very compelling the letter from Dr. Velopoulos and the letter from, submitted on behalf of Teen Challenge?
That's the zoning stuff.
The North Potomac Street is at this point, it seems to be a pretty quiet, very pretty street, and I think that the addition of the bar and restaurant would be devastating to that community. And so for those reasons, I concur with Judge Ward. It should be denied.
All right, sir. You didn't do too bad today. What else he said? Good girls go to heaven, bad girls go everywhere.
Everywhere. That's right.
I know. You can't. Joyce, don't listen to him too much.
I've heard him say that how many times?
Oh, he has a lot to say.
All right, folks, thanks very much.
Judge
See
Ward,
y'all.
what is this?
Huh?
Is this our fourth one or our fifth?
Whew, I don't know, but it's a long one.
Hey, look, Michelle.
You
Michelle.
are just a marvel.
You got paid up. You got really paid up. They earned enough money today. You got paid up. She was holding your money.
They wanted to ask you